When people think about TSM's AD carry, for some people they think it's double lift, but I do think because I've been playing with TSM for so long, it should be me.
I'm here to let you know that none of this stuff is a game to me. Cause I am the one that you all came to see. I'm the one that's exactly how we're here to be. The champ done, 7 tours again. Everyone else is gone, compared to the king. Who was the best is the question they keep on asking. And I'm constantly smashing while I'm giving out crashing.
My intention is to come back to TSM, but it's not like I've already earned the spot or anything. Like, the community thinks that I own that spot, but I don't.
When I see comments, I do feel a little irritated, but I also have an inner drive to play better than double lift.
Let's go. No, we never want to run. Let's go. Let's go. It don't matter where we from. Whenever you see us come, just know that we #1. Let's go.
I think Turtle has a lot to gain out of this. If he beats me in lane, he gets that satisfaction. I'm really confident that I'm a better player. The biggest impact I can have is just smashing lane and trying to take over the game. So that's what I'm trying to do.
I don't think I'm holding this spot for double lift. To all the people that don't think I should be here, I want to prove them wrong.
Let's go, 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 let's go.
Welcome once again to our LCS studios here in Los Angeles, California. Fans have loaded in for our final weekend of the 2017 Spring Split. Earlier, though, in the day, Immortals took to the stage, getting ready for one of their battles. And, of course, CLG themselves filing in. The players down a player today. Stixay out sick, unfortunately, but Joey will be subbing in for the team in his absence. We'll have to see how he does. A little bit of role swapping to be coming our way as well. Wild Turtle prepping for his match up against Double Lift, who will be doing the same. That's going to be a very interesting bot lane matchup, at least within the lane itself. Of course, the teams on opposite sides of the table. And here you're getting a look at some of our North American LCS leaderboards. Kills per game, assists per game, KDA, all the good stuff. Nice to see different players atop each of those tables, showing that there is quite a high level of parity, as you've put it before, Jat, within the North American LCS. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson, and joining me on the analyst desk are Mark Zimmerman and Joshua Jat Leesman. Gentlemen, how are we doing?
I'm pretty pumped. Final weekend, there's like 3 different races going on between like the second, third place battle, the last place for the playoffs, and then also trying to avoid relegation. So a lot of different stuff to track.
Happy to say that there's still a lot that is undecided, meaning that there's lots to be decided in the games today. Let's begin with a look at the standings, see how the teams are ranked going into the day. TSM are at the top of the standings with Cloud9 in second and Phoenix 1 in third. Immortals come into today's match just shy of playoff positioning at 7th, while Team Liquid look to break from 9th in their games today. We'll see who can make the necessary moves with our upcoming matches, starting with Immortals versus CLG in the Battle Arena. Then NALCS1 plays host to a fight for second as Cloud9 faces Phoenix 1. Over on NALCS 2, Double Lift and Team Liquid go against Wild Turtle and TSM, with Echo Fox versus Team Envy later in the day. A reminder that there are still tickets available for our Spring Finals, April 22nd and 23rd in Vancouver, Canada. Join us in the Pacific Coliseum to see which teams will be fighting for the title of Spring Split Champion. Check out that info and more at lulesports.com. Now, with tiebreaker scenarios still technically possible, let's review our rules once again. If at the end of the weekend 2 teams have the same match record, there are 2 rules we will use to break that tie before heading to a tiebreaker game. the first of which is head-to-head record. If the teams remain tied, we move to the next rule, which is game win percentage. Whoever has the higher game win percentage will advance. So, if and only if they are 1-1 versus each other and have identical game win percentage, will they play a tiebreaker game. For more on those conditions, check out our official rules on lolesports.com. We'll see how likely those scenarios are, starting with our matches today. So, gentlemen, first up, CLG versus Immortals. That was a whole lot of business.
Yeah,
Hold on. What do you think about the matchup first? I don't want
to talk anymore. It's your turn to talk, Chad.
Yeah. I mean, this is actually, I think Immortals should be pretty happy about the current of events. I hope Stixay feels better because bringing in that emergency sub is pretty crazy. Joey's never played an LCS game, might not even be playing the AD carry role, might be having some role swaps in CLG, which makes it a relatively easy target for Immortals to come in and win that game.
I mean, CLG is obviously pretty happy too because they were able to secure their playoff spot last night with C9 winning, so they're in a pretty good spot as well. That's probably why this substitution isn't as terrifying if you're a CLG fan as it could have potentially been when you were looking at it. Joey coming in, obviously. Joey. Not much known about him, Joey.
Right, there might still be
what we know.
Might still be seeding implications, but at least in your NALCS debut, it'll be nice to know that the team's playoff hopes are not riding on your shoulders.
Yeah, and it's interesting too because he is a support main. We found his highest solo queue account we could find in Master. It's tough competition to be coming in right up against, as Ole and Cody said have been looking a lot better, and we've seen other good players make role swaps into the AD carry position after 1 week's practice. It doesn't work well usually.
Right, and even if Aframu does make the transition over ADC and he fills in at support, you're filling Aframu's shoes now on support. So it's not like you're relieved of much pressure when it comes to your individual performance on stage here.
Yeah, I mean, Aframu is such like a vocal part of CLG's team. Like, can he do it when he's supposed to be focusing on microing and team fights and stuff like that? Like, the whole dynamic of the team changes beyond like, oh, Afro is just playing a different role now.
Exactly. So we'll see how CLG deals with this very immediate change here in the bot lane for them. Of course, I want to take a look at Immortals because with FlyQuest's win last night, Immortals need a win here to keep their postseason fate in their hands.
Yeah, and this is an opportunity for Immortals to show some consistency, please, because they've had so many up and down weeks. Dardoch has been the most inconsistent member on the entire team, and this is an opportunity where you can go in super overconfident, but when teams, CLG is going to be laughing during this game, almost no matter what happens. So there's a chance they can roll and get some momentum and do some crazy things to catch you off guard. Immortals need to make sure they're just as focused as they were when they thought it was Stixay at the AD carry position because it's such an important win.
Play a smart, clean game. After that, Cloud9 is going to face off against Phoenix1. This is a battle that could determine who gets that second playoff bye.
Right, I think that's the big thing is that obviously P1 will own the head-to-head, assuming that they win here against them. Yeah, and then they'll have to play TSM tomorrow to try and actually get the second place seed away from C9, so it's still hard for them. But they've looked so good in recent weeks that a lot of teams have already considered them basically the second best team in the league, and C9 got their work cut out for them.
Yeah, exactly. We do have to couch Phoenix1's recent success a little bit, only because they haven't played against the top two teams as of yet in the North American LCS, which is C9 and TSM in the second half of the split. But the acquisition of Stunt, when they send Adrian off to Team Liquid, seems to have just made the team better. Meteos comes in. Everything they seem to be doing is just paying off immediately. So that's the type of environment you want to be having.
It is important to note, though, as you just mentioned, they're still going through the top two teams here in the final week of the split. And then, as you said, it's not only requiring a win today, but also a win tomorrow in order to get the second bye spot. Of course, because this is such a big match, I'm going to put you guys on the spot, ask you for some predictions. C9, Phoenix1, who are you going for?
Yeah, I am still going with the momentum of Phoenix1. I feel like Cloud9 has slowed down substantially as of late. Their early game has been quite bad, and Phoenix1, when I see them get leads, they close out games very decisively. Not to mention, they can still match C9 in lanes if C9 was going to hoping to get one of their advantages that way. The synergy of Meteos and Stunt and all these guys coming in, Arrow MVP candidate. This is where Phoenix1 solidified themselves as contenders.
Dark Meteos over Light Sneaky. Who are you going for?
I'm going with C9, and what I'm going to say is I think this is one of the series where the Ray substitution can actually be very useful. We haven't seen it be in many series where you're like, oh man, Ray versus Impact, it's really important. But here, with Zig being a player who has a lot of these weird counter picks into tanks, like the Kled and things like that, having a player who can match him in like a carry versus carry matchup in Ray, and then hopefully get the counter pick against him, maybe that's what they need, especially considering that Phoenix1 are not a super aggressive early game team, which is what C9 kind of likes playing into.
Yeah, with that, I do definitely think that Impact and Ray have both been looking a little bit lackluster in the top lane. The series yesterday, obviously up against Someday and Chaser, they both
got smashed.
Got feasted on.
But that's what
by
I'm saying
those
is
two. So
Contracts is not I mean, Meteos is not that guy who's going to go up there and destroy him, and
Right.
Contrax doesn't need to worry about trying to match that kind of early game pressure.
Would there not then be an argument for at some point maybe swapping Inori in as a more aggressive jungler to
Who
go up
knows?
against
Maybe,
Contrax?
maybe we see this really crazy chess match with everyone changing out their players over the course of the series.
I think it's a really cool thing that we're starting to see more matchups develop where both teams have the a legitimate possibility of subbing somebody in and really throwing a curveball. Now, a match with less playoff implications, but we must still talk about because there's plenty of heat behind it. Team Liquid versus TSM. Double Lift versus Wild Turtle.
Yeah, the pre-tryout for TSM starting AD carry position
Yeah, the
in Summer
public
Split.
tryout.
Potentially, because Doublelift's been super vocal about wanting
Yeah.
to rejoin TSM, and he wants to smash Wild Turtle in lane, whereas Parth in his AMA said the only way TLs and Doublelift are winning this game is over our dead bodies. So I can see especially Turtle should have a lot of drive in this game because as he said, he's been TSM's AD carry for pretty much 3 years, and Doublelift was just there for a year. So Wild Turtle really wants to defend his spot.
All right, within the lane itself, though, since we do know that it is a tall order for Team Liquid to actually take down TSM as its 9th versus 1st. Let's kind of isolate it to the lane itself. Who do you guys think has the ability to come out on top within the single or 2v2 lane matchup?
I'm going to go with Doublelift. It's obviously influenced by support a little bit, and I think a lot of us would say Biofrost is arguably the best support in the league right now. But the Doublelift himself has some of the best CS differential at 10, which is huge. And then the meta has shifted a lot to more lane-dominant AD carries recently. So you see Caitlyn coming back, Lucian starting to be played a lot. These are things that Doublelift thrives on, and we saw his pocket pick Lucian all last year. So hopefully he gets a matchup like that and can kind of take over.
Yeah, I think TSM will win this matchup, but
Right.
I love that
Liquid, Mark, of course.
That's what I was about to. I was like trying to
I think
hold that
Liquid.
in.
No. Let's. Can we get a Doublelift face
out of
on there?
context.
Get this down there.
I
Your
agree with what
credibility
you're
is
saying.
plummeting right now.
Yeah, Liquid has been in an absolute dive, but Doublelift has still been a strong laner, and I do think that Wild Turtle has never had laning as a strength, so
Yeah.
I also go with Doublelift. In the laning phase,
Yes,
even
right,
the rest of the
yeah.
game, I think Turtle has shown a lot of improvements this split, making far fewer mistakes than we're used to seeing, and playing a wide variety of champions.
Right, I'll just put the asterisks on the graphic
Yeah.
down there. This is
Thank
the lane phase
Team
only,
Liquid
double
fanboys,
lift over
right
Wild
here.
Turtle. Well, you've
hold
heard
this.
from, shut up, it's my turn to talk. You've heard from the experts. We want to know what you think, though, at home. Who is your pick at ADC? TSM Wild Turtle or TL Doublelift, and why? Let us know by tweeting us at LOL Esports and using the hashtag NALCS. That's going to do it for us here, though, at the analyst desk. It's time to send it over to the casters to get us into the games.
Thank you very much, Dash. Hello, governors. Greetings, salutations, and good morrow. I'm Riving Division III, and making my Saturday cast oh so stellar is Aiden Zyrene Moon. It's always a pleasure. Welcome back.
Always a pleasure. I mean,
Absolutely.
I don't have that explosive salutation and welcome to everybody else, but hey guys, what's up?
There you go. We're loading up for our first series as Immortals faces off against Counter Logic Gaming, and a little spice of life has been added to this one. But as well, last night Cloud9 secured the playoff spot for CLG over their win with Dignitas. So feeling good for CLG to come into this game with some mix-ups.
Yeah, there's two great pieces of news here for CLG fans. Counter Logic Gaming now are no longer part of that 4 teams vying for 3 playoff spots. They have secured themselves a playoff spot, so Counter Logic Gaming will be there. And the other piece of great news, though, is that Counter Logic Gaming actually broke a record. Previously, the record for the longest-standing NALCS roster was held by the original Cloud9 roster, where they played 102 regular season games. Counter Logic Gaming actually passed that with 103 regular season games, which means they are now the longest-standing NALCS roster of all time.
And
And the bad news is that they don't move to 104 today, though, because they are making a substitution. Due to illness, Stixay is out, and they are moving Afromu to AD carry, but that brings Joseph Joey Hasselman into the bottom lane.
that's right, and just coming in so soon, we wanted to get a little bit more about him. So we sent Kobe down to talk to CLG Sub to learn a little bit about Joey.
That's right, guys. I got a chance to catch up with Joey, and this is a very, very last-minute substitution. Just to give you an idea, during their last game of their last scrim block, Stixay starts feeling incredibly sick. So Joey over here gets the call at 2 a.m. He lives in Northern California that he has to substitute in. He's on a flight today at 4 a.m. down here to Los Angeles to join the team. He has never played a game with Afromu. He is a support main. And the kicker is, recently I was talking to him about his solo queue. He just dropped out of Challenger due to getting the AD carry role multiple times and not having a good time there. So that's why Afromu is going to also be switching over to the AD carry position. And they're going to have 2 people sort of on off roles here and going into this series with a pretty big handicap. Now it's back to you guys to get us into the series.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kobe, for that insight. And I got to talk to him a little bit as well. And he said that he was 5 a.m. after the flight. He's in the airport working on a paper, typing it on his phone, a 2,000-word paper. The guy's 17. He's still in high school. So
that's it.
That's how much of an emergency substitution this is.
So his mechanics are warmed up then. He's good. Doesn't need any practice in game. To continue, though, for Immortals, this does seem like a stroke of good luck, given how desperately they do need wins here to make it into that playoff position, as CLG just has.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough legacy for the Immortals team to follow from their 2016 summer roster. But we expected Dardoch to have star performances. But Cody Sun in the bottom lane alongside Ole, they've actually shown that they are incredibly formidable. And that's what makes this even better for Immortals, is that Immortals bottom lane has been on the up and up. In the second half of the split, they have some of the best numbers in lane. They have goal difference of about 700 coming into 15 minutes there between the two of them. And their CSD means that they are definitely winning the lane, and they're winning it pretty hard too.
Right.
So they won't secure a playoff spot with a win here for Immortals. So it's not that far with the CLG ending up having to substitute out, but it would put their fate in their hands for the next match that they have up against Dignitas tomorrow.
It's really going to help. Let's take a look at the starting lineups and get right into this one and see how it plays out. On the blue side, it's going to be Immortals. That means it is Flame in the top lane, Dardoch roaming around in the jungle, Pobelter controlling mid, Cody's Son at bot lane with Ole as his support, and Coach Hermes for picks and bans.
And facing them off on the red side, it's going to be Counter Logic Gaming. Having just locked in a playoff spot for themselves, they are sitting pretty right now, but they definitely want to win this. In the top lane, it's going to be Darshan. In the jungle, it's going to be Xmithy. Huhi playing that mid lane, haven't improved a lot this split. Bot lane, Afromu going to be playing 80 carry pressure for the first time in 4.5 years. And then the bottom lane for support, protect your star chips because it's Joey.
Coming in, watch out. We're gonna get some 80 Bard maybe. What's the versatility we have in Champion Select? But obviously IMT may not have to do too much more than kind of fundamental bans here, see what game one feels like, kind of hit the first few pitches, and they may actually just be able to kind of control that bot lane since Afromu is that caller, and now he has another job.
Yeah, and he definitely is going to have pressure on him from Cody Sun and Ole, who have been playing better and better. And it's been very hard for Cody Sun and Ole to overcome the early season impression that they had made of being a weak bottom lane. But Ole wasn't really scrimming with the team, wasn't even here, and had jet lag for a good while. And then they started getting things into gear. They started playing a little bit more around that. But they're also drafting more and more for lane. And I want to talk about that a bit because I looked at Afromu's solo queue, and he's really kind of played Ezreal and Caitlyn. And from what I've been hearing information-wise, Afromu has never played a game with Joey. So this bottom lane,
as he said,
it's going to be learning on the fly. You are learning as you are going.
I feel like this is one of those compositions you could do it with, though. Afromu's got that personality. It's a don't worry. We got the next one.
And they already locked in playoffs.
Here. Yeah, already locked in playoffs, so you can use that to kind of facilitate a bit of ease in the lane and not just put a ton of pressure on a Joey. I think it'll go okay for them. We'll actually see if they get some attention from Xmithy and try to go off the handle, though. Lulu and Camille getting taken out, and Darshan having some good success on the top lane carries as of late. And a Rumble ban for Flame. A lot of top lane focus here coming in, and the jungle.
Yeah, I would expect the Malzahar first pick because the Lulu's banned away, but Karma, also a fantastic pick here for the support position. And it's kind of been away from what Ole was playing originally with the Morgana and the Nami. But Karma seems to be definitely in his wheelhouse and pretty much considered the second best support right behind the fact that Lulu's off the table.
He actually gets Caitlyn. Caitlyn was one of the ones Afro's been playing, so this is going to feel good for him to at least be on something for the past few weeks. He has had some games on. Xmithy gets the Gragas, so a good few power picks there on the side of Counter Logic Gaming. Immortals, not too bad as well, rounding out a composition with a good amount of tank and safety already. The damage to come through soon.
Yeah, saving their 80 carry pick for later. The Caitlyn picked up, but they decide to go for a big tank here in the top lane. And they go with Darshan's Cleanly Sin up against the Gragas. So this is kind of like comfort here for both junglers. It's interesting because Dardoch was saying that there was a call for him to play a different champion in Champion Select. And previously, in the last time that they had that game 3 and up against Cloud9, and instead, he's like, I really want to play Lee Sin here. And they let him do it. His team said, okay, you know what? We believe in you. And it really helped him untilt from that. So he's going to start the series off with the Lee Sin pick here, saying it's the best pick to help him take over the game, maybe even punish that bottom lane.
We all need a team that gets behind Dardoch, like Dardoch's team. We all have had games like that. So Fiora gets locked in for Darshan on the top side. another way he can create pressure besides the Camille, maybe take a little bit of a love away from Aframu and Joey and pull Dardoch to that top lane. Make sure that Aframu and Joey can have an easy farm out lane. Already have the Caitlyn. Just pick something to sustain and stay on the backside and keep it even easier. Second phase of bans come through. He gets hit along with Cody's son. No stun bot from the AD carry Ash.
And it's only that too. So the Syndra on the table taken off. And with the AD carries kind of moderately pinched, you still see Jhin. You'll still see Varus, something that also gets played. More of an attack speed build now. But the Ashe is just to make sure they don't have that long range that you can kind of match in lane with. And also there's things like Lucian that people are playing now as well.
Joey actually grabbing a ban there. Zyra as well. I thought they might have gone to Huhi for one more, but they do give respect. Ooh. A level of play that he can bring to the table. So the Janna comes in. Safety for the side of Counterlogic Gaming if Dardoch or any of the team were to get in.
Yeah, I like the Janna here for comfort for Joey in his solo queue. It's not his most played, but it is his highest win rate champion.
Yep.
And Janna always kind of has that in solo queue. We'll see how that transitions, though, into professional play for Joey. That comfort on that champion. I mean, that's a pretty strong lane when you have that bully potential. Giving her the shield, giving Aframu the shield to have that extra attack damage. And nice Talia for Pole Belter. I'm loving that. Talia is a champion that we've been seeing a little bit in the LCK. People will pull it out whenever it's a comfort pick for them. And this is blind as well for the Talia. And it's super interesting because this champion... Okay, I'll finish my Talia point and move on to this next one because Talia, I feel like this is very risky because there are some counters to it that you can play. But I'm glad we're seeing it now. But the Warwick cover there, it's a shout out to Stixay. It was his favorite champion and he would cover it every game. So Joey, give him one for his homeboy in the hospital right now.
That was very nice. A favorite champion of Stixay throughout the past. But we have the Ahri locked in now. That is going to be who he's in the mid lane. He still gets himself a damage dealer that can also control and get a good roam on, as we know who he loves to get out of that mid lane. Up against Pole Belter's Talia. Haven't seen it in too long, but we know he can play it quite well and always has a good eye for separating the fight and being able to get the team into an advantageous position.
Yeah, interesting thing here for Immortals composition is it's really low damage unless Pole Belter takes over the early game and Cody's son gets some time to scale up. But then Counterlogic Gaming just has a very effective range. They have dive potential with the Ahri for Huhi. They have split push with having Darshan. And they also have just a good front-to-back team fighting here where it's hard to reach that backline with the Janna. And the Gragas will also provide disengage. So getting the engage onto the Caitlyn is pretty much going to require the Nautilus or the Lee Sin from Immortals to really get in there and get in there quick and deal enough damage to blow up the Caitlyn.
Hermes and Zix makes their way off the stage. The final words given to the players. Hear your final words on Twitter for game one. Hashtag IMT win, hashtag CLG win. You can obviously tweet after that. But get your votes in. We'll show those on screen. And I believe some of the final words over the side of CLG is kind of don't allow the pressure to get to you. It's on the stage. Joey has actually looked super calm throughout the studio today. In and out, smile on his face, even after a very long trip. And we're gonna see how this jumble for Counterlogic Gaming here in week 9 plays out towards the end of the split. Have to remember that playoff spot for them is locked in. Immortals is fighting to get that playoff spot still. And even after this win, they'll have to fight again.
Yep. Currently, Immortals are 7 and 9 in their match wins. And Dignitas is the team that they play next, who is sitting at 8 wins and 9 losses. They would have head-to-head against Dignitas. So the match tomorrow, if Immortals win that, they're in playoffs, and Dignitas, believe, would be out, pending what happens with the FlyQuest match. FlyQuest is the other team right now that is sitting at 8 wins, 9 losses, but they play Team Liquid. So you have to take all those things into consideration here. If Counterlogic Gaming lose this match to Immortals, that means that there's a possibility that FlyQuest could be the ones who are left on the outside looking in.
Like riding a bike, Cyrus.
Yeah, there's like a whole...
It's like...
Back at it.
He's like, I remember this.
Yeah. For some context as well, we looked up when Aframu's last AD carry game was professionally, and it was November 30th, 2012 with Team Fear, and the last team that he played against was Team Meat Playground, which was Pole Belter's team. So he makes his debut the way that it ended on AD carry against Pole Belter.
There you go. It shows you just how long these guys have actually been in it. for the long haul. They've seen it all.
Been around for, that's 4.5 years ago.
Yeah.
Getting old, Riv.
Nope. Unaged.
Yeah, you've stayed the same.
It's just a hair to be the changes. Assistance to Raptors here for Dardoch to start things off. It looks like an orb of deception over the wall for Xmithy. Getting a little bit more love for his Raptors.
Yeah.
But knowledge to now where the junglers have started is to both teams.
Yeah, and Gragas gets to do this and be incredibly healthy. Actually clears it faster than Dardoch does, even with the assistance of Talia, because the AoE abilities really help you out level 1. And so the route's just a tiny bit faster, but it's interesting because Xmithy is not doing a clear on his left side of the jungle. He is going for a Raptors on the right side. So this will mean that he either has to double back for his red buff. Whew, there's a lot of damage here on the aftermove, or he has to go to the other side.
Missed timing on the shield. Not much Joey could do. Good auto attacks back, though, as he's still trying to trade. You see those potions, I should say biscuits, chucked quite quick on the side of Aframu. This gives dominance to the lane of IMT here. What we expected as these two get situated with playing together.
Yeah. He pushed out a lane very quickly. The Karma will do that. That's why Karma is considered by most pros to be the second best, because her wave clear, her mantra Q, even on just caster minions, gets you level 2 shove advantage automatically. So Joey will have to deal with that, and so will Aframu in this role. Oh, Dardoch looking for the punish top. Xmithy's on the opposite side, and this is a very shoved up Darshan.
Here he has the dash.
Got the slow.
Level 2, forces the flash out.
Doesn't apply.
Nope. Sonic Wave denied out. Aframu has to play a little bit careful now. Top side is kind of warded out. Scuttle control as well, so it might be a return here for Dardoch. A little more breathing room for CLG to get back to mid lane. It might just be time for Cody Sun and Ole again to get those auto attacks in behind the minions. It seems like Cody Sun's doing his best to not push that wave and give him enough time to keep auto attacking and mystic shotting Aframu and Joey all the time.
Yeah, you have this bottom lane that can keep fishing for skill shots here between the Karma and the Ezreal. You can separate them so they don't get hit by Piltover Peacemakers. Don't stand on the minion wave as well, because then the Piltover Peacemaker will hit the wave, clear the wave, do damage to it, and hit your champion, which is kind of what Caitlyn really wants to do early, is to shove out. But they're playing incredibly defensive, and look at that. Those are just landing.
It is quite brutal. It gets annoying, too. You want to walk up for a shot, you're always taking damage. And then next time you do walk up to take one, it could be a jungler in the brush. Lucky enough, Dardoch still hovering around that top side as CLG has spent most of their time below half HP in the bottom.
He doesn't have flash.
Yeah, there's the return. They were waiting for it. The flash isn't even near a quarter.
This is interesting as
Maybe
well.
he can come back again.
The fact that Dardoch kept going top lane, decided not to pick on that bottom lane because it's completely shoved in. So what Immortals are doing is they're saying, we'll just win bottom lane, we'll keep them underneath their turret. This is not a gankable lane, but it's one that we'll get a CS advantage in and slowly push them out of. It's a diveable lane, but that has higher risk that if you continue to gank that top lane Fiora after getting the flash. So good play by Dardoch to continue to gank that lane.
You can see how fast they went back towards that flash. Darshan calling for the referee to start things off. And Dardoch and the team saw that he didn't get Camille because of the bans, so he took Fiora, and they said, all right, let's continue to create the pressure up there on Darshan so he can't. One kill towards him already, and we'll see what this issue is and get it situated. So far, Darshan has been pushed up in that lane on Flame, trying to add the pressure, and he got Dardoch's love.
I was just looking through it, seeing if there was anything like a possible bug. There's been some talk about auto attack enhancers not going through on riposte and being properly blocked, etc. Unsure if that's the case here. Just looks like he tried to riposte the W from Flame, or the auto attack from Flame, and it didn't root him. So we'll see what they're talking about in a bit. The refs pretty much go through watching it over again and making the call. If that is what it is, could be a keyboard malfunction. I'm speculating at this point.
It could absolutely possibly be. Playing quite aggressive in the lane and trying to go up.
Yeah, so what they're checking is the auto attack from the Nautilus will apply the root, and what it did for Darshan is it put the root on cooldown for him, and he tried to use riposte. He didn't get rooted, but he didn't return a stun, whereas Fiora riposte will normally return effects like that. They're seeing if that is the intended reaction or interaction.
Right.
Because there are some funny ones. For example, Fiora versus Kennen. You can never return a stun versus Kennen. Because the way that one works is you have to take damage, which then applies a mark, which then when you have 3 of them, stuns. So she blocks the damage, she doesn't take damage, then she doesn't get a mark, so she wasn't going to get stunned.
Right.
So she'll sit on 2 marks, and then as soon as she's done riposting, then you stun her again. So there's some interactions like that where the riposte isn't blocking a CC, but if it's blocking the damage, it doesn't get CC'd, so it's kind of strange. So they're checking. We'll see what that is. But it was definitely one that if he had stunned Flame, it would have helped him out a whole bunch. Maybe getting a flash out of Flame to follow, but he didn't have flash himself and was kind of dead to rights there.
It was a difficult play to see in the beginning. We do have readies on the screen to see if we'll be flying back in. It was Smithy heading towards that top side, so he almost timed this as well to be up there for the return. Just probably not expecting that Dardoch would have done it so quick. We saw Dardoch almost back maybe twice in that lane to go and give himself a different situation to go for, but continued, got that kill onto Darshan, and we'll see if this one plays through as we head back into game.
Yep, apparently it's ruled that you continue playing, and we'll see, because that can do stuff to Fiora players where they're like, oh man, it should have worked this way, even if it isn't the intended reaction, or if it is the intended reaction, they're kind of like, man, that just doesn't feel like how it should go, so we'll see how Darshan is able to handle that. We'll see it again here. Because he goes for the auto attack right there. Darshan doesn't get rooted, but doesn't even return a stun in return. And if he returns a stun, he may have a chance to get away there. But Flame still has flash, Dardoch still has flash, and may have still been a distance that could be close. But they continue to play on it, so we'll see. Yeah, Counter Logic Gaming. The map is kind of going bad for them all over the place. Bottom lane, almost dead here. They're going to have to back off this turret. It's not like riding a bike, Riv.
Yeah.
Aphromoo, seems like maybe the training wheels are needed at least once. I mean, you get told at 4 a.m. you're swapping roles. It's not the easiest thing to cope with.
Yeah. It's all right. Sometimes you just realize it's a flat tire. You got to get it. That's mid-game, right? Pump it up, we'll get back into it. But no, like I said before, they're not going crazy right now. They knew this was going to happen in the bot lane to some extent. I'm sure they were prepared as well. Darshan, Aphromoo, probably still calling some shots, making sure the team has the voice they need in the game. Control wards being purchased up to stop any type of snowball that could get into the jungle, as we already see deep wards here from Immortals have made their way in.
And you can see Darshan continuing to push up the wave. Still has a lead in CS, but that assist going over in that death had to blow the teleport to get back to lane. So Flame will have that advantage for now.
And Darshan still actually waiting on that flash. I know it looks like it is up, but it is down for the time.
It is down, you're right.
It is down. It is 5 minutes and he only used it about 3.5 ago.
It's a Spectator Buck, he still has time on it. Fight breaking out here.
Dardoch, it looks like he should get out.
TP.
Quick Spirit Rush coming in. Flash over the wall from Dardoch. Pole Belter finds himself in a possibly bad situation, but Flame turns around. What the strategy was for the area. Very nice cutoff onto Kuki. He's going to work that ground as Pole Belter comes up with a kill for himself. We'll see if they can control bot lane as well. Focus Resolve onto Joey. Could be the kill here. Arcane Shift over Cody-san with another attack. And it's the Ignite that picks up the kill.
Yep, 2-on-2 kill in the bottom lane. Joey goes down. But that's also another kill that went over there because Dardoch actually died to Smithy. This turret's already really unhealthy. They're going to try to go for the dive here.
Whoa, Ole could find himself going down. Heats up. One more shot. Actually, cannon for the kill. Thank you very much, says Aphromoo. 4 summoners down. Even if they were to return to that lane, it might be better that the turret falls now and they can farm on the backside. Joey may be able to get some roam in and cut off Immortals' surge here.
Yeah, this is also a really awkward gank on top side. You see Smithy's kind of like chilling. Maybe I can gank, but he'd have to use Body Slam to enter the lane or take a substantial amount of damage, which you really just don't want to do. And Darshan doesn't have a way to shove this up fast enough.
We'll see again between Smithy and Dardoch.
Yep, got the Body Slam there to stop the damage from Dardoch. Continues to go after him here. Huhi, flash comes through, and then Pole Belter does a really great job here of just cutting him off at the pass, throwing the ultimate over the wall, the Weaver's wall, jumping down the other side, having a great inside track. And Dardoch came back to help, but he gets killed in return. And the dive here was actually the really great part from Ole. after they pick up Joey, when he dives afterwards, he goes for the Mantra W, so he continues to heal himself underneath turret and get some of those ticks back. So when he goes for it, he's ready, gets the renewal down, starts to heal himself there. You guys can see the numbers pop up 102, 152. So it allows him to tank a little bit longer so it never transfers to Cody's son, and Cody gets that turret on top of it. So he's rolling in the money right now.
It's a really underestimated skill. You remember all long ago, you would easily use Karma's heal because it was on her Q and you'd throw it out and you'd feel somebody getting healed. Now it's yours, and you don't realize how much it can actually provide for you. Definitely took that gank by storm.
Oh yeah, those tank karmas know though. It's incredibly annoying. I believe it got changed to not ticking throughout the entire thing and just having 2 instances.
Yeah. Ole feeling pretty comfortable to get himself in. A few more wards as we see CLG starting to put down a bit of a security system for themselves. Pobelter halving Joey there.
Going for the all-in here, Darshan.
Vitals against the wall.
There's the stun.
Nice play by Flame. He finds it, flashes to it. Here comes the heal. Flame's gonna go down. Probably anchor tosses away. Darshan able to get into range. He has the rest of the team, but it's not gonna be enough. Body slam from Xfinity keeps him alive. The shield's there from Ole. Woo! Helps him out, able to take down the rest of the team. Joey's shield's not as big as Ole's.
Everybody's showing up here. Here comes Huhi.
Dardoch was a little heady on that one. Gets the kick back. His team not coming in as fast. They didn't feel as comfortable with it. If they would have stepped in, he may still be alive. They are very chaotic and scrambled in this fight. Are they gonna, oh my word. Gets the heal with the body slam plus a, I don't even know, yeah, his refillable potion. I think we're done. I think it's done for now.
Is it?
Those shields at the end from Joey and Ole keeping people alive with slivers of health. Ole still having a chance to do that here with Cody's son. That ward knocked out. Take it out though.
Yeah,
Let's see it again.
Cody's son had ulti too, but yeah, Darshan, even though he's running out of mana here, plays this correctly, goes after him, throws down the riposte to make sure he's not stunned by the depth charge and returns it. And then Pobelter and Ole actually coming up from the other side of the map. This is from the enemy jungle. And so it's completely catching CLG off guard, but Joey was also rolling up here. And then that was a really, really clutch Q there from Pobelter. Just actually went straight through. Dreaded volley up to its name, whereas Huhi now finally gets over here. And Cody's son actually walked from the bottom lane after he had pushed it up. So by the very end of it, we just had Ezreal, who had gone on an exploring adventure, to now be in the top lane.
Might be a good tactic for CLG. Keep the chaos going on Immortals' side. They kind of want to play a structured game. Get their turrets down. CLG keeps forcing these fights as they come up to the turret. And we may have another one. This one from Dardoch, though. He's going to be routing around back of the red buff. Some jungle fun.
A lot of damage there from the Gragas. Going for the Runic Echoes first. Gragas does a deceptive amount of damage at one item. Hold on, this is going to get spicy.
Oh, Joey getting caught out towards the top side. Pobelter will be dropped by Huhi, so the 1-for-1. Looks like Pobelter tried to use a cleanse on that one as well to get the upper hand in the fight. So Summoner down for him. Ignite used for Huhi.
Yeah, trying to get that Ignite off. Cleanse will remove all Summoner spells from you. Exhaust, Ignite. We'll try to do that, make sure he doesn't take much damage. And now, Immortals, they're going to have to clean the middle lane up of minions. Flame will just stay and do that, but the top lane, they're trying to shove in. They're still trying to punish Afromu and Joey. Push this lane in.
$123-87 was the result kind of that first breakout of bot lane. Should have a chance to farm up a bit.
Nope. Looking for Flame. He might have to flash the wall.
Thinking, wasting time.
He's waiting for a Dardoch.
Wasting time. Safeguard over the wall. And Darshan's going to be in on this one. Actually doing quite good damage to both members. They now focus down onto him as they get a hold of the fight. And they're able to take down both Darshan and Xmitty quite quick. Flame walked out so confidently. They thought he was going to flash, but really just drew him in.
Didn't have to flash, but look at this.
Monsoon comes in. Ultimate as well from Cody's son just went off. So we'll see how this gets tempered a little bit with those ults down.
Yeah, Afromu returning some fire there with the ultimate.
Yeah.
And Joey literally had just hit 6 there as that dive started. Now Pobelter just clearing out some wards, making sure. But this has been a really brutal top side of the map, which used to be the bottom, I guess. But
it's starting shield.
going back and forth. But this
Yeah.
turret is just the same story as what happened in the bottom side. This was great from Flame. He knows that he has a jungler on the bottom side of the map here. And the Q originally gets reposted, so Dardoch can't take a Q in. But hold on. Speaking of getting in,
Oh, into the Nautilus passive.
alley-oop.
That was awesome. Well played by Immortals to get in for a quick kill in the mid lane. Pobelter almost being able to finish with the turret. But kills like that cause the team to scramble, and CLG won't be able to force any more fights if they're trying to call audibles to those situations.
Ole looking for some damage on Afro.
Ooh, just out of the resolve range.
Oh, wait, he might be going down.
Shots coming in, hit him with one, hit him with two.
Smithy.
Blast Cone saves himself, but Smithy comes over.
Oh, he wants him to kill. He wants to. Oh.
He's trying to style on him.
Oh, I thought he was going to leave him for the beast.
I would have liked it. So they get out with a kill. Support seem to be having a troublesome day here on the Rift.
It's not been a support's game.
No, it makes me sad. It's all right. I know what they're feeling. 6,000 gold lead here for Immortals as they slowly pressure down on each lane. Looks like Flame does return to the bot side. We have seen the continued return, I should say, of Cody Sun and Ole to the top. And really, Pobelter has just been here with Weaver's Wall whenever the fight begins, or he may be necessary. Him and Buhi have kind of just been going at it pretty even in the mid lane.
Yeah, and it's coming down to a lot of those roams. And I talked about it right after Champion Select about the compositions. Immortals is rather low damage unless they get Pobelter and Cody Sun off the ground.
Yep.
And it's definitely happened. Ezreal, Cody Sun has a large CS advantage for himself. Pobelter 3-1 and 2, doing very well in this middle lane. But also Dardoch, building a bit of damage for himself. The Hexdrinker coming through. So this competition, quite scary, definitely ahead of the curve right now. And so they can snowball this to a victory. Whereas Counterlogic Gaming, they kind of need to wait for Darshan, get 2 items, 3 items, and start split pushing.
Spread out across the map for CLG. Looks like IMT is going to use this time to get their wards pressed back in. Control wards for CLG have been used quite nicely lately to stop aggression onto Darshan. Then what turned into Afro and Choi in the top lane. But they have to keep moving. Immortals keeps changing up what they're doing every few minutes.
And Immortals has all 3 of those outer turrets, and they also have a Mountain Drake and an Ocean, so they can continue to take some skirmishes, siege up on turrets, and they'll have a really good time. But now you can see they're kind of splitting the map with a 1-3-1. They'll put their bottom lane and their jungler towards the middle, take control of both sides of the jungle, both quadrants with wards, and then they'll have Pobelter on the top with a semi-global with the Weaver's Wall, and then they'll have Flame on the bottom side to shove in and use his teleport. And I want to talk about Immortals 15 minutes, because in the second half of the split, weeks 5 through 9, Immortals is actually the best team at 15-minute gold advantages. Their gold difference at 15 on average is 1,525 gold up, and the next highest average of 15 in the second half of the split is only 600 up for Phoenix 1. So Immortals, they aren't just smashing the early game against a team like Counterlogic Gaming, they're actually smashing the early game in the second half of the split more than any other team.
It's interesting to see. You know, as we kind of said, I believe, on the desk before, you look at the bot lane, was that a weak point of Immortals when they're actually going quite even and allowing Dardoch to do things in the jungle. Dardoch would have bad games, but the team picks it up in another spot, and they have those strong early games. Flame can usually win those advantages, small by mechanical-wise. So it is interesting that it's kind of a hidden reason they have all of these advantages towards 15, and they're not just big dragon fights, fights in mid, turret taking.
Yeah, and we had looked at like the CSD for Immortals bottom lane at 15 minutes was about 12 to 13 up, but then their gold advantage was about 700, so they're about half of the advantage that you would accrue at 15 minutes for the Immortals team. And right now, that Trinity Force coming through already for Cody Sun, 17 minutes on top of his Manamune. So this guy is just raking in the cash right now. Up 50 CS right now, or 40 CS. Can't do math on stream, ever. But yes, he's up 40. Oh, wait, did I do it wrong again? I did it. I did it wrong again. What is my brain doing? I was right the first time. It's 50.
I'll leave you to it.
Yeah, man.
I knew what you meant.
We
all did.
Let me flail, Riv. Let me flail.
All did.
Yeah.
All right. I have the floaties if you need it.
003. Well, that's why 3 was in my head. Anyway, 50 CS up. 50 points for Cody Sun. But I think he's he's been doing quite a good job. He's getting funneled a lot of the CS right now. And when he first got on the team, everybody's like, ah, Flame looks great. Dardoch looks great. Pope Belter, you know, NA mid laner is looking great.
Yeah.
And it's like, but it's Cody Sun kid, rookie. Even after IM Yongi, a ton of criticism went Cody Sun's way, saying that he was the weak link of the team. And it doesn't seem to be that way for the second half of the split.
A lot of different things go into a situation playing on the LCS stage, stress being one of the huge factors, but also you have to remember to stay alive.
And
as we
you remembered.
Turn our story into a possible fight. Oh. Get out of that. Nice.
And look at this, Cody Sun's just getting funneled to farm. I wonder if Cody Sun will Flame Horizon Afro move this game. Has his top laner taught him well? That's what I'm looking for.
Pressure onto Darshan. Looks like there may be pressure to come to Darshan here. Wards down on the bot side, keeping a little bit of safety for Flame. If they did actually want to get to that bot side turret, they could. CLG being able to repair these outer turrets down does not start with a fight. Might have to be Huhi getting a charm onto someone and picking them in.
For Afro.
Ooh. Okay. Sun was in his eyes. So he's just gonna walk out of that one.
Yep.
But as I was saying, CLG could probably look for charm hit to get more wards in. They've actually gained back control of their jungle, so possibly a Grag Assault into that charm and slow Immortals down. Because right now the full fight is not going to work.
Yeah, but I also think they just lose damage-wise. Counterlogic Gaming, they have more damage in their composition because they have something like a Fiora, they have an early game Gragas, etc. They just have more damage, but they don't have the items. So actually Immortals truly has more damage. 2 completed items. Just look at 80 carry inventories. 2 completed items for Cody Sun. The Trinity Force, and now the Muramana and the Manamune. And Afromu's still on pieces of 2. So it's going to take them a while before they're even in a place where they Counterlogic Gaming could fight and consider it a good idea. Because a lot of their kills went to Xmithie as well, who's just going to build that 1 damage item, the Runic Echoes, and then he's going to transition into things like Dead Man's Plate. Maybe he gets something like an Iceborne Gauntlet, but that's about the extent of what you get from a jungle Gragas.
Painful. 20 minutes now. Muramana finished up for Cody Sun, as we were talking about him earlier. In those situations that you always have to either learn a new champion or actually work on CSing for a moment. It's not just they can fix one thing. A player may have a few things in line before they get to that. Hey, this needs to be fixed. We've actually heard teams talk about it before. We know what we're doing wrong, but we're actually working on facilitating this problem before tackling that. It's an interesting concept, but you can't overwhelm yourself. Here, Immortals starting to overwhelm Counterlogic Gaming. More objectives in their favor. And this one's going to be another Ocean Drake. These guys will be able to stay out and play forever on Rift.
And gotta work on one thing at a time, like you said.
Yeah.
So Immortals, they worked on that bottom lane turret. They got it. They're at 4 now. And now they have 2 Ocean Drakes, can stay out for a very long time and continue to siege. And still, I'm checking the gold here for Afro. He can get the Infinity Edge, but don't know if he wants to go for the full completion on the Runans first. It looks like he's going for Zeal into IE, which is fine. But then you look at Cody Sun, and he's getting pretty close to 3 items. He's up about 2,700 gold, which is more than the cost of a Runan's Hurricane, which is 2,600. He's up about a full item right now.
Well, this is the test is, do you also stay composed? As Fear and Ezreal this carried. Or not carried, but carrying this hard. Or the possibility to. Keep that flash, keep that arcane shift for the backwards.
It's a good point, because you think about star potential and you think about somebody like Dardoch who has clutch potential, and he can have those plays where he's flashing forward and losing his team the game or winning his team the game. And Cody Sun was kind of known for getting hit by a stun or like losing his team the game. But does he have that clutch factor? Does he have the ability to recognize the situations where he should flash forward and finish a fight and win his team the game? Or is he just going to play backline the whole time, play it out methodically? The difference between what makes somebody like a really, really great player is that clutch factor. And when they realize those situations, the pressure doesn't get to them. don't think this is one with like a particularly large amount of pressure because they're so far ahead.
Right.
But it's just a question to consider for Cody Sun's career and in the future, as if he gets fed in some games, he gets incredibly far ahead.
Do you have an inner Uzi? Can you just dive in 5v1?
Can you just pop off?
Do you go in? Do you rocket jump into an entire team? You're on a ward.
No, the thing is that Lee Sin typically doesn't take a sweeper. He wants those extra wards on top of his tracker's knife to jump around, so they don't have double sweepers. It does affect you at this point in the game a bit. Whoa! Oh!
Oh!
Oh my God!
No, we get away! Go, yeah! God! No!
The trap card! It's always the trap card with Joey.
That was so close. Nice try. Actually holds the flash. Really wants that to be of assistance in fights. Like, he knows that things are going to happen. He could die so quick. The flash, the exhaust can be used to assist Aframu in the next one. So with him down, that's a barren attempt for Immortals.
Yeah, I don't think they're actually trying to do it. They're just trying to get some picks. No, Dardoch doesn't like those 50-50s, but hold on. Weaver's wall.
Ooh. Kuhi drawing out some plays. Darshan, entrance a little sketchy. And I think he comes in a little too late. Flashes over the wall. Very nice play there to get himself to safety after having a bit of a fumble.
Yeah, a lot of summoner spells used there for Immortals, or for Counterlogic Gaming, whereas Immortals, they only had to blow about 3, and then they'll be ready to go back to this Baron. No teleport available for Darshan. Doesn't really have time to lifesteal up and grab his Hydra either. He has to go to the mid side. Smithy might be up to him stealing. He's done it on international stages before with big objectives. Dardoch has the kick. He's looking for the kick to try and get Smithy out of there. They might just turn.
Joey, Dardoch's out.
They killed Ole.
Dardoch back in.
Supports are down.
Yeah, Joey and Ole are down.
Darshan!
6 seconds on this. Dardoch very low. Darshan almost able to clean him up, but they have pushed him off the Baron, and they stave off what would be a very strong Immortals crashing into the base.
That was super close for Dardoch going down, and that could have been a turn fight there. Darshan gets in, and it looks like he doesn't get any stun off there to return with the riposte. That's going to be a little bit of damage on this turret here. Aframu can clear the wave, or clear out the turret before the wave goes down, and they get it. First turret for CLG.
Quite a summoner mismatch as well, so good they can get that quite pressured situation. We'll see the fight again here at Baron and how they kind of coordinate in and out. Darshan from the side, there he is.
Yeah, this is kind of just get the supports. Joey goes down, Ole goes down. They're all in the back of the pit now. And now they're back on it.
Back to the future. Redemption down. Whoa, great damage coming in from Huhi on the backside, causing Immortals to change their mind. Trades of shots from Aframu and Cody Sun on the back. Ultimates as well go back and forth. And again, Huhi, Darshan, the damage dealers on the side of Baron. Goal side to Immortals, I should say. With the rest of CLG fighting on the back, are able to stop another Baron. But I think Immortals will go right back here and try to force the fight.
Yeah, they can keep going back to it over and over again. They have the ward control there. If they go do Ocean Drake, then they give up a little bit of that ward control, and we'll have to reestablish it. But I feel like Immortals just want the fight because they're stronger, and this is how you get that enemy team to walk into you constantly. And back when Darshan almost killed Dardoch there, it looked like another riposte that he W'd the auto attack from Flame, and it wasn't a stun, it just returned damage, so Dardoch got to continue moving after. It's a frustrating situation as that Fiora player. But now the Baron started up, Weaver's Wall trying to cut him off. Dardoch trying to get Smithy out of there.
Smithy right over the wall, can't flash in. Not going to go to either jungler, but picked up by Cody Sun. And the team is able to get out of this one finally, as they pull the trigger a little bit quicker and get there before CLG.
Yeah, there was no smite on there for either of them. Yeah. Dardoch dipped out, went for the kick. Smithy had to kind of flash back into range, but still didn't make it over the wall there.
Really like the last scenario you see. You hardly ever see where no jungler is smiting, unless they're in the pit and they just forget to.
They're so focused on getting the other jungler out.
Right.
And then they aren't able to get the smite. It went down quite quickly. It was like 1,100, then it jumped down to 300, and it got killed by Cody.
So as guessed, Vision fading a little bit there for Immortals around Baron, as they did go for the Drake once again. 3rd Ocean of the game, so we'll get no more Ocean Drakes. 3 of a kind only.
As I look at the levels in this game, there's actually isn't much of a disparity here. It's 15 for top laners, 13 for junglers, 15 for mid laners, but then only really the bottom side. Olay hits 11, as Joey's still 9. And this is the lane that was getting smashed pretty hard, but this 60 CS advantage for Cody Sun has not grown much more, as Aframo was hit 2 items for a spike. And as these teams start powering up, this is a large gold advantage, but hold on, could be a fight.
Shot back, Cody Sun's the focus. Redemption goes down, I believe, for Immortals. It was going to be actually a CLG's. That's Joey's Redemption. Whew. And Immortals head out of this one. That's right. See Ole with the Ardent Sensor, so no redemption for them yet. Flames to the top side, and a great preventative fight from Immortals to especially not have Flame in that.
Yeah, it was a really good explosive cast from Big Smithy. That could have been those 2 main damage, those of Pobelter and Cody Sun going down. Damage got split a little bit between them, and Pobelter and Cody Sun both having to blow the flash off of that. So that's exactly what you want to see from a Gragas explosive cast. Maybe a little bit more damage behind it.
Flame
Great
just
Weaver's Wall.
eating up the cupcakes. Aframo can't even get forward to take the shots. Like you said, the wall disengaging the rest of the team.
Yeah, when everybody's playing scared and back like that, you just cut it off there through the inhibitor or through the turret, and they can't really position onto it, and that's the inhibitor down.
IMT looks to play it safe. They don't want to push themselves too far into this. It's like they may have a bit more Baron buff to use. They get to that bot lane fast. The ping just came down.
And now it's the reset. They still have about 45 seconds on Baron. It'll take them about that long to run across the map and get 8 waves. But it looks like that bottom side and mid will be where they'll continue to push between those two. Put your bottom laners into the mid and swap it up with your teleport and your semi-global on the bottom side. They show up with this last little bit on the Baron buff. Take over the jungle too. But yeah, Counterlogic Gaming, you can definitely see there's stress on their bottom lane in just these matchups here.
It shows you really how fragile the structure of a team is in the end, right?
I mean, you're like, we got rid of 1 player.
Yeah.
He's out and sick. And it caused us to bring in a guy that doesn't play the same role, so we have to swap a guy playing that role who hasn't played it for 4.5 years. It's a very different beast, even though he plays it in solo queue. Playing alongside a support that you've never played with before, it's a 2-man lane.
Right.
So they definitely suffered early. The pick for themselves really didn't do a whole lot.
It becomes a small second nature things that you, Aframo and, I was going to say that he has a support, but it's Stixay and Aframo. I'm like, Aframo and, yeah, the support he plays with. They have those moments where if one of them walks forward, the other one knows what's going to happen. Pobelter knows what's going to happen. He goes down. 53 seconds on the clock here.
Yeah, he just got caught
CLG
out.
doesn't look like they want to go forward too much on that.
And that's exactly what CLG need, though. They need those picks to delay the game, to get them more items. And this wasn't even an explosive cast. This was just Hui going right after him. And that's a pickup there, much needed to alleviate some of this pressure. They can take a little bit of their jungle back, even dare to take a fight in the next 25 seconds while Pobelter is down.
Gaining their resources right now, just trying to deny what should be theirs to Immortals. Flame's gonna take control of bot lane once again, but he may find Hui quite fast. The last few kills have allowed Hui to get some penetration in that build, so it's really starting to hurt if he can stay in the face of these squishies.
And Hui has been quite good for the majority of the split, I would say. He's a guy who got a lot of flack last year for Counterlogic Gaming. And
yeah, absolutely.
Like, oh man, he can only play like 1 or 2 champions. And then he goes on the stage, plays Rebellion Soul incredibly well. And I feel like his style, back when he was on Team Fusion, way back in the day, first came over to North America, was to split push, to play Assassins, LeBlanc, Cassidy, Zed. Still a little bit in that same vein here with the Ahri, but the guy definitely knows how to assassinate some people and to play a split-pushing type style without having teleport. So I like seeing him on champions like Ahri or even Echo, I think, are great fits for him. In this game, he can show that the pressure's on, but he's got a little bit of that clutch factor. He realizes Pobelter took a step too far forward. And even though they're behind, he goes for those plays. He knows his damage.
Triggers a bit of that star power.
He's getting there, right? He's got to give away all his resources. Hold on, Sun return.
Good. GA be okay in this situation. The redemption is well now finished for Ole, so we'll be watching both of those create some diagrams on the ground for us. As both teams try to get that last bit of sustain in for each other. Immortals has been really good about not going for a full engage to get monsooned out, to get it disengaged, and making sure that can never happen in the fight. Every time they're in a fight, it seems like everybody can get to who they want.
And they have to do it quickly, too. Immortals, you know, they can play front to back, but their damage starts to teeter off a little bit. The Ezreal will pick up as he gets full build, but hold on. Oh, he's gone.
Monsoon's there, but there may still be the follow-up. Not this time. Joey almost being able to help Xmithy. Stops any further kills, but it may just be the turrets with him being down. A big body for the team to stop this siege. It looks like Immortals will take control now. Another power play towards the mid lane. 14 to 8, 34 minutes in. The second inhibitor will fall. And the bottom minion wave is prepped and ready to be brought in.
Yeah, and they're just going to set up for this. Could be the Baron as well. For Immortals, there's no Xmithy for 20 seconds here for Counter Logic Gaming. I feel like this is one that you start up. Xmithy can't get there in time. You do enough damage with the Mountain Drake, and then you go for it.
Fuhi trying to squeeze out the last bit of damage with some elixir purchases here on the side of Counter Logic Gaming. 4,000 HP for the Baron. Nobody's going to try to skip in. They can't even get him to stop, and now they have to be careful of being routed.
Oh, what's Fuhi doing?
Top inhibitor is going to get some minion love for the time being, so if CLG stays in a fight, they can start to lose some base.
Darshan caught out.
Can't really protect the GA.
Whoa,
Joey in a crazy spot, puts himself there, goes down.
Oh.
Tries to get the exhaust out as well for the rest of the team to follow up on some kills. Afromu kiting backwards, flash over the wall. Hit forward from Ole. He may stay alive, but the heal comes back. And I believe he did get a bit of health on that one. Afromu now finds himself in a 2v1 situation. You just can't get away from this team. Immortals with the chase down and the 4 kills.
Yep, Flame gonna try to end the game now. Goes to the top side with the TP. Has the Baron buff up, and it's only Xmithy to defend.
Slowly but surely. Oh, here we go. Cavalry returning. Xmithy says, GG, have some Gatorade. We're good to go. Bring it to the next game. A strong showing here in game 1. Methodical, knowing what they needed to do and not going overboard with any of their plays. Immortals, 18 to 10 with a 14,000 gold lead. Take game 1 over CLG.
Like you said, Riv, it was methodical for them.
Yeah.
They knew that they would have that bottom lane advantage with the matchup. Continued to shove Joey and Afromu in. Took no mercy on that bottom lane. Made sure that that was the lane that was getting shoved. They got that turret by themselves. Dardoch camped for top and shut down the Fiora, so they didn't have to worry about a split push threat. And the game plan from Immortals looked on point there. And it was executed well.
Yeah, absolutely. The Karma Ezreal on the bot lane, not farming the waves too hard, and making sure they always had Afromu and Joey at the halfway point of the lane, hitting them with Mystic Shots, hitting them with Soul Flares, Inner Flames, and really able to control that lane. Top side, Dardoch said, okay, they're going to take a Fiora. We banned out that Camille. Darshan wants to try and carry. We'll shut that down early, too.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you need to do. It was a repeat gank after the flash was blown, and then it really was just kind of downhill for there. Darshan ends the game 1-5-1. Most deaths, second most deaths on his team. And call out Joey for a second. 6-4. I mean, the guy barely got any sleep. Told that he has to come in and play his first professional game.
Most of those kills were kind of the wandering ones where you're like, hey, I'm going to ward. You second guess and you say, maybe someone's in that bush, I'm going to ward. In the LCS, when you say maybe to yourself, you have to just say yes. And you either call for help or you ward from over a wall or you length sweep at that point, because it's always going to be the situation where you go down.
Yeah, they got killed in lane, got killed while roaming, got killed while trying to ward. And once that advantage is given up, then the enemy team controls the whole game and you don't get a chance to ward. You walk up, you get picked, you're dead. You're not a tanky support. You don't have a Kalista or anything like that to keep you safe. And you can see even just from the damage, the Caitlyn incredibly low in this game because of the fact that you're bullied from this poke distance and you're just kind of shut down by lane matchups. But I will say, you can see Hui really trying to hold on to this game. Very close to being the second highest damage in the game. behind a fed Ezreal and a Talia that was just constantly throwing out these Qs and roaming on top of it too. Pobelter did a really great job, but I will say Hui definitely deserves some credit here for how long they stayed in this game.
Absolutely, and it's just kind of seeing the fundamental composition come out from IMT, things that they've played in the past but are also showing here in Week 9. They took away Chronologic Gaming's Aurelion Sol. They took away that Lulu to make anything else comfortable. A Shen in the top lane. So CLG's not even really able to just kind of revert back to things that feel comfortable in that lane.
Yeah, but you also look at the draft where the first pick from Immortals was a little strange because it was the Karma. And you're like, okay, is that really like first pickable over a Malzahar? But if you think about the way that the lane goes, this was a plan to just shove the bottom lane in the whole game. So no matter how the draft went from there, it was like Karma will push the wave, will constantly keep them under their turret. The next thing that Immortals banned, like you said, Aurelion Sol, Zyra, something that could possibly match the shove of the Karma with the plants and the harass. So they made sure that they had a winning bottom lane, and they kind of pushed Joey off of champions that would have any effect on the lane except to keep Aphromoo safe. So they kind of had to take the brunt of what was going on there from Immortals, and it was set up from the get-go.
I think looking at this, we'll probably see the Lulu banned out next game. Joey playing the Janna this time may actually kind of favor the Karma in the next game, having the shields, giving a little more speed up and utility for the rest of the team to control the fight a little bit better.
Yeah, they may pick the Karma early for themselves on Counterlogic Gaming side, and that could be something that alleviates some pressure on that bottom side, because the reason Janna works in solo queue is you'll make it to those team fights, but teams are incredibly proactive in organized play, and Janna underneath a turret the whole game doesn't really get to do much. You shield the turret, but there's all these shoving supports right now that push and have mini wave advantage, so you don't get level 2 first. You don't get to take those trades, right? That's why, like, Soraka will be annoying in solo queue, right? Because you're like, oh, I can't get this guy out of lane. But in pro play, it's like, no, you don't have to get him out of lane. You just have to kill all the minions instead of the other guy. Get him on the turret, keep hitting him with skill shots like Ezreal and Karma, and you're good to go.
All right, well, we are going into Game 2, but we have to take a quick break. So sorry. When we return, it's Game 2 between CLG and Immortals. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
How you feeling, Joey?
Confident.
Confident? Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
You're not nervous a little bit?
Not even.
Really?
Everyone that said that is lying, bro. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not though.
Yeah, we can get her. We can end. Look at our...
Hey, Caitlyn!
Watch Ari behind, okay? Look at our wave top. Yeah, I'm fine.
Ari backside, Ari backside.
Okay.
Glass.
Dragus, just move forward.
Oh, Ari killed me. She's really low though.
Hey, we going. Keep going.
Push with the wave. Push with the wave. Push. Kayle no flash. Kayle no flash. Go for Kate. Go for Kate. Kate no flash.
Hey, just push, guys.
Redemption.
Kate no flash.
Just
go push.
Push.
I got it.
Nice.
I'm going top.
Can we end?
Yeah.
I'm a lifesteal.
puts him in position to see that Contracts has done some type of different route. So that could tip Dardoch off to this, but he's got to be careful. He starts up red buff. There's
Here
Contracts.
comes the Rengar. He's empowered. He's got the kill, and Contracts strikes back from the first game.
Hey everyone, Jat here. In Week 8 of the 2017 North American LCS Spring Split, we saw Rengar a total of 11 times. In 2 of those 11 games, Rengar attempted to counter jungle during his initial route. In one instance, Rengar picked up first blood and went on to carry the game. In the other, he was collapsed upon by the enemy team and became first blood. This week on the breakdown, we're going to look at Rengar's jungle paths and what leads to the success or failure of an early game invade. Let's get into it. All 11 Rengar games this weekend involve a Raptor buff start. This is the starting camp for most Rengars, as it packs enough experience to give him level 2 off the small Raptors, allowing for a faster clear of the large Raptor. From there, the Rengar's diversified into 3 general routes. First, we'll cover the red side 3-camp route. Since Rengar often falls low from Raptors, conservative jungling is common, meaning you start at Raptors, move to red buff, and then clear Krugs before recalling. This clear gives a large amount of experience and gold, but leaves Rengar at low health. It does, however, allow him a fairly early gank timing, as well as items to keep him out on the map for a long time after his first recall. The second route is to rush level 4 by clearing 5 camps. This involves a Raptor start, red buff, then Wolves, blue buff, and finally Gromp. This is the preferred route if Rengar wants to hit level 4 as fast as possible while taking both of his buffs off the map, but it does delay when Rengar can threaten the opponent team. The third route we'll cover is the invade route utilized by Contracts and Dardoch in Week 8. Again, it was a Raptor buff start into red buff, then onto Wolves. Yet from there, they moved into river and attempted to either steal the enemy red or kill the enemy at red. Keep in mind that for this to work, it requires a high level of teamwork, even if it looks at first like a solo invade. So now that we're familiar with the routes, let's look at a successful invade by Cloud9's Contracts. First off, since Rengar is normally taken low by Raptors, and since it's nearly suicidal to invade with low HP, Rengar requires a good pull from his teammates in order to invade. Impact's Maokai helps out substantially on the camp by stacking 2 saplings. He takes a small Raptor for his trouble, but thanks to the saplings, Contracts still hits level 2 quickly, and most importantly, with nearly full health. Once he's finished his initial route, a healthy Contracts sneaks through the river as Immortals bot lane moves toward Contracts' blue. Unfortunately for Immortals, this isn't a dead giveaway that Contracts is invading, as his blue could still be standing thanks to Contracts doing a 3-camp red side start. Contracts then runs inside the red buff brush right as Dardoch hits the camp, and leaps from the brush, quickly eliminating Dardoch for first blood. Seems easy, right? What could go wrong? Well, let's look at Dardoch's similar invade against Phoenix 1 a day later. While Dardoch has no Maokai on his team, he still receives a generous pull, with both Pobelter's Ahri and Flame Shen damaging his Raptor camp. Dardoch hits level 3 with high health, then moves to the river, but this time, it's warded. You may ask, why is a ward in the river to spot Dardoch, but was absent from the river to spot Contracts? The answer lies completely in the mid laners. Previously, when Contracts invaded Dardoch, Jensen had total control of mid lane, and Pobelter hadn't moved to the river to use his Trinket Ward. Unfortunately for Dardoch, Pobelter doesn't exert enough pressure onto Ryu, so Ryu moves into river at level 2 and places that critical ward. And Dardoch has no idea. While he thinks he's being sneaky by juking around Kallista's Sentinel, he's actually in sight of P1 the entire time. Also, Dardoch makes the mistake of jumping to and detonating the blast cone before entering red buff, only making his escape more difficult. Since P1 saw Dardoch enter for the invade, Meteos patiently paths around the backside of Dardoch as Stunt and Arrow move to collapse. And even though Dardoch attempts to flash to safety, he falls to Arrow for first blood. Looking back, the outcomes of these Rengar invades are polar opposites, despite having the same idea. Consider the added factor of scouting and mind games as well. Dardoch mentioned in his post-game interview that he had actually done the 3-camp invade path against Contracts and scrims and should have been ready for it. But again, as shown by Phoenix 1, the invade can be stifled if the mid laner places an early ward in river. These early game decisions are small, but can have massive consequences. If Dardoch had used his knowledge of Rengar's pathing to inform Pobelter that he needed an early ward in mid lane,
there's a high chance Pobelter could have found the time to place it, and Contracts may have never had his 15-kill Rengar game. Likewise, had Phoenix 1 let their focus drop early and not prep defenses for an early Rengar invade, Dardoch may have pounced to an early lead instead of giving the enemy AD carry red buff. As we saw plenty of times this week, these type of high-risk, high-reward invades can leave a team struggling for early game energy or break a game wide open. It's really all in the details.
Well, now that we'll all be banning Rengar in our games tonight, welcome back to CLG versus Immortals. Coming out of that game 1, Dardoch picking up player of the game. Pretty flashy plays throughout the mid, but also starting off in that top lane to give Darshan some pretty good trouble.
Yeah, Darshan had a lot of trouble that game, but Dardoch definitely all over the place. Highest KP on the team and did a great job on that Lee Sin. And talking about that Darshan top lane and how it went wrong, the pause that happened for the bug with the Fiora W, it's actually a known bug. And all the teams are actually emailed from our referee and from the league a list of known bugs on every patch and told that if you pick the champion, these are not considered game-breaking bugs. If the interaction does happen, a remake will not be given to the team. So Fiora W is actually listed in one of these interactions with Nautilus passive specifically.
Right.
So the game was not remade because the team should be aware that that is the risk that they take when they take Fiora into that matchup as per the rule set.
All right, thank you, Zyrene. We are into game 2 for picks and bans. And let's see what phase 1 has. Darshan still getting hit on the carries as Camille comes out. Caitlyn from the side of CounterLogic Gaming this time. See how they feel coming into game 2. Obviously see the Emperor will have a few more champions to put in that AD carry spot. It doesn't just have to be the Caitlyn, and that is by their own hand. It's taking all of their time to figure out what they can get out of this next pick and ban phase, and Shen is there for, or second ban, I should say.
Yeah, and I don't assume CounterLogic Gaming will ban the Lulu. They'll probably pick it for themselves first if they can. The Rumble ban away from Immortals, kind of lining up with what they were looking to not have picked last time. I think Rengar, Lulu, Graves, all still very first pickable right now. Very dangerous champions. The fact that the Caitlyn is on the table and the Rengar ban comes through means that CounterLogic Gaming.
Great.
Okay, so yeah, I think you first pick Lulu here. You go no-brainer.
That Lulu.
Or if, oh my God, all right.
Wowzer.
Maybe.
Preference.
Maybe. It's just
maybe takes it.
That Joey may not be very adept on that champion. It's a question because that's definitely going to give it over to Immortals.
Still makes the lane not as volatile, but you're still going to get poked by Help Picks and Glitter Lance. Doesn't hurt as much as a Karma Q.
Yeah, but it means you get Karma yourself, and I assume that they're saying
we were thinking that
the difference in the top lane or top tier in jungle with Rengar Graves off the table is Gragas might be next for both of these junglers in terms of how much you help your team and tankiness. But yeah, it just goes back to what he had last time. And so really, CLG not getting anything out of this draft that they didn't have last time, whereas Immortals are going to pick up the Lulu for their troubles. You can see all smiles for the team that's already locked in playoffs.
Yeah, it's a good point. Hardly any pressure here for these guys as they had to make some changes this week. Karma does get that lock in. It might just steal the bot lane that Immortals had last time to keep it nice and safe, but it's going to actually be the Ashe lock-in. This was banned by CounterLogic Gaming last game.
Yep. Banned in their second round after they had picked up the Caitlyn for themselves, but the Caitlyn ban came through on their own side because they wanted to first pick the Gragas. And that's the Nautilus locked in very quickly for Immortals. Another top lane Nautilus picked here in their second round. Making sure that Flame is on one of those tanks when Rumble is banned away, when Camille is banned away. And the Fiora ban as well from Immortals. So throw that out, even though I have a feeling that Darshan didn't really want to play that again.
Yeah.
Kind of sucks when that happens, but the teams should be aware. Syndra ban, same thing as last time for CounterLogic Gaming, but it was the Syndra and the Ashe. And no Zyra ban will come out this time either.
Let's see if that Zyra is going to be anywhere on the ban list.
I wonder if Immortals will go for Aurelion Soul ban here, but they do get last pick, so they would be able to counter with whatever they think is suitable.
It'd be a pretty awesome composition for CLG. Do get an Aurelion Soul in. Having anything global along with another global, pretty strong.
Yeah, I feel like you just don't risk it against Counter Logic Gaming.
Globals in general.
Yeah, you don't get a lot of chances to play against Aurelion Souls or ones that are even as good as Huhi's.
Yeah.
I mean, his name is pretty much becoming synonymous with Aurelion Soul. I saw a thread that was like, hey, it's Aurelion Soul's birthday the other day. And people were like, happy birthday, Hui. No, it's not how it works.
It's like Kleenex. Yeah, that's a tissue. It's like
Yeah.
Aurelion Soul. That's a Hui. So we have Ezreal getting locked out from the side of Immortals. What will it be? What will it be? Cody's son showing
Lucian?
the beauty of Urgot.
I think it's Lucian.
Said Lucian earlier in the start of this series.
Ah.
But back to the Varus.
Varus plus Lulu normally wouldn't have been a really good combo, but now you have a decent amount of wave
it's
clear with the
amazing.
Varus, with the Q, but you're not going for those lethality builds as often anymore. The higher win rate builds are those crit builds, the auto attack based builds, when Lulu will give you more bonus attack speed with her W, with her Whimsy, giving you a little bit more oomph there. And Fizz, blind pick for Huhi.
People forget about Varus's passive attack speed.
Wait, actually, that might not be for Huhi. Could be a top lane Fizz.
Absolutely. Darshan's been trying to play carries. He has 2 banned out against him. Why wouldn't he try to pick a 3rd one? And that's going to be possibly a Jace lock-in for the mid lane.
Or double flex.
Or it's Afro mid.
But yeah, you can play Bruiser Fizz top lane. You can play Jace in both of them. Darshan has Teleport and Ignite, which is a throwback to back when you would play Fizz in the top side.
His little changes make him pretty powerful.
Yeah, the DPS, the overall DPS, because of the W, it ticks 3 times instead of 4, I believe, and which means that the DPS is increased by about 33%, and so you just end up, doing more damage if it's a prolonged fight. And last pick, Vladimir here for Pobelter, and so they have until 20 seconds on the clock to swap around their champions and discuss who's going where. But I think you're taking some Ignites for Counter Logic Gaming.
Yikes, this setup though. Darshan could have a lockdown character. Fishing with Chum the Water is locked down by a cask, displaced into an arrow. Gonna be a tough game for IMT to sort out positioning in these fights. But if they're ahead in the early game, then I don't have to be worried about anything. They start the fights just like they did last time. They pummel through a 14,000 gold lead to end game 1 for Immortals. So if you can get that momentum rolling again, you will have no trouble. Early, mid, or late.
See if they're able to get it going again. That bottom lane is going to be a little bit rougher, though. Trying to get an advantage from. They do have the Karma. They have the Ashe. They have substantial wave clear. And now we know the Fizz will be in the top lane here for Darshan. The first top lane Fizz in North America. We'll see if he goes for the Bruiser build. I don't assume it's an AP one, but no, it's something he can get a large advantage with if he starts going off. That's going to be a very heavy physical damage-based composition for Counter Logic Gaming.
Yeah, lots of fighting, too. Just at the last second, I looked over before they loaded into the splash screen, and Joey had changed from Exhaust to Ignite. Kill lanes everywhere.
Yeah.
It's going to be good.
Everybody's taking those Ignites ever since the Exhaust nerf.
Yeah.
Even Vladimir's got it because Ghost was nerfed.
Gotta be careful with that. Don't burn yourself. We're getting into game 2 here. It is Counter Logic Gaming versus Immortals. CLG looking to stay in this series. Immortals need these victories to look for that playoff spot.
Yep, win will not get Immortals into the playoffs just yet. They still have to play Dignitas tomorrow, and pending the results of the FlyQuest matchups, we'll see what happens there. Cody-san taking fervor of battle here, so definitely a very auto-attack-based build for him will be coming through. Wonder what he'll go for. I've seen some Blade of the Rune King builds. I've seen some crit builds on the Varus. And the reason that people build attack speed on him isn't just because lethality is not as good anymore for him or the nerfs to his Q. It's also that his passive got buffed a few months ago now when he got slightly changed to give him bonus attack speed based off of his bonus attack speed he already has. So it will compound on itself.
Feel like attack speed?
It has a bonus attack
speed. Attack speed.
Exactly. It's a bonus attack speed ratio on something that gives him that bonus attack speed. So building it gives you more. It was to encourage him to be more of an auto attacker, less of the Legolas build. And so now he's fitting more into that design area here.
It's an interesting feel as well, because if you're not like a Varus player, you may not even realize that's happening when you kind of kill a unit and figure out that attack speed is coming in.
Feels good though.
But it feels good when you're able to use it, understand where you need to be positioning, and get a few extra shots in.
Feels good, man.
See how Cody does. Looks like quiet starts on the home front for everybody. A little bit of a pull towards Raptors and a blue start for Dardoch.
Yep.
No pull though, so they're in the bot lane, not showing it.
Yeah, you just want lane advantage here, right? And now Joey's already taken about half HP worth of damage. He's gonna have to blow a potion super early. But you can tell Immortals are putting a lot into having a lane advantage or a shove advantage. So they don't even leash for their jungler who's on the bottom side of the map.
Yep.
They just want to be in that bush. They still don't get shove advantage either.
They're like, how's it feel now? Push you into the turret. Grabbing that karma up.
Man,
Aftermath making sure he can hit the volleys. It does feel really bad. Even Ole going up with a shield. Almost blasted out by the inner flame.
Yep.
Hail of arrows actually starts to push them back.
Ignite already down.
Creates a bit of a zone. Now onto Ole. Looking for that heal if it comes in from Cody's son. Used on one side. There it is. They come out for both. They got to keep the fight going. Aframu trying to get closer. It looks like Cody's son's just going to have
level 2. There it is.
400 HP between both members until that level came up of Immortals. Flashes are still there for both members on either side.
Just blowing everything there to try and push them off the wave, have superior minion wave advantage, and get level 2 first. Aframu, though, does have the Warlord's Bloodlust, so he'll heal himself a little bit. It's actually very minor the first few levels. Darshan, let's talk about this as well, because this is a lane where he's got that Corrupting Potion, hasn't used any charges of it.
There it is.
There we go. First one comes through. But he has Ignite, and he also has Grasp of the Undying, so we're looking at a Bruiser Fizz build here. We've seen it in Europe a little bit. Wonders played it. And it can be rather effective, but it's not that same bursty Fizz.
Kyoko Siege.
Yeah.
Able to get his cannon minion, start things off 21 to 15. That top lane 23 to 13 here in the bottom with all the fighting they did early.
And you can see Cody's son already about 3/5, even 3/4 of the way up in terms of HP, whereas Aframu still struggling to get back to full. There are no potions bottom, but still flashes. Makes it a really interesting lane, because usually a jungler will be like, no flashes, I'm on my way. But no potions, you usually don't say, I'm on my way. But you could force them back, though, if you do get any even damage on them.
Both privy to the timing of ignites and heals. They should come up at the same time so they can let each other know. Piercing arrow, not as effective as before. See that fall off due to the change. And Joey doing nice trading between Ole and Cody's son. The pressure from them has not kind of turned him around this game.
And because Joey and Aframu have been under turret this whole time, they haven't had opportunities to get wards down. You can see Aframu still has a ward able to be placed. Xmithy's going to come down to the bottom side. He's going to run into Dardoch, though. A good hop away.
Good thought from Joey as well to come back. CLG trying to work together a little bit more every time they get a chance. As Dardoch returns to that jungle, it looks like Pobelter having Googie pushed into no mana gives them a bit more aggression. Bot getting pushed in, Xmithy can't help. Mid's getting pushed in, Xmithy can't help.
Yeah, everybody kind of taking their own CS hits. The top lane's the only one that really is kind of even here. Whereas mid lane, Pobelter has a pretty big advantage for himself. The tier back comes through. Look at this, flash forward, try and get the slow. Dardoch, look for Afro.
He hits it, safeguard out. Only one shot comes through, and not much you can even do as a support in that situation. First kill coming through for Dardoch.
Dardoch again, first blood. Got it in the previous game. When it goes the other side of the map, and this has been a fighting lane back and forth. And you see Aframu, looks like he might be going for Blade of the Ruined King, Runan's build for Ashe. We've been seeing this a little bit more. Blade of the Ruined King, Runan's Hurricane, and a Black Cleaver to top it all off. All right, let's go high level right now. Joey could have flashed in front of that Q. Unlucky, man.
Oh,
no.
Glitter! Taken down, and in this instance, both wards are up for Aframu and Joey.
Yeah.
And they had just seen Dardoch bot. They had pushed up past Tribrush and still We didn't get that vision down yet.
Yeah, it just looked like a desync there too,
Yeah.
where Afro wasn't quite back to lane after dying. Smithy up on the top side. They're trying to stay in front of the anchor, so he's forced to flash.
Pops himself. Ooh, almost gets the anchor toss, but a playful twister from Darshan. And they are just on the top side of that Sonic Wave. Pushing the mid lane from Huhi. That was even a roam from Cobelter. We'll see this one fully.
Yeah, that's a one-on-one there. Joey had to use his Ignite previously to try and get a counter kill. But he goes down there to Olay, and that's a kill for the bloodthirsty support.
A solid giggle should do the trick, right? Another head towards top lane, hoping Darshan might use Chum the Waters as he just comes up around 6. Still down though. Maybe just here to see what Xmithy might be trying to put down for a counter gank. Immortals getting a bit more confident with their roaming up towards the river here. You can see Cody-san is actually alone in the bot lane right now. Ole is just on party duty with everyone else.
Yeah, he's got mobility boots super early in the game instead of a sight zone, so he gets to roam around and run around at hyperspeed looking for ganks, looking for any opportunity where somebody wouldn't expect him to be there. It's kind of the thing you notice when you're playing in high solo queue, even in like Diamond 1, the difference between a Diamond 1 support and the support that is in Challenger or Masters is the one that roams around and just the top laner goes, why is he here? How is he here? After every back, he'll try something and like gank mid lane from the top side of the river, and you're just like, why is he there? It's that big early game snowball. Like I've sometimes had Afromu in my games randomly, like, what is he doing here? And he'll just play Morgana, roam to bottom lane, and then roam to top lane through the lane and throw a bind. It's like, what is he doing here?
By the way, 5-minute top support gank.
Oh yeah, it's frustrating, it'll tilt you.
Flame finding another gank, getting out quite easily. That's the second time he's found himself under pressure and just been able to kind of walk out. His sums being down as well means nicely diffusing what CLG is trying to put on the Rift right now. Whoa. That is one dangerous ward clear. They decide to actually not go on it. A nice push in from Cody-san and Ole here, and CLG has to respect it.
They have to run because Cobelter.
Oh, Chain of Corruption. Joey tries to stay just out of range, but in range to help. There's almost no saving Afromu or himself from these ganks. IMT is just putting too many members down there.
Yeah, the flash Chain of Corruption there from Cody-san. This will be the bottom turret being the first turret that goes down again here. Immortals, first blood to Dardoch, first turret, bottom side again.
Moving very quickly on their advantages to not give CLG a time to react. Fugi to start off and engage here. Cobelter should be able to get out in some form. He would have been either a pool to the rest of his team or just healing himself back up. Mid lane push from Huhi here isn't really getting him the lead, but could get damage on that turret for a later opening of the map.
Yeah, it's actually interesting how the builds are going as well for everybody. Cody-san and Afromu are investing in a Blade of the Ruined King first. That item is just so powerful. It's kind of like the old Bloodthirster where people really wanted lifesteal and they would build Bloodthirster first. This gives you access to a decent amount of lifesteal very early in the game. The attack speed is kind of a multiplicative stat. You'll wait until you have other things that go on top of that. Which is why like the original Blade of the Ruined King maybe wasn't as desirable. But also Executioner's Calling in the mid lane very early for Huhi. Yeah. So his build is going to take a while before it gets a lot of damage. But he's building to kind of counter the lifesteal that you'll have from the Varus, but also just the lifesteal that you'll have just from being against Vladimir. So specifically for lane, an incredibly early Executioner's Calling. I would actually say probably one of the earliest, if not the earliest, we've seen this split.
Mark it down. We'll write it in. Also feels good when you have these a build, say for, as we said for Cody-san, and how sometimes the builds can change. When you do see your opponent going for a lifesteal or something, you can almost match, right? Especially since it's not too much of an expensive build. Sometimes you'll be like, oh no, I can only get a pickaxe to that BF sword. A little bit easier this time around, and it feels real good, like you said, to have that lifesteal early. 11 minutes coming up on the clock for this. 3K in the favor of Immortals. They slowly press their advantages here. Looking for a first Ocean Drake. They had 3 last game. Keeping that pretty consecutive for themselves.
Let's see what the next one is afterwards, too. It could be more of the same. Smithy in the area. Joey on the other side. Might be a flank here. Oh, arrow on Cody-san.
Smithy very low. Cobelter actually onto Hugi. Afromu in a bad spot as he gets kicked in right next to Cody-san. Follow-up damage finally comes through. Charges up that piercing arrow, and a kill for Dardoch goes in. Xmithy limps away from this. Darshan TP was used as well. So that pressure on the top turret is lost.
And there is absolutely no mercy from Immortals on this bottom lane. Last game, it was the 6 deaths for Joey.
Yeah.
Now, we already see Aframu 3 of the 4. And Joey's the other one. It's just this bottom lane getting destroyed. Darshan's doing well on the top side of the map. Up about 30 CS for himself. Did math correctly this time.
Well done. I see the calculator there.
What?
I'm just kidding.
You calling out my abacus, bro?
500 gold lead for Darshan, actually, on that top side. And you can see the rest of the leads in here. Dardoch getting himself pretty buffed up here in the early game. Team's behind him on these picks. He feels good if he can get in, kind of make a few of those star power plays that builds his confidence in the game, and he plays that much better. It's kind of like he charges up throughout the entire game.
He's heating up.
He's a better Dardoch. Yeah, he's heating up. He's on fire.
Yeah. Dardoch, though, getting those first bloods definitely sets him off on the right foot. He gets Snowball. 2 kills at the moment for himself. Blade the Rune King complete for Cody-san, who has one of those other kills. But then the solo kill was that Olay kill. Hold on, trying to change it up here. Ash Arrow from the bush, almost. Hold on, wait, that's... I didn't say Ash Arrow. I meant the carrot.
Gets the carrot. Kind of looked like a pizza for a second. But he gets him with the carrot. That's good, though. You need to eat your vegetables. Cody-san did use heal to get out of that one. CLG finally starts to put a mark on the board here. That's actually the first kill, but where'd it go? Darshan, the one they've been trying to get on these carries. See if they can keep the pressure. Wards are there somewhat. IMT's moving in with power here, so they could be able to push CLG off.
Yep. Darshan has a Sheen, so this turret will take a decent amount of damage here. Flame will push out the bottom side of the map. No teleport available, so this is... Dardoch just trying to buy time as Pobelter tries to get in position, and they wait. Hold on, right in the bad position.
This little dance out, Pobelter has been trying to get through this red buff area for the past 15 seconds. Saw Huki, tried to go right, and then got pinched by Afro. The warding has paid off for CLG, and they get another one.
Man, I thought we didn't have a crowd in here for a while. Everyone was so silent when Immortals was winning these games. Now, with that, a kill back.
Dardoch silencing Joey on that one. Slows him down with the barrel, making sure he has Xmithy on the cask, belly flop back. Able to stop any more auto attacks to come through.
Here comes Oleg.
Oh,
the monster support.
Whimsy was used, so he doesn't have that speed up just yet.
Boots
also
are gone.
gets slowed. Yeah, boots are not. He is done for the chase. Blade of the Rune King finished up for Cody-san. Saw that being used for him, as he's still getting pieced together for Aframu. But the kills and assists are starting to trickle in for CLG.
Yeah, the kill onto Huhi there, keeping himself 1 in that. Picking it up on Pobelter. Black Cleaver looks like it'll be what's in store for him as the first item here off that phase. And I like that because I was talking about it on Champion Select. This is pretty much an all physical damage composition. It's not like having an Elise jungle where you can go the Meteos route and have so much AP and build some penetration. This is just Runic Echoes for the Gragas, and then he'll build tank. He'll do some percent HP with his W, but Drunken Rage is not enough to really be a huge amount there. Ah, they're looking for a nice little sneaky carrot. We'll see.
Will the waters be chummed? They will not.
Yeah, get him under turret and then maybe go for it then. And it gives time though.
They do have no vision on Dardoch, so things may be tempered for just a moment. Top lane has Ole and Joey just kind of dancing about the 2-step in the river here. Ward control seems to be Joey's way back into lane. Aframu is farming it out under the turret, so not too much pressure actually created in that situation. Just a whole bunch of stopping the roams and making sure top lane is safe to farm. Minute and a half onto Mountain Drake. This focus might change for the teams here from that top lane.
And the game is kind of slowed down a little bit here, which is exactly what Counter Logic Gaming want, so they can scale up a bit, that they can get a little bit out of this hole, because Immortals are really just, they punish the bottom lane heavily. They got about a 40 CS advantage for themselves. With their top lane, Darshan is kind of hanging on there. Darshan and Hui both trying to bring this game back for Counter Logic Gaming, using those solo laners, the guys, the regulars. Is Dardoch looking for something topside?
He's going to be patient about it. Cody-san still has a way to walk. And they see Ole right now, so that may actually be distracting CLG off of the play that's going to happen in the lane. That would have been a dead Aframu as they were focusing on Ole. Chain of Corruption goes back, no follow-up now, but a
TPs.
lot of ultimates being used left and right. That's Flame to come in.
Both cancel.
Yep. Darshan stays as he comes out of base.
No, but here comes Vladimir. Pobelter actually has inside track to flank underneath the turret. They have to get rid of this minion wave, and that's why they're not even going to give it to Ashe. They're just going to try to clear it out and now force them to go for a dive.
Even with the Ashe and the Karma, Immortals able to push through that wave, that turret. Now they get the kill onto Xmithy all the way onto Afro Moo. Dardoch heard it in his head, do it. And he took it in. They are out clean on that one. Maybe a little hurt, but nothing they can't rush off. 28K to 24. Now they're taking down the top turret. Mid is the only one left for CLG's outer ring.
Yeah, based on the position there, Counterlodge Gaming overstayed. The minimap clearly showed that Pobelter was going to get there first, who he didn't see him, and they had to take this into account. Great ultimate there from Pobelter, just increases the damage, and Afromu pretty much gets hit by 2 to 3 abilities there from 75% HP, and it's just gone. Whereas Counterlodge Gaming, now they're going to try to pick up this Drake constellation prize here.
They have a composition that could crush some turrets if they can reach it. More so would need to siege the composition to make it happen. Oh, Joey looks to be the odd man out in this one. Mountain Drake did go over to CLG as we saw. Who he had to flash out of the pit there. And now Xmithy having to, oh, wow. He gets the Sonic Wave to Resonating Strike. Blast Cone over. Dardoch can still connect this. The team is there. It might just be Flame to first tank. They're waiting for him to come in, and they're gonna wait. Ole takes the first run. They say, who wants it next? Dardoch, if he gets it, he goes down. He gets ping-ponged right back in. 1 for 1, but Xmithy went down before, so an overall 2.
The way that the Jace Q, or the Jace E works is that it takes your position when it goes off. So even if you flash and he's already buffered the ability or it starts casting, if you flash the other side of him, he's not gonna knock you to the other side of him. He's gonna knock you back to where you were. So it goes off of that direction, the direction Jace cast the spell in when it was first there.
It was interesting. Ole pulled off the turret as soon as the tanks got under, and you're like, wait a minute. So see, everybody had to flash out or get out down to the bot, and the kills come through.
Yeah, Fish does not latch on to people anymore. That was one of the changes. This right here, though, was so good from Dardoch. Doesn't go for the kick immediately, goes for the Q. Kick as the explosive cast comes out, knocks him back, and then he takes it right in the face.
Stinky feet.
That's how you die.
Back to the stinky feet? Back to the mid lane. Darshan taking Krugs. His lane is pushed in the bot lane, so he is waiting patiently for Flame to bring that back in.
Yep.
Everything's kind of fundamentals right now, and those are in favor of Immortals. The wards are pushed up. Rift Herald is something we've actually been seeing a bit lately. So as it wasn't for the first half of the spring.
The funny thing was, I was looking through Rift Herald stats a few weeks ago, and I was like, I wonder who takes the most, because there's like Rift Heralds per game, and Immortals by far and away actually took Rift Herald the most. And I was like, oh yeah, it makes sense when they have Flame and Dardoch, right? I'm like, it's Flame taking it all the time, saying, give me this Rift Herald buff, right? This game, in this series, is just Dardoch like, yo, popping off on Lee Sin, 6-1 and 3 is mine. Pre-20 minutes, when you get fed, you have the opportunity to do it.
Yep.
And that's exactly what he's doing here. The guy only missed out on 1 kill, and it was that solo kill by Ole on the bottom side of the map. Him and Ole have been pairing up and doing a great job. You can see their kill participation compared to everybody else. It's kind of a solo mission for Dardoch, and he's getting some support. Speaking of solo mission.
He feels strong. You can see the confidence in it, though. The walk back, the toying, kiting back. Won't be able to secure a red buff, but Immortals can kind of wrangle the CLG composition with one of their members. Kind of get him to walk to the beat of their own drum here. 5,000 gold in the lead, and just a little bit of pressure into the side of CLG's jungle is thwarted off. As Baron is now up, probably get some wards to the top side of the map here, but still mid and bot lane to be dropped on the side of Immortals. So gold for CLG is sitting right there.
Yeah, still 5,000 down, though, at 21 minutes. Immortals are just doing such a great job with these early game advantages off the back of Dardoch. Yeah, they don't have the vision control to really check on that top side, so you can see Counterlogic Gaming still playing it safe. Grouping as a whole. And playing off of that. They have teleport, both teams do. But Darshan, 2 levels up, level 14. He's kind of the advantage that CLG need to find a way to leverage here. He's going for Blade of the Ruined King second, so this is like that full on-attack, on-hit build in the Fizz here. He'll probably go with these 2 items, and then he'll start building towards, I assume, something like a Spectre's Cowl, maybe a GA. Get some resistances behind him.
He's got a tough task. The backline will not be an easy thing for him to get to.
I think he wants to split push a lot too, so looking for some extra turret damage. He just needs to be able to beat Flame once he hits that point. It's kind of the critical mass for split pushers is, are you stronger than anybody else on the map, especially the person that was your lane opponent? A tank, not that easy to be incredibly strong versus them because they can play safe and play passive. But it also separates them from their team where they want that frontliner, they want that tank there. I actually think it hurts CLG a little bit more because they have that super fed member. Oh, he tried to do it. He tried to get in range.
Smithy comes over, focus on Pole Belter, flashes, gets the Tides of Blood in. He pulls quickly, solo 1v1. Aframu says draw, Cody's son does. And Aframu has to flash away on that one, even with the CC ults used. Now back to the top lane. It might just be feeding time, but it hardly even touches Dardoch. He eats the fish.
They're going to go for Baron here. Immortals, they want to close this out. They want to get that large advantage for themselves. Already 6,000 up. They let Joey go. It's going to be the Baron for the price. Oh, wait. Yeah, maybe a contest. Joey's looking for something.
Ole has him on the back. A little too early without vision. A nice try, though. Whew. Joey backs out.
Another smite. Not quite on point there, but just trying to blow it up. Goes over to Ole, and 19 health was the last number that we saw there.
Gotta strive to get the redemption, Baron.
Yeah, I mean, he was trying for it. Interrupted his recall. Joey tried to go for it there. Didn't throw like a Mantra Q in, because I think he does that, and he realizes that he's dead then, because they all go, wait, he's still behind the Baron pit.
We'll take this one more time.
Yeah.
Also was a miss, Shane.
Yeah, but right now, Cody Sun just has items up over him.
Yeah.
Has a full Phantom Dancer. And Darshan tries to kind of get this back.
Says, hit the guy that can deny me movement.
Yeah.
It's the wild growth, everything.
So
the thing is Immortals has time to use that, like wild growth on a solo player, because the fight they get next time may not need it. Kind of use these skills all willy-nilly. Pole Belter.
He lives.
Proto Belt. Nicely used there to get himself into a good situation to use Zanya's. You see Joey going down as he gets caught out. A quick close in by Immortals, just kind of swamp CLG in the bot lane. They're going to be able to take down this next turret.
Yep, just pushing straight through. They have the minion wave. Darshan on the top side of the map. Gonna have to just push in. He doesn't have teleport. They're just gonna give up a lot of their base here. Counterlogic Gaming kind of rolling over.
Smithy doing his damnedest to save Afro move, but he can't give any more crowd control other than the 2.
8-1 and 4 for Dardoch.
The ultimate gets saved for what could be a final fight in the base, but this may just be it. 30 seconds on the timers here. It's actually quite low for how early in the game we are, but Immortals is moving so quickly. That time may just be long enough.
This is looking good for Immortals. Large advantage for themselves, above 12,000 now.
Yeah.
And you think about moving into tomorrow even for themselves. They're up against Dignitas. How do you exploit Dignitas? Probably that bottom lane, and also having a solid mid, and you have an active jungle. Try to keep Chaser down. Dardoch, if he performs like this, it's going to be a really interesting match up against that Dignitas that's only dropped, I believe, 2 matches now in the second half.
Yeah.
Has been looking on the up and up. They're really kind of the ones in the way of Immortals having a playoff spot, but Immortals are in the way of Dignitas. That's going to be a spicy matchup.
Can't wait. We've seen both teams, like you said, doing well. The variables of Someday and Keen on that team have been kind of off the wall in their past few weeks. Still here, CLG fending off an incredibly strong Immortals, I should say, as we continue through this game. And also a good surge for Immortals to kind of get this kind of play.
He's going for it.
Control a lead nice and easy.
No assist. 9-1
Don't touch him, it's
4.
mine. Aframu goes down, and Dardoch finds it again.
I mean, Dardoch is actually building like Blade of the Ruined King too. They're just going for kills.
Aframu instantly down. Flame is going to stand here and shake everybody's hand until the rest of the team can come and party. Tanuhi going down. Joey's going to get taken 11. Could we get a triple kill here? Smithy to make it 12. And he connects the resonating strike. He can't even see it. It's amazing.
12-1-4 for Dardoch. He's going off this game, getting all of those kills. Got the first blood. He hasn't let up, though.
The rest of the team riding this wave of power Dardoch has created since first blood, first turret, 2 consecutive games in a row on Counter Logic Gaming. And they're going to start some of the finishing touches on the final inhibitor turrets of the game. Aphromoo in mid to keep the minion waves out, but it's about keeping Immortals out. They may not need minions at this point.
Yeah, Dardoch throwing those Qs out. You know he'll take them.
At this point, it's always taken.
Huh?
There it is.
We went in.
Almost can't even follow it, moving so fast. Another one onto Aphromoo, takes him down before he can even get away. Pole Belter onto Xmithy to make sure he has no re-entry into the fight. And it's onto Hugi. What a hook from Flame between the turrets. Take him down as well. Pole Belter picks up another kill for himself. CLG's trying to find solace on the fountain as their Nexus turrets start to get a hit up. Cody's son trailing into the base on the caboose, coming in slow to finish off with the team. And they will look for a few more kills, 21-4. 17,000 gold lead as the minions are the only one focused on the Nexus right now. Darshan now locked down. Joey trying to get back out, but he's in chains. And the turret, or the Nexus, finally falls. Immortals take down Counter Logic Gaming, 2-0.
Huge brawl at the end there, but they're just going for blood. Dardoch ends the game, 13-2-5. Putting the team on his back a bit there, but that was definitely a team effort from Immortals. The punishing of the bottom lane happened again. Kept them a little bit under turret. Was able to bring down Dardoch at the right time. Another first blood went over. And they really did prey on the fact that the CLG bottom lane hadn't worked together before. Substitution comes through and then a role swap. Not the best series for these guys. But Immortals looking better and better as the split has gone on.
Good to see them as well keep a steady head throughout these games. It was a little messy in the early game, especially sometimes on the bot side. Summoners being blown, 2v2 fights until level 3 coming in as they fight throughout the levels. But once they had that lead, the measures they took to gain more advantages, they didn't overreach, they didn't stay too long. They played a good fundamental game, even though they were far ahead the whole time.
Yeah, I like the trade bottom where everybody used their non-flash summoner spells just to try and stop CLG from getting level 2 first. And it actually worked for Immortals. They were able to get level 2 first and then continue to bully that lane a little bit and kept going back and forth. But then Jungler came in, Dardoch came in at the right time. They got some kills, and then it just seemed to kind of be a dropping of the ball there for Counter Logic Gaming.
Yeah.
But I feel as though Counter Logic Gaming, they have already locked in a playoff spot for themselves. Don't know exactly what seed just yet, but Immortals, they moved to 8-9, the same record as Dignitas. So whoever wins for that matchup of Immortals versus Dignitas tomorrow, winner has a playoff spot.
Right. I think it could be a pretty versatile matchup. I want to say that because the mid laners have such, I'd say, diverse champion pools. They may play what each other play, but never kind of, I feel, on the same day, right? Keen's not going to take a Vladimir the same way Pole Belter would. Keen's going to go for that Azir or something else crazy. And so that, I feel, is going to be an awesome matchup.
Yeah, and you throw Talia in there, which we just saw from Pole Belter today, showing that he does play a lot of different champions. But the Lee Sin back-to-back for Dardoch, looking at the damage done in this game, the highest damage was the Vladimir with 17,985. Dardoch is actually only 300 behind that. So Dardoch did about 17,564 damage himself. So he's really close, really was all over the map this game. So I feel like Dardoch deserves a lot of credit for how that game went. I was looking at the scoreboard, and it was like Flame 0-0-1. It's kind of getting bodied in the top lane, 80 CS down, kind of the matchup, but he's holding the Fizz there. And Dardoch was doing everything else.
And really, that's kind of, they put Flame on Nautilus twice. Flame, be a gigantic tank on your own island in the top lane, and we'll see you when we need you. And his communication and coming into fights has been a lot better as well, especially in walking down situations where he still have his teleport after a fight. We see that happening a few times, which opens up more options for Immortals. It was interesting to see CLG favor that Gragas so much coming into this. Maybe it became the comfort of bot lane's going to be such a mix-up. We'll have that for Xmithy, and then we'll have comfort that can get around the map.
Yeah, it was really strange to see the high priority on the Gragas versus something like the Lulu, which a lot of teams are just first picking or banning away now. But it means that you're going to be playing against that Lee Sin again. And this Lee Sin kind of reminded me from Dardoch of when he first bust onto the scene, and there were those games where he's building like a brutalizer, right? He's building some armor penetration on Lee Sin, and he's just taking over the game.
Yep.
This is a game that made me harken back to that. Made me remember kind of when he was calling himself the freshest Lee Sin.
Well, there you go. So clean, so fresh, so clean. So for more on that win, let's check in with Kobe and Immortals bot laner.
That's right. We've got Cody's son here. Congratulations. It's got to feel good for you being up on the winning stage here. I know you guys had a rough start to this season, but specifically, especially the bottom lane, you guys have had a lot of improvements over the last couple of weeks. How are you really feeling about, how open the bottom lane meta is right now, and not only the AD carries, but supports that you get to play with?
Yeah, like the bot lane meta right now is like super versatile after like a couple of changes with the Jhin and Ashe and like Varus, so you can pretty much play anything. It just depends on like what you feel like playing in the situation and what you think is good with your team comp or against enemy champions.
As far as you playing directly with Ole and your relationship with him, how has that developed, and where have your improvements as a bottom lane really come from?
So pretty much like in the earlier weeks, we didn't do very well, and we got a lot of criticism from the community and our coaches, our teammates. And we pretty much just like buckle down and try to focus on like improving our laning and just accepting like everything that other people said and just like improve after every game. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Well, you've done a good job weathering the storm of flame, and now you guys are finding a lot of victories. Your next matchup is going to be Team Dignitas, a very important one. Do you guys see yourselves as a playoff team? And if so, how are you going to defeat Team Dignitas in order to get there?
I definitely think that we're like a playoff team. I think we've been playing like super well the past 2 weeks, and we're just like keep improving. And against Dignitas, I'm not really scared of them, and I think we'll do fine. Just like playing our normal style.
All right, confidence there. Glad to see that. Let's send it over to the analysts for a little bit more info on their series.
Thank you, Kobe and Cody. A nice 2-0 victory here for Immortals, going to keep their playoff hopes alive. Of course, this will require either a win against Dignitas tomorrow, as was just alluded to, or if they are to lose that, there's still a possibility of getting in with a FlyQuest loss to Team Liquid as well. More on that later. Let's talk about how they crafted the victory today. Of course, they're up against CLG, who, as has been mentioned throughout the day, dealing with this last-minute roster swap. So let's identify how CLG strategized and came into this second game.
Right, I mean, so you know that based off the first game, things are not going great in the bot lane. Maybe things can go a little bit better. Maybe they hold on. You see them go with the Ashe and Karma, two champions that are useful even from behind. So, the Ashe will always have the ultimate available. Karma, one of the best laners in the game right now, so not too much of a surprise to see that from CLG. And then they try and go with a more snowball-oriented top side of the map with the Jace and the Fizz. Not too much Fizz play that we've seen from the top lane, but it has cropped up here and there, and it still has the ability to kind of take over a game and beats a lot of the tank matchups. So you can kind of see CLG being like, all right, our bot lane probably not going to carry us the way we're used to. Let's go with a more top-centric game plan, and it didn't quite work out, but I liked what they were thinking.
Felt like a very defined strategy this time around. The Ignite, Teleport, Fizz, definitely looking for lane dominance and perhaps some split push pressure later in the game. Lots of visitation from Xmithy towards the top lane to hopefully get him ahead. Didn't quite pan out, and that's really the thing, right? When the strategy itself is a good idea. Of course, if you can't execute on it or the chips don't fall in your favor, then it's not going to work. In the meantime, on the bot side, Cody and Ole, man, I mean, these guys are looking more and more like a duo that should be feared moving into that playoff picture, even against some of the top-tier bot lanes.
Yeah, I think you can definitely put them somewhere in the top 4 at this point. Obviously, TSM's bot lane looks good for the most part.
Right.
P1's bot lane is amazing. Arrows is one of the best players. And then you have C9's bot lane. But then after those 3 teams, you're starting to say, really, who is the best bot lane? You would think Stixxay and Afro. Obviously, unfortunately, we didn't get that matchup today to really compare how Cody's been doing. But for the most part, second half of the year has looked very impressive.
All right, but let's take a look at some stats there coming out of the bot lane, specifically for CLG, just to get a sense of what they're working with / what they're working without. Okay, Stixxay averaging across this entire split up essentially 7 CS in 15 minutes. Down 40 across both games. And look, this is not to throw any shade. We need to make this very clear. We're not throwing any shade at Afromu or at Joey for their performance. We're just setting up the picture of what CLG is equipped with coming into the day.
Right, we were talking about how 6A is one of the top 80 carries in the league. He's such a crutch for CLG to perform. You know they're always going to have a good bot lane, and then he's a great carry. And he was probably the best performing member on CLG over the entirety of the split. So to lose that into a support player who hasn't played 80 carry in a long time, paired up with a support player who hasn't even played in the LCS before, and they've never played together, it's such a lowering of the potential of carry that you get. And
exactly. I mean, if you consider that each of those that 7 CS is worth, you know, roughly 120 to 140 gold, and then down 40. Also, your ADC position, you have 1,000 less gold, close to 1,000 less gold than you would expect to have in 15 minutes for your team. And so again, this is just illustrating the hurdles that CLG has to get over and why it is that they chose to go for a Darshan-focused strategy in the top lane.
Right, and obviously, if you have your bot lane able to hold on, and Darshan, he actually had a pretty sizable lead this game.
Yeah.
And the big problem isn't just that you're down gold, it's the pressure that comes with it. Dardoch was able to snowball by constantly making repeated gank attempts in the bot lane. They take that turret early, and then they were able to start moving around the map and get the Nautilus out of that horrible matchup versus the Fizz, and that really limits what Darshan can do.
And that's the thing, at the beginning of the day, we talked about, you know, how does Immortals approach this series, right? And they have to approach it in a way that doesn't come in with too much confidence. Of course, you can come in with confidence because you're playing against a guy, and you should, up against a guy who's making his NALCS debut, but you shouldn't come in with overconfidence. And I think that they executed very well today, getting that clean 2-0 victory, you know, carrying from Dardoch, not overreaching in too many situations, and just getting the job done so that tomorrow they're set up to make it to playoffs on their own accord.
Yeah, and I think this was potentially such an interesting matchup to watch because CLG has so many different styles that they can play. They can play bot-centric, they can play top-centric, even Huhi makes a lot of plays.
Right.
And then Smithy's had great early pathing. It would have been great to see that matchup against Dardoch, who's such a X factor in the game, so you can take them over like we saw. And it's just unfortunate that, you know, Trevor 6A got sick and we couldn't see that matchup. But hopefully we get to see something in the playoffs because I think this matchup is such a fascinating one to me.
Yeah, Dardoch on Lee Sin here. It does make me wonder moving forward if he is taken off of this champion, right? How big of a delta is it between this as his best champion and the next one available to him, right? And that's the thing is I feel like so many of Immortals' dominant victories, the ones that get me excited about this squad, are when he's on Lee Sin and no one else.
I mean, he's been playing pretty well on a lot of champions recently. His Rengars look good, his Elisa's look good. I don't think he's totally stuck on the Lee Sin pick, but it is scary that Immortals does seem to require so much out of Dardoch that when you get into slower playoff series that tend to happen, will you be able to find these openings? And that's a little concerning.
Either way, they've set themselves up to hold their own destiny in their hands tomorrow. We've got more league action coming your way. Cloud9 hit the Rift next as they go up against Phoenix 1 in a battle for second place. Don't go anywhere.
You actually had some clean plays that game, dude.
Bro.
Like, if your CS wasn't, like, down in the dumps, dude. Like, you actually had some clean plays.
Look for this guy?
Yeah. He has sums. Oh, dude. Let a brother get the last hit. No,
I'm trying to get my player of the game stats.
I'm just going it. Hybrids, Josh. Head top, careful. They're all top.
No, we can win. We can win.
We can win.
Yeah. Go, Jace.
We don't know where Fizz is.
Oh, triple kill. My kills.
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the North American LCS. I am David Freak Turley, and bringing some extra hype to the cast here is Sam Kobe Hartman-Kensler. You winked, I liked it.
I did, because I just joined the lobby, and perfect timing.
Yeah, we beat the players, and we're the best. All right, let's get our score. Second match of the stream, and right now it's Cloud9 taking on Phoenix1. And despite coming out 2-0 in their match yesterday against Team Dignitas, Cloud9 still showed some major weaknesses in their early game.
Oh yeah, that was definitely a shaky 2-0 for Cloud9. Contracts in particular was very low as far as game impact does go, especially in the early game. And so we did look into a bit of the stats behind it as well, and he currently has the lowest jungle proximity of all junglers in the league, and that is, your time spent, this is pre-15 minutes, near one of your laners, so not doing a whole lot of ganking. Now, that can sometimes be excused if we're looking at farm numbers and he has super high farming. But as far as gold difference, he's also negative 203 gold at 15 minutes, which is also last place among junglers in the North American LCS.
Yeah.
And, gold can come from many different areas as far as ganking or first tower or farming, but none of those are really going his way right now. So Contracts definitely wants to step up for this match.
Yeah, and maybe it's a chicken and egg thing. Like, is the rest of the team bad in lane so we can't find a way to do anything in the jungle? But it's a
These
winning
are
team.
eyeballs when you watch the game.
Well, and I agree. I do agree with you, but it is interesting to kind of think about what it could really be from. But of course, he is against his predecessor, Meteos, on the other side here from Phoenix1, who has been shining and spreading his wings here on this Phoenix1 roster.
Yeah, last week, Meteos, he was double banned in quite a few of their games. Still, he ends up performing on the Zac. And we talked about these are the champions that we really do associate with this guy as a player, and they're comfortable champions for him. And they actually would spend early round picks getting him those champions. That did pay off for the team. That being said, definitely team-wide effort here. The rest of the guys have been playing very, very well. Ryu and Arrow, who are just on your screen, definitely all-stars in the recent weeks. And this weekend, they face the top two teams. That is TSM and Cloud9. And if they can manage to win both of those games, then they aren't only going to earn this playoff bye that they're shooting for at the top of the standings, but they would also obviously prove that they're able to take down the top teams in the North American LCS. And, heading into playoffs, other teams would be glad that Phoenix1 has a bye and they don't have to play them early on.
Right. It makes the quarterfinals maybe a bit easier for you, so we'll see what that happens, of course. Now, Jensen mentioned how for his team, this match isn't just about locking down second place.
playing against P1 is pretty important that we win it, because if we want to get the bye, we probably have to beat them now since we lost so much. And last time we played against P1, we lost, but I don't think we lost because they played good. I think we lost because we played bad and we weren't really focused that day. So I think this time around, we have something to prove playing against P1.
I definitely agree that the battle for C9 is proving that they are a top dog again.
Yeah, especially after the games that we talked about yesterday. Chaser was just all over the early game, making a lot of plays. So we'll see if they can do the same thing here.
Starting lineups, let's go. On the blue side for this one's going to be Cloud9 in game 1. Ray, you saw him earlier, is going to be in the top lane once again, starting off on the roster. Contracts, Jensen, Sneaky, and Smoothie round out the lineup with Coach Reaper.
And on the red side, it is Phoenix1. Up top is Zig. In the jungle, Dark Meteos. Mid is Ryu. Bottom will be Arrow, support Stunt, and Coach Fly on stage as usual.
All right, it's going to be a fun one. Phoenix1, yeah, just has found that these two roster swaps now, ultimately, with Meteos coming in as well as Stunt now in the support role. It seems to be working for them. They have looked like potentially the hottest team. I know, I forget if you were on the broadcast for NALCS tonight, last week or the one before, where the thought was maybe Phoenix1 is the best team in NA.
I was not on that broadcast.
Okay, that's fine. All you color commentators are the same to me, and you know, you're all smart, and I trust all of you. And there's kind of been this.
Your small freak brain can't.
I can't process. Is this Jat talking to me right now? I can't tell. Are you gonna say A at the end of your sentences? Maybe it's a sale. Either way, though, Phoenix1, I think, have been in the running. Are they the best team in North America? I think they've been incredibly consistent. Their game score is quite good. They don't drop game ones like TSM does all the time, and they are very strong.
Yeah. That being said, Cloud9 still very impressive here. 13-4 as far as their season score so far. Ray subbing in has actually been getting better and better for them. Did like his Jarvan performance, even though they had a rough start with the bottom lane play not really working out in one of their games. Still really like the mechanics that we're seeing from him, at least.
Yeah.
As far as his solo queue rating, everybody was very happy that he is like 400 plus points above the second place challenger.
Yeah.
And he's still sitting in that #1 spot. That being said, so many of these top lane bans coming out here. A lot of them are coming from Cloud9. Ray, one of the big things about him as well, he does have a lot of extra fringe champions that he can play in the top lane. So whittling down the top lane pool does, I think, benefit him. Problem is, we always say the same thing about Zig. He's the guy. He's the Kled guy. I know he's played tanks. He's played carries.
Gangplank, like why
exactly.
not?
The flexibility here among both of these top laners will be tested. Graves obviously earns his place in the bans. I think he still will cement himself here as king of the jungle.
Well, no Elise, no Zac on the ban table right now. Nothing aimed at Meteos other than the Gragas that you could maybe consider aimed at him. Lulu, the final ban off the table. Malzahar left up. We've been seeing more of that available. And that will be allowed to be a first pick, and he's going to be the priority here.
Yeah, huge priority there, especially with Lulu already banned out. There are still definitely options. I don't think Alistar is likely. Just a little hover over here. They could easily go for Rengar if they really wanted to. Meteos also has dabbled in that. He doesn't have to play the the Elise and the Zac and the champions that we do associate with him. He has a very wide champion pool. It's just a matter of what he's put time into recently. The other thing is that Gragas is sort of a double ban, because we always mention him in the same breath as all the other top lane bans, but very powerful coming from the jungle as well. So that does whittle the jungle down a little bit here.
It does. And Meteos going to go for his trademark Elise at the end of the day. The one jungle ban, he wants this over the Rengar, over the Kha'Zix, and this is the Meteos special, of course. Worth pointing out, the Ezreal taken away from Sneaky has been one of his best champions, also the same for Arrow. So with no conventional bot lane carries banned away, Ezreal has been the king of the crop. King of the crop, that's not the cream of the crop. The king of the crop. I saw there was a recent shout out to a commentator who decided to mess up all of those idioms and just like do them all wrong, like not the sharpest strand in the shed or whatever.
I'm just now imagining a farmer in a gold crown instead of
look at all my wheat, my sea of grain. That's more like an admiral of the crop, but it's all right. We're going a bit far on this one. Rengar, king of the jungle.
Back to champion select. Contracts will be very happy to pick up the Rengar, I think, in this trade. It's definitely been one of the champions that he has liked to go back to. And you definitely have a lot of options as well. As soon as you hit that level 6, you can combine with Malzahar ultimates in the bottom lane, and those could be extremely powerful to try and attack the Ezreal lane, depending on who he ends up with. Arrow has been one of the brightest stars on this team and a consistent carry for Phoenix One.
Absolutely has been. Arrow, I think we heard it at the beginning of the day. Jat talked about him being a front runner for MVP of the split, and I tend to agree. Arrow's been absolutely great. Ezreal can be a big carry, and it will be desynced roles, as there will not be a support grab that we expect from Phoenix One, the Nautilus top instead. And when you saw that sea of top lane bans, I thought, yeah, we might see Nautilus come out, and it's going to be the case. Zig on a tank.
It's actually been a fairly weird trend. I've seen a couple of games where a bunch of top lane heavy bans come out, but then no early picks for the top lane position itself. In Cloud9, you would expect more top lane bans to roll through, since they threw 3 at the top lane. Phoenix One in the first round put Camille as well, and no surprise here, Phoenix One are going right back to banning out more technically top lane bans. Fizz is a flex, but it's a Ray champion for sure, and I would definitely think it's a target at him, and they're just speculating, all right, what is this weird Cloud9 top lane plan that they're going for? You know, Ray does like to play a lot more damage-oriented champions, and Fizz is definitely a possibility there.
Yep, Fiora is still up, and we'll see if that ends up being the case here in this one, but still time to go. Banbase taking down 8 seconds left until Phoenix One makes their final choice.
Yeah, and as far as the Fiora does go, I do like split-pushing compositions that involve Rengar. You know, just opening up more space for Rengar to play in the mid-game, basically. Rengar's one of those champions that still loves to go for the isolated picks and the skirmishes rather than full-on team fighting, especially with those nerfs taking, hitting his team fighting power, taking out the W. Definitely loves to draw the map apart, so that's definitely a possibility, as the Maokai is actually the ban they're suspecting Ray to go for, even though as far as me and associating Ray with champion types,
Maokai's not.
That is one of the last ones I would have come to mind. We shall see, though.
Also interesting ban-wise, the fact that there's 2 mid lane bans coming out from Cloud9, in fact, even though they, again, unless the Nautilus flexes, which I guess it could happen to be fair, but they've banned away mid laners, which they need themselves as well, and don't want to let those go to Ryu.
Jensen has been amazing on the Orianna recently, and Orianna's still up right now. They could try and take this away from Phoenix One. She's one of those ones that doesn't have super bad counter picks either. I mean, Ahri is still available. Echo is still available as well. Those are 2 that may find their way onto the pick screen here soon, but as of right now, the expected Ori, just because not only as a single champion right now in a very good spot, combos very well with Rengar. You know, there are multiple things that are up at this moment.
Yeah.
Also does shield Lucian quite well. Lucian's one of those ones that likes to rely on movement speed and weaving in and out. You can create space for him this way.
I like the Jarvan hover for a second, of course. Unless the Malzahar goes top lane, they do need a top laner for themselves, as the Braum hover means not very much.
Yeah. I'm not a big fan of Jarvan versus Ezreal, so I don't think that'll be a lock-in for him. All right, they're going to take the Kled versus Zig. Big challenge here, as Zig was the first one to have strong performances on the Kled here.
It's always fun to look at, and now we get to see what mid lane is going to be played. Of course, Tarek down to the bot lane. We've seen that plenty of times in a Malzahar. Haven't seen him in a while because Malz has ended up being banned for so long, but the final pick should come through as maybe Talon into Orianna for Ryu.
Yeah, and as far as the Tarek pick that you're talking about, Smoothie was the one who first had success with that counter pick into Malzahar. So both teams using the others' sort of flexible picks here on opposite sides of the map, and the Talon has been prevalent. You know, Faker goes back to it over and over again, even though they did have their recent loss as well. I do like the roaming power that Talon has if you can get one of these early kills or early leads. And specifically, I stress this every single time I see the champion, you can get 1v1 kills level 2. I mean, you really need to respect the passive on this champion. Throwing out the rake for, you know, either fishing for double hits with the rake and then jumping in with your Q for a Q ignite all in is definitely possible. The other way is if your jungler comes early, an Elise, for instance, you know, hypothetically here, as Midos is piloting the champion, can come early right after a level 3, and you can just start out with the Q, guarantee your rake basically double there.
Absolutely.
Go super aggressive early. So maybe we'll see sparks fly around mid lane early on.
Could definitely happen. Keep in mind, they are against Contract, who, as you mentioned in the pregame, has the lowest team proximity as a jungler. He is not one who's ganking very often, so
if the Talon gets to play aggressively and it is unpunished by Cloud9's jungler, maybe it goes even better for Phoenix1. This is the battle that is likely to be a battle for second place. Cloud9 can actually still clinch first if they win here and TSM drops to both Liquid and Phoenix1 tomorrow. Otherwise, if Phoenix1 wins this and they beat TSM, they will take second place away from Cloud9 and get that playoff bye. C9 wins here, they are insured the bye no matter what.
Who's gonna be king of the crops, freak?
Who's gonna be king of the crops? Let's find out. We've planted the seeds of unknowingness, and now it's time to reap a game result. Ray starting in for Cloud9. The battle for a playoff bye is here. C9 wins this. They guarantee top 2, and maybe they catch TSM. It's based on other teams, though, as we get into game 1.
All right, we'll see who can head into playoffs with some momentum here. Does always, help out the morale of a team as well if you head in strong to the playoffs. Let's see if there's an invade there. Definitely grouping up like they want to invade, and it would probably one of those common Raptor invades. Drop that ward down to see where Meteos is starting. As far as dissuading an Elise instant level 3 early gank mid, finding out where Meteos starts will go a long way of taking away some of that pressure. And they should be able to just drop a ward down here.
And that's going to be a ward that'll stay alive for now. Meteos not able to kill it quickly enough. It's fine. But it will let them know if it's going to be Raptor start, as you mentioned.
And even though we didn't see it on camera, Phoenix1 did the counter invade. Similar ward. They will know if Contracts does as well start for Raptors.
And Stunt Air going to face check in. Of course, you're not going to kill the Taric at the start, so there's some control.
One other thing to prep whenever you do have Malzahar support in the game, I don't think it'll be relevant this time around, but you always have to cover all of your buffs. And so them doing these small counter invades with two-member groups to make sure that there's no sneaky Malzahar, Voidling, bottom lane starting off with your blue buff or red buff or something like that is definitely important. And they're doing their due diligence here, basically.
Here's just the blue start, though. It does allow him to, I believe, start in Fog of War, and it was leashless, I think.
Yeah,
the stun was in lane
100%.
pretty
You
early.
saw them going for this
you're right.
bottom lane
So
down here.
So all they know is that Meteos went for a leashless start right here. Arrow taking some damage, of course, some poke from Smoothie as we get to watch this battle start. Should be a small Goldie for Cloud9, as, of course, a Raptor start is generally beneficial. Rengar is really good at starting that out, and it's a ranged bot lane matchup. And you can see as Jensen's going to pull the minion wave kind of away from the turret to help make sure he can last hit.
Also, you can see the ward that Ryu's going for here. Oftentimes, don't call out at the importance of shoving early on as a mid lane. Ryu goes over to place this ward in the jungle to see if there will be a counter invade on this top side for Meteos, and he's free to go over to his red. That could also scout out the Scuttle Crab,
and there's
as
that ping.
Contracts would probably end up down there.
Yep. You saw Smoothie put the ward down. You saw that the blue and the Gromp were gone. He knows exactly the path Meteos is going. They pinged right on his red buff, and that is where he was. So Cloud9 have information about the opposing jungler. Contracts has been in Fog for a while, though. I don't think they know exactly where he is, but they can make guesses.
And when the Rengar is forced to do a solo Raptor start, especially after the nerfs to early armor and the health you can get back off of monsters does get very low there. You don't want to risk going for a Scuttle Crab if you don't have your mid laner with priority, especially to get the early ward there. So Meteos is able to claim that due to mid lane pushing up, and Elise moving top for their first area here. Does get pinged out as it goes through the Tri-Brush.
You can see right there, Stun able to use the empowered auto attack from his passive to kill the Voidlings easily. As well, at once Taric gets at once, Voidling dies, no big deal there for him. And this game is staying pretty close to equal. Farm-wise, it's actually pretty close as well, so not a whole lot to speak of in this early game.
Sneaky with a pretty sizable lead here, about a wave.
Yeah, briefly, yeah.
For his minions, and it's not going to get worse for him unless he just misses CS.
True.
More for him to get.
Yeah, you're seeing a fair bit out of the Cloud9 duel lane. Good for them. Of course, Arrow and Stunt have been so good together, and Sneaky Smoothie had been making mistakes the last couple of weeks. It's good to see them kind of a bit back onto form. Contracts, of course, made the first recall. Long sword and quick kill on the Scuttle Crab. Meteos a bit later recall. It's actually going boots in a control ward. It'll be a slightly different opening for him. The move speed can help him get ganks. Not exactly great for clearing, though.
Ryu trying to keep this wave pushed up so he can really threaten the Orianna. This is one of the plays here with Assassins that will work a lot more if the early warding from Cloud9 wasn't so good around mid lane. You see Cloud9 have wards around top and bottom side of mid lane, so they've seen Meteos go into the river right now. Bottom lane once again trading though. Pretty standard trades with Malzahar here. Meanwhile, that control ward that you talked about, as C9 previously had their wards in place on top and bottom of the mid lane, you talked about that affords him the confidence to move up and take down that control ward very early.
You can see a cooldown base support like Stunt is right here. Can't do much after the stun, and the fire back in for Cloud9 using their windows and openings quite nicely. And you're right there, getting farther ahead now in this lane. You mentioned the earlier CS lead, and they actually might be able to force a bad recall out of the Phoenix One duo. Current gold 1387 for Sneaky means he's pretty close to getting Cutlass. I think it's a 1400 gold item.
Yeah, I like that they're going for the roam here to try and really cement some control. They pop the plant as well as placing a ward over the top. Jensen, though, 3 members around mid.
Ooh, not going to find that one, though. Jensen easily able to sneak away from this. Here comes the burst in from Ryuga. Damage the flash to the wall. There's the kill picked up. Nicely done. Execution from Meteos and Ryu.
Very nice gank here from Meteos right over the Raptor pit. And they got the kind of sleight of hand there as, oh yeah, Zig is the gank coming through. He was just the distraction. Ryu with a nice setup there. We talked about the combo from Talon. Played it out exactly as expected. And Meteos with a very good flash over the wall onto his former mid laner.
Absolutely, the revenge gank. You made me camp for you all the time. Well, how's it feel?
No. Maybe it's like a nod. You know what, Jensen, you're right. Camping mid is a really good idea.
I finally learned. Stunt goes down in the bot lane. The Voidling swarm finds some prey. An arrow might be close on the next chopping block. Wow. The way he runs, Summoner's down. Stunt never even had a chance to flash.
The Dogs of Hell right behind him. And Sneaky, not going to let Meteos be the star of this game, strikes back very quickly on Lucian in the bottom lane. Taking down your MVP candidate.
It's like Star Wars Episode 8 right here. Light side, dark side, who's gonna win? Meteos the Sith Lord. Sneaky trying to fight for the way of the Jedi.
I'm curious as to, where these kills are actually gonna go too, because Ryu, does have his CS lead, has his kill as well in the mid lane on the roaming champion, whereas bottom lane here, you can see all those previous trades culminate in the classic exhaust start there for the Malzahar, which slows you enough that your Voidlings get their hits off to spawn. And got up to about 5 right there, and a really good chase there from Smoothie, able to punish them. But as we said, the mid laner.
Whoa, damage up on the contracts, though. Ignite is on, might still die despite the heal, and he does. The kill comes through. Satchel plant to keep Stunt alive. And a kill inside the Cloud9 jungle. Ryu 2-0.
Moves up, they get the early vision down. They're in place for that red spawn. Just really intelligent planning here from Phoenix One. And very intelligent execution as well. Able to get Contracts his first death once again. Coming slow out of the gates here. Whereas Meteos now, even though he's on a ward, it seems like he should be able to grab this one. Contracts does have his ultimate though, and it's going to take a while for Elise to do it by himself.
Yeah, Spider to have died, and here comes the duo lane. He's got to leave. Or they get the fight baited out. Got to juke away from Stun. Nicely played by Sneaky. There's the flash. Oh, they got that kill. Nicely played by the C9 duo. 2-0 in the lane.
Sneaky on this Lucian. Absolutely beautiful here. The buffs, to make Lucian a bit smoother really do shine later in the game, but right here, Sneaky quick feet, seeing it already. Nice dodge there, and they turn it around on Stunt once again, punishing them for starting up that Dragon on Vision, honestly.
Yep.
You can definitely put a bit of the blame on the duo lane for extending like that, but
yeah.
A real,
I think it was greedy from Stunt, honestly. The Malz was 6th, and I feel like he should have known that. It's not like experience comes in from nowhere, and I think he didn't respect Nethergrass, to be honest. They came in for the Drake stop. Now, we did see a second ago the top lane for the first time all game. Ray is down 8 to 9 CS against Zig, who's gotten his first recall Ninja Tabby, so it feels like this Nautilus is going well. If Ray can recover from more. Meanwhile, Smoothie's in a horrible spot, but the damage up are going to come back through. One kill pick up, Wave dodged out by Meteos, doesn't have the damage though. And it's a 2-for-0. Smoothie gets the double kill, and now Ray wants a bit more, but he's not going to find the target. Dodges forward, gets the bear trap, not quite going to land the rope though, and Stunt's going to flash the wall to get out. The C9 now improved to 4-2 in this game.
Oh my goodness. Smoothie lives after all of that, able to kite back into the brush. Pretty good stuff there from Cloud9 on the counter invade. And it is a bit overreaching to go for that Infernal Drake afterwards. You can see how much these teams value the Infernal Drake, that they're really starting them off in very precarious situations. But here we go. Contracts is going for some revenge onto Ryu. Does get over there. Meteos can't quite get it off. He has a good repel for the Shockwave, but still not able to finish off Smoothie there. And even though Ray not able to get the ultimate hit there, able to get this flash out of Stunt, who's already died several times here, and a flashless Taric in this lane that's already behind is very vulnerable. It's time for Ryu just to CS with Mystic shots, I think, as he's sitting on pretty much just the Sheen as far as combat power going.
It's going to be a tough road ahead for Arrow, absolutely. Trying to play around the Taric ulti can be very difficult. Of course, Cloud9 can get a lot of burst in fast and then kite away while that Radiance is on. Right now, the 1,000 gold lead for Cloud9. They've managed to navigate the early game pretty well. A lot of that being the duo lane, though.
Yeah, it's a super interesting clash. As I was talking about, you know, the gold leads in different areas here. Ryu trying to exert his mid lane will down into the jungle, but Smoothie and Sneaky both really protecting the Cloud9 territory. Still a very close game, and the gold is by no means significant at this point.
Yeah, absolutely not game deciding, but it will be nice to see what Cloud9 can do if they get the early power spike through on Lucian. Rune King, he has the money to combine it right now. An instant recall would give him that item. For now, though, they use that bot lane advantage to go for a Drake, and it should be no problem to get it.
Exactly. This is a much more calm and calculated Infernal Drake move here, as they've forced out the recall from Arrow. So pretty much all the threat here removed on the bottom side. Meteos as well was currently going for a gank on top side. You can see a couple of river wards there for C9. Very nice team play there to move in, grab that extra buff for later.
He's not going to clear the ward. Actually, Stunt was so afraid of getting attacked by a Malzahar or a Rengar that he swept the ward, hit it twice, and said, you know what? This is too scary.
And I believe that's a healthy amount of caution there.
I agree.
He's a flashless Taric who's got 2 deaths already.
Play it defensively. Siggy sets the table for what might be a feast to come. He's already 2-0, and Cloud9 could really use this win. End their regular season on a positive note. It was a 4-4 run before yesterday. They are now 5-4 in their last 9 matches, but for a team that started 8-0, that is not a great scoreline for a team that had expectations of winning this split right now. Many people had them as their #1. That actually is still a possibility, but improving might be the name of the game here. Still ahead in this one, only 700 though. Room to go, but typically Cloud9's strength has been in their mid-game shot calling and their macro play, and we're pretty squarely in towards that point soon, so might be going right into Cloud9's wheelhouse. Contract spotted out by the Scryer's Bloom of Stunt.
Here we go with a Ray roam down to the mid lane here. You always have to keep track of Kled, as he pushed up the lane, made a feint down the river here. Hasn't actually checked that bush for the pink ward quite yet, but the ultimate is definitely something you really do have to worry about, especially as C9's bottom side of the map is under their control. If you bring down that guaranteed engage and then Sneaky's got his blade already completed, it could definitely be dangerous for Phoenix One. Turns to the top side though, and Sneaky takes care of things himself for now.
A lot of damage dealt. Meteos with the round of Cocoon blocked out by the pass, but here comes the engage back out of Sun. His ulti's not going to come down nearly in time. He dies before he can cast it anyway. Now Meteos forced to run, repelling into the air, but has not much to jump to. Thankfully, there's a Void Link getting into the turret. Contract's ulti is on, takes a turret shot for no reason, but they're going to go for the turret pressure. This should be first turret for Cloud9.
And Sneaky and Smoothie are absolutely smashing them here. 2v3, fight them off. Ryu's got something to say about it, but there are going to be 4 members of C9 grouped up. Teleports are ready for top laner. Snoop
going to land the shockwave. The minion's going to be back there to reinforce. That will be first turret gold shared amongst the 4 of them because they need to make sure it dies. Ryu's roam won't turn into anything, of course, too afraid of what could happen. Zig had tried the TP. I think it might have gotten canceled by Ray's ultimate. I'm not sure, but either way, that cooldown is now burned.
It looks like he took a beating there. His ultimate's on cooldown, so he probably used that, and then now he's actually getting a little bit dangerous. This could be remounts here.
The stun is there. He remounts in time. Ray's going to be right with this one. He knew he had the auto attacks. You do get 15 courage per auto on enemy champion, so as long as you have your W available and you're at half a bar, you will mount in about a second and a half. Ray does it and baits out the ult.
It's actually a very important thing to keep in mind when playing against the Kled. Here we go, though. This is the 2v3 in question, as Sneaky is able to dodge out everything from Phoenix 1 first, and then re-engage off Smoothie's ult. They don't even end up needing contracts at all. Here's the play in question. Interrupted with the ult as expected, and then probably took more damage while he was trying to get away, which caused him to unmount. And as we know, this ends up with a turret destruction.
Yeah, nicely done. Conduct even able to cleanse out the cocoon. Not a big problem for him. Still waiting for Arrow to scale up, but of course Sneaky's in a great spot. Actually going Zerk Greaves is interesting. I don't see that super often on Lucian. It's one of the available options, of course, but it's going to be more attack speed and it's going to be more tank busting, which is pretty important considering the fact that he is facing a Nautilus.
And I do like that look, especially since we're getting more of these on-hit oriented Blade of the Root King starts. We'll see how it does pay off for him. Nautilus is also one that you can kite some of the abilities. He's got point and click, and also he's got a giant AoE ring, so we'll see about that one.
I hope you stay out of range for some of that. The flash autos can be difficult as well.
Malzahar is always a great support to have versus someone like that, though. Absolutely. Straight up ultra tanks.
Even has his own % health damage. And as Captain Flowers called it, the Doom Jacuzzi is his name for the, the Malzahar ultimate, which I quite like, actually.
Spring break gone wrong.
Kinda. I don't want to invite Smoothie to my spring break party. I'm sorry. Well, you're champion. I feel like you're okay. But either way, we are back into this game as Meteos hopes to get some of the scraps from his jungle. Cloud9 have been starting to take over the map. It is 2-1 in turrets right now. As he gets his own red buff, waits around. His contract's invading? No? Okay. Back to my Krugs. We'll keep farming.
All right. This is one of the cases where, as you mentioned before, Cloud9 have really excelled at when they move past this, 15 to 20 minute mark. We'll see if they can actually use this gold lead. Currently, most of their vision's on bottom side, yet the last outer turret is on the top side, so they're sending most of their reinforcements up to the top side of the map. Teleport's ready for Ray if they get into trouble here.
T1 hoping they can find something, though. Arrow and Stunt waiting around on the backside. Ray sees that no one's in his lane yet, and it's enough to keep C9 from playing aggressively. And as soon as they realize how defensive that is, they all back off. Jensen not going to get bled. No oil spilt there by Ryu. The mid lane matchup has gone pretty equal. Ryu got those 2 kills, and even despite that, though, hasn't really pushed Jensen around too much.
Yeah, the CS definitely equal here for Phoenix 1. Ryu attempted roams, some successful, some not so much, as the bottom lane from Cloud9 has proven to be the main carry force on either team. And with that, they probably want to relocate their carry force near the next Drake that's about to respawn here. As we said, most of their vision had been laid on this bottom quadrant of the map, and that is very good for C9 setting up for this dragon. Let's see about the Kled invade.
He's going to find someone to jump onto. Shield's going to come in. Not in time for Stunt. Only turns Meteos invulnerable. That means that's not going to be a lot for the CC, but he does flash the wall to get away, so it's a kill and a summoner lost. Cloud9 in control of this area right now. They got the whole team here. Ray, of course, didn't have for a teleport. He was already here. And it's going to be a pretty secured Ocean Drake. Now, there might be a fight as well. Ray goes in on a Zig. But again, it's 5v4. Stunt's not alive. Here comes Ryu going for the play. Looks for damage on the Smoothie. Not going to get the kill. Bleed wasn't triggered. Contract's fine as well. And look at the damage up coming through from Lucian. Sneaky pushing Zig back. And Ryu failed to ignite. It might have been enough to kill Smoothie. Didn't get the auto either.
I think it would have, because Sneaky's heal came in at the very end there and was able to boost Smoothie back up to around 200. If Knight was on before that, I think that does, secure it. Definitely a close call there, though. Sneaky's able to defend his teammates, and they come out with the Dragon. Phoenix 1 losing a lot of ground in the opening game.
Yeah, they are. Taking a little bit here at the very end of the season. Of course, Phoenix 1 still have TSM to play at the end of it. Watch this fight again as Cloud9 do well.
Yeah, Stunt has been a punching bag this whole set. Especially, you can really associate that feeling as a melee support. Getting behind in lane, you're already squishy. And sometimes it just feels like years for the Taric ultimate to fall down.
Yeah.
I think he started the cast as soon as he heard the Kled ultimate.
Yeah,
but
it was super early. I thought he played it really well. And now Ray, speaking of playing it well, kind of fighting away with Meteos, and shouldn't have a problem.
Definitely respecting, again, the Talon passive there. He could have gone offensive to try and greed for that kill on the Meteos. Doesn't do it, backs off, and is able to survive himself.
Well, Ray and Zig have just kind of played the farm game at the top side. They're both playing tanky initiators. I think Kled still falls into the general mantle of carry top because he builds a cleaver and he builds a Hydra item, but it's kind of in the same way of sort of Trundle is a carry top. It's like they can do some damage, they can take over games, but they are there to be tanky, they are there to be initiators, and Ray and Zig gonna kind of fill sort of similar roles in this game. The utility for the team is right now it's Ryu who's got the kills on the one side, and Sneaky getting the kills on the other. Right now it's better for the bot lane duo though, as Sneaky takes another turret down, and it's 3-1 in that scoreline.
Yeah, plus with Talon allocated to the bottom side, there's no way you're going to fight without Talon, especially considering Cloud9 set up their lanes a lot easier. So they pretty much freely take this objective. They have their teleporter on the bottom side, you know, fed Talon, or not even fed, just Talon at this point. Not going to join. So Phoenix One do lose out another turret, and Cloud9 have gotten the outer ring down. Now's the stage where you really see them make or break the game. Move up your vision wards up to the secondary level of the enemy jungle, and you can start to get these picks. Really take advantage of Rengar plus Kled combo. It's an absolutely insane combo. You guarantee your dive into the back line. If Orion is close, never mind.
There's the ward, and they found Ryu's shockwave to guarantee it comes in, and Smoothie actually getting his third kill. Learning from Olay, kill leader on the team.
Bottom lane for Cloud9. How many times are we going to have to harp on it this series? They are outstanding. Smoothie adding an extra kill there for himself. Doesn't want to let Sneaky outshine him. He's got better kill participation. He's got just as many kills. Let's see if he's able to get his Leandries up and running.
Yeah, all about that tons of damage there. Smoothie gonna do what he can. I could go Rileys based on the items inventory. I feel like you'd finish
Could.
Guys
Definitely could be a Leandries.
Yeah, no, I mean, we'll see what it actually ends up being from, of course. It's time to go.
Yeah. I'm a huge fan of Leandries just because more damage. The slow is super nice for Malzahar, though, and I think you have a lot of validity there, bringing up your Rileys.
Yeah, that's right. Respect when I play bot lane sometimes. I went like randomly argumentative for no reason.
I do respect you, contrary to popular belief.
Thanks. That's kind of you to say. All right, now Ray gonna try to take some of the jungle away, and Zig's gonna try to fight him off. So he's actually gonna ult. Woo! All right. Coward!
Doesn't that just look fun though, Freak?
Yeah. Bouncing around on a chocobo. Why wouldn't you? That sounds great.
It reminds me actually of those giant balls that you can be inside.
Oh, I've never done that. Actually, no, I haven't.
The 360. You have?
I have. Those are fun. It was in like a very small arena. It was at North American Collegiate Championships like a year and a half ago. There was like a...
Oh, they probably kept you in like a little circle though. So
yeah, it was a very small little
You're not
arena.
like Jackie Chan going down a giant...
I didn't slide down like the glass wall from Mira's Edge or anything, no.
All right, well, let's see if Cloud9 will take a slide or if they can finish this game out smoothly, because it's a pretty good curve for them. They've got Infernal to ensure their scaling, especially with this nice gold lead here. Already mentioned their vision can move up. It is doing just that into the Baron side. And the pick potential with those two front liners is very scary. Currently, Ryu is sitting in a side bush, you know, looking for some sort of pickoff play. This is something that he's actually been rewarded for here in the North American LCS. This one might be a little bit more difficult to pull off, considering he doesn't have a tremendous amount of burst damage, and the target would have to be one of the squishy members from Cloud9. Currently, though, fight engaging.
Target's a tanky member, and actually getting the squishy of Contracts going down to the start of it. That's without Ryu even in the battle. They jumped on Zig. That's not going to work well for you. Stunt does burn his ulti, but it's 1-for-0 to P1.
Yeah, and critically, Cloud9 did make the call there. Ray starts his teleport, but Contracts just got absolutely destroyed, so good cancel by Ray. Even so, though, they're going to have to try and salvage something from this play. Phoenix One moving in for the mid turret here.
Yeah, right now with Contracts null and void, it's P1 looking for something to do in the 5v4. Looking at the top lane 2-2 turret. Back up in 7 seconds, and it's honestly not a ton grab. Phoenix One, they get the pick, but they're down in gold so much they can't get a lot with the 5v4.
Yeah, I mean, they pressure the mid and top, but then not really much of an objective gained here. Again, it's just Ryu setting up for some Fog of War plays, looking for an assassination target. The Drake is available. People could relocate. It's been long enough for Contracts to get back up, though, and we shall see if Cloud9 can defend their territory. Mid lane very, very low on health.
Oh no! Ryu jumps right into the faces!
100%
Oh no!
baited. That was so well baited there. And now let's see if they actually get more.
We're looking for it. Meteos got not a lot of place. He's going to flash, try to get away. Does get away for now, but oh no, he betrays Sig! He shoots it back into the team, but he's a very tanky Nautilus. It's not really going to matter though. I take it back. He's able to flash the wall, so only a summoner lost, but scumbag Meteos, dark form for sure, sends his teammates to the Wolves. The youngling's getting slain, and onto the Ocean Drake goes C9.
All right, that is going to result in a Cloud9 Drake here. As you said, you know, Ocean not the most impressive. However, get some more power for that late game if they do end up having to turn it towards Elder Drake. Really, though, it's going to be, again, how much can they starve Phoenix One of farm here in the mid area of the game? The secondary turrets definitely are something that you can pressure. However, this isn't the best siege team, so more likely Cloud9 will look for you know, these drawn-out plays where they get to use Cloud Ultimate, Rengar, as we've said before, to look for picks. Smoothie as well has been basically the key member with Malzahar Ultimate getting so many of these picks. Most recently in that last bait from Sneaky, as you can see, they had Smoothie waiting in a brush, and Sneaky's over there kind of baiting this ward talent. That's this talent that's sitting on a ward. It actually works off for them there. And that's how they're pushing this game along pretty steadily. Let's see if Phoenix One can actually make their play here. Good hook on the Smoothie.
A lot of damage there. Knockup is in. Here comes the ulti as well. The stun's going to find a couple of backlanders, and Shockwave deals 0 damage as a result, but that stun's going to miss wildly, and Dazzle is everything but that. Now Contracts wants back in, looking for a target. Not gonna get much just yet. Has to flash back away though. Damage still onto Zik. They're gonna get that tank one picked up. Into the back line goes for you, but there's the ulti in, and the assassination still comes in time to keep his teammates in. Meteos getting one, of course, on that one, and now more back in for Contrast, looking for another target to slay. And Meteos now is gonna get dropped off the face of the earth. Only Arrow left alive in a 1 versus 4, and the chase is still there. Contracts not quite bonding onto this one, but now it's Arrow forced to run, flashing away. And it's still this 4v1 on the map.
Yeah, definitely a ballsy re-engage there for Cloud9, able to make it happen. They just barely are able to get enough distance, chasing down Zig and kiting away with their own backline. Let's take another look at what we're talking about here, because Zig, as you remember, starts it off on Smoothie. The Shockwave does disengage, however, no damage dealt because of that Taric ultimate actually coming down in time. And here's the risky invade. They have Fled coming down, so they want to focus Zig and chase him up away from the damage of Phoenix One. So they simultaneously killed the tank and kited a lot of the damage just in time here. Look how close it is for Jensen dying to his bleed. He gets a kill. Dangerous game as they're able to take down Stunt there. Gives him the health back so he doesn't end up going down, and C9 are able to clean it up. Definitely a lot closer of a team fight considering the lead that Cloud9 had. Well played by them, though, to move with the ebb and flow of that team fight, basically.
Yeah, it still ended up being a +3, and it's a 6,000 gold lead, so Cloud9, I feel like, can, at this point, feel pretty good about this one, as maybe they can close it out in the near future. 28-minute mark cresting right now. Bot lane tier 2 turret. No one was there to defend, and Ray is going to get the split push victory on this one. Actually going Ravenous Hydra. That's actually less usual on Fled, but
I love it.
Steal is nice.
I actually, it's more of an efficient item to me. If you're going to go for one of the early, you know, health pool to be able to, you know, maybe team fight more or something like that, I do also enjoy the Titanic. Okay, reuse out.
Yeah.
Slow down there.
Going tank Titanic does things.
But Ravenous is very efficient. Plus, it really just fully enables your split push sustain. And with Fled, going through cycles basically, mounting, dismounting, getting back on. I like the sustain.
Yeah, it helps you stay mounted because you have to get that health bar back up.
Exactly.
Yourself on to Scarl, stun the Contracts, and he's gonna stay alive just for now, trying to run. And here comes Meteos, and he forgot to initial at page 7. Contracts goes down. Meteos takes him out.
Another pick here for Phoenix One on Contracts. Ray is still working on turrets though, and he might be able to get an objective after it. Yeah, he's gonna be able to. He has ultimate to run away if he really needs.
He never runs away. He just advances strategically in the other direction.
Yeah.
That's the goal of what Ray's doing. But either way, it's been 2 turret solo kills in Cloud9, despite losing their jungler, and now 5-2 in turrets, and even a blue buff steal. Like, who needs Contracts? Ray's going to do his job for him.
There you go. Some extra cooldown reduction. Most importantly, though, the vision here, really deep into Phoenix 1 territory. And that's the reason, you know, Cloud9, consistent split push pressure here with Ray. Nobody can really go answer him 1v1, maybe even 2v1. It takes way too long to kill him. So Ray is this beastly split pushing pressure constantly on the sides, and they've got plenty of vision. So he knows even if they go for this pick and you're like, wow, good pick for Phoenix 1 on contracts, they actually lose out in overall gold as Ray pushes up the minions, takes down some turrets, and C9 still in a very comfortable position. Phoenix 1 have to make one, you know, spectacular fog of war play. Basically, they got to catch multiple people, chase them down, turn that into a Baron. It's definitely something that's possible. It's just difficult to be able to do here. You'd have to get a Nautilus plus Taric, really nice couple of stun combos.
And the damage to break through the front line. And to be fair, maybe it's a bit easier than normal. Contracts, you know, is only semi-tank and Ray is going full damage. Bloodthirst just added to the lineup. If you just remove nameplates, you would know this is Ray right now based on the item build. It's one of the most obvious ways of telling which Cloud9 top laner you're against.
Hey, they made Black Cleaver more defensive. Ah, here he comes, speaking of Ray.
And the turret is going to be going down, goes for the engagement immediate. Look at the damage output there, kills in midair. Bear trap on a rope, finds himself a spider, and it's not going to be enough with the Taric ulti, of course. Another kill comes through, but a Jensen on the stunt. That's 2 so far. Rio's next up. Make that 3. Shockwave to make sure he gets the kill for himself, and Ray wants a 4th. He's already rooted up Zig once. The Q's coming back up right now. And here comes Contracts, looking to make it all legally binding. Gets the kill picked up just about now. No, still not. Ray fighting for dear life and actually can't pick off Arrow. This could be a trade kill, actually. Gets the attacks. It's not going to kill him, actually. I think he gets the heal through, and I miscalled it, actually. It's still going to be the 3 for 0, but of course he leads still. Does Ray cue the wall to get over? Yes, he does. Now back up.
Steal, a boom.
There we go. We're good to go. Baron going to drop rapidly. And Cloud9 have all the tools needed to win this game.
Cloud9 with a very confident performance here. Opening game of one of the most important series for them. This split. Let's take another look at Ray. Boom. He actually only got 2 of the autos off there from the combo. And since his bear trap was still on Meteos, as he's falling down, it is a dead spider. And the rest of Cloud9 are following up behind Ray. They're basically just cleaning up all the members that Ray is leaving behind as he chases down the rest of them here. And this is a bit of a case of Zig is basically dead, so I'll leave that one to Contracts and go over here for Arrow, but Contracts heard the call to go for Baron instead, so C9 back off and gets, yep, Ryu here. Unlucky game number 1. Yeah. Already thinking about round 2.
Certainly the Ryu mode. Oh, hold on. Shooty, stun, damage outputs there. Kill comes in for Arrow, and that's one thing back in, but it's going to require a lot more of these if P1's going to grab this game from
They're looking for him right now.
He pushes away Ryu. Contracts ults to see where the rest of the team is, and no one goes for anything else. Ray split pushes his 3rd straight turret kill. It was 3-1 a while ago, now it's 6-3, and Ray's been doing all the turret damage here. Keeps the waves they're going and pushes in for top lane inhibitor. No one defending just yet. Instead, it's a battle onto Zig. Meteos wants to keep his teammates alive, but here comes Jensen. Gives in the shield. Shockwave pulls in Zig. This time they do get the tank picked off. Into the back lane goes Ryu, and it's not enough damage. Arrow instead on the chase for Jensen. Knows Shockwave is down. Does he eat the wall and go for the play? Jumps in. Q's going to land. Not enough yet to kill Jensen, though, and that dissonance.
The longer they chase, the more that Kled gets.
He's already on to the Nexus itself. P1 still looking for kills. Ryu really wants to get into this one.
You're bait.
Maybe they're just going to lose the game as the Nexus itself is going to fall. There's the picture-in-picture, and Ray split pushing his way to victory, gets a Nexus turret, and walks away to safety.
A little bit less exciting play there to be able to just destroying buildings.
Oh, he wants in.
Yeah, I want part of the fun here.
Nope. That is so great, that interaction.
Meteos with the hops. That's like one of those videos where a basketball player jumps over the car driving at them. Meteos, nice repel. Makes you untargetable, so there's nothing for Ray to latch on there. That's why
Meteos is Danny Rand.
Yes. Ray doesn't divert. And Cloud9 once again. This time around, nobody even died right there with the pickup. Or actually, did they lose him on the chase? 1 kill. Definitely good trade for a Nexus turret there.
And then we can see a 13,000 gold lead. Baron buff still 45 seconds, and it's only Smoothie who's missing it. Here comes the siege. Turret gonna take a little bit of hits. And the Minuet about to stack up in the top lane. You can see it's in combat right now, about to crash in towards the Nexus.
Sneaky is still yet to die in this game. He got pretty close in the last fight where Rio ignited him and went for the all-in, but still able to slink his way to safety. And Cloud9 now with the pushed up minions and a little bit more Baron buff left, should be able to grab some more turrets.
And that is turret going down. That's inhibitor turret number 2. At this point, it's all said and done. It's going to be almost impossible. Phoenix 1 as C9 pushes in. Rengar ults in to look for exactly where their opponents are. Top minion wave has crashed in the Nexus right now. It's fighting the turret. Here comes the engage. Phoenix 1 want in. They land a 2-man stun, looking for a bit more. Stun in the front line. Ulti onto Ryu. Lock it buys some time. Still shockwaved in. 1 for 0 so far. And the cutaway for Medius. Make that 2 as the mid laner's down on top of that one. Zig's gonna fall, make that 3. And Medius in the back line not gonna get anything done. That'll be 4 easily. Ray gets to remount and kills off Arrow in the back line. And that's gonna be the game. It's all over. Cloud9 take number 1 against Phoenix 1. One more and they guarantee a top 2 finish. Definitely one of the best games we've seen Cloud9 play in a while. If you looked at yesterday's against Team Dignitas, they were getting bashed in the early game, and they received a couple of back-to-back throws. This one, Sneaky and Smoothie, hard bopped the bot lane, and they played a mid-game well.
Hard bop.
Hard bopped.
Everyone just keeps adding hard in front of all their phrases now.
Massive bopping.
There you go.
10 out of 10 boppage right there. 5 out of 7, perfect score.
Definitely
all that.
a couple of triple bops there for the bottom lane.
Yep.
Sneaky and Smoothie were outstanding for the early game, and then it transitioned into the Ray show as far as later on. Split pushing threat, able to get them objectives, even after, you know, there were some hiccups there in the mid-game, couple of picks going over to Phoenix 1. So definitely some good performances on the bottom and the top side of the map for Cloud9 this time around. And definitely very happy about heading into game number 2. We'll see if they can keep it up.
Absolutely, yeah. Ray doing very well on a lifesteal-focused Kled build. He split pushed his way to victory, but now we're going to throw it down to the analysts for their thoughts on that Cloud9 Game 1 win.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. C9 out in front right now in the race for second place between them and Phoenix 1. Of course, still much to be decided, but a good win for Cloud9 here to kind of juxtapose some of the struggles they've had in the last couple weeks, both with their early games and even in some cases the mid game.
Right, I think this was definitely a good bounce back game from them, much cleaner than what we've seen out of the recent weeks. And in particular, I liked it because P1 didn't just sit there and kind of like let nothing happen for a while. They had those early kind of ganks, Medios going for the early plays around mid. Ryu starts getting a little big, and when the Talon starts getting out of control, you get really worried about getting the game blown open, but C9 showed that they were able to stabilize.
And some of the things that strike me right off the bat, number one, Ray in to start, right? We talked about this at the beginning of the day. Both of these teams had the potential or have shown us that they're willing to throw in substitutions. And so here we start with Ray taking that Kled, that crucial Kled away from Zig and saying, hey, how do you play against it, and getting the better of him this time around.
Right, I believe there was one game where they flexed the Nautilus to support. I have to double check to make sure that's true, but I believe P1 did that, and that's the kind of thing you're facing where, oh, maybe they flex the Nautilus again, they take a Kled into something, but the fact that you're able to take that away, one of Zig's signature pocket pick champions that they love to use. On red side, very scary, but you're able to take it away blind on blue side with Ray. It's super important to have that kind of flexibility.
Right.
And we've always been saying all season long, when does Ray actually become important? This could be the matchup.
Exactly. It's very useful to have that flexibility in champion select, bringing Ray in. Now, if we go to the other side of the rift, down in the bot lane, we see the Lucian picked up for Sneaky. Again, kind of the ever-changing bot lane meta, opening up for some more early game-focused ADCs who really have the potential to carry, and we saw it here in this game.
And I think that's one of the best things about Sneaky in general is the fact that, like, what is his meta? Everything's his meta. You want Lucian as, like, an early game powerhouse? Like, great. He was one of the, like, the first great Lucian mains, like, the first great anything, really. So
it's true.
As we move away from seemingly the utility AD carry meta, which he was great in as well, now we're seeing more Ezreal, more Lucian, Kog'Maw, who knows what else is going to crop up, Caitlyn's as well, and he plays all of them.
And it follows the theme of the day, which is apparently all about the bot lane, right? We had the Doublelift versus Wild Turtle. We were looking at Cody, Sun, and Ole against the makeshift bot lane in CLG. All right, well, in this matchup, we have arguably two of the top 3 bot lanes in the league up against each other. I mean, Arrow, right, making a huge case for best ADC in the league, and then across from Sneaky Smoothie. I want to go ahead and take a look at some plays here that came to fruition in the bot lane. Really see how Sneaky Smoothie were able to gain themselves quite an advantage in the lane phase.
And if there's one point of weakness potentially for P1's bot lane, it is Stunt, someone who's been a little under the microscope, and he picked the Taric into the Malzahar matchup. Not truly a counter pick in the sense that like it starts beating it in lane.
Right.
Does a little bit better in terms of negating what Malzahar wants to do, but you saw in that first clip, he did not use his stun properly, hit the spell shield, it's totally negated by Malzahar's passive, and then they're able to turn around and get another kill. Similar situation there. And then here, Smoothie getting roamed on, trying to use that pressure that he has from ahead. P1 wants to catch him out, but you see how coordinated C9 is as a team. Multiple members all collapsing to try and get protect their support there, and they're able to get 2 for 0.
Very good silence there, keeping himself alive just for an extra second for the kills to come through, ultimately. But as you mentioned, yeah, it is, if you're going to look at Stunt, we have to accept the fact, though, too, that he hasn't played the full split, right? Of all the guys out there on the Rift, he's the least experienced in this matchup in terms of professional play. So it's still good to see him taking stabs at champions like Taric, which kind of sit outside the meta, and look for cool ways to win.
For sure. It's one of the things that people always criticize Adrian about was his champ pool for the last, year and a half, basically, has been limited to the more supportive utility style.
Exactly.
Champions here, Stunt playing a little bit more of an engage. Counter pick thing that you wouldn't see out of Adrian typically, and it didn't work out for him, though it is nice to see that extra flexibility.
Right.
And it is a little scary because one of the things people always held back against Arrow, and one of the things they criticized potentially being the best AD carry in the league, was that his laning phase wasn't particularly dominant.
Right.
And you said it was always kind of paired with maybe not having the best synergy with his support. Well, you see what happens when you go up against the bot lane. As the meta is becoming more AD carry dominant, when you have this stronger synergy in other bot lanes.
Right, and you know who's faced the same criticism as Sneaky, right?
Right.
I mean, that was the old Sneaky, the whole meme, can't lane, not a lane phase ADC, and yet here he is having the opportunity with Smoothie. And again, it's this duo, Smoothie being in a very, very aggressive and a very solid support here in the North American LCS, that they're actually able to get some advantages. I do want to push this forward. 26 minutes into the game. Let's take a look at this replay. 4 for 1 for C9.
C9 had, over the course of the game, accumulated a lead, and this is a good stab at coming back into the game by P1. Get the hook out onto Smoothie there. The Taric ultimate comes in just in time to negate that Orianna shockwave.
Yep.
But they're just too far behind to really chase through aggressively because of the advantage that C9 already has. So Contract goes for the re-engage. Ray is able to get up onto Zig, and the fight's just split where now the rest of P1's trying to chase down and collapse onto their tank, who's caught away from the rest of the team. Ryu almost able to go in there and turn that one around, but a good Malzahar ultimate coming in, hadn't been forced out yet, and it's too easy for the rest of C9 to focus down the remaining members of P1. And you get to see why it is so important to have that good early game, which is something that C9 didn't previously have very often.
Exactly. So again, here in the last week, showing a little bit more life. Again, the C9 squad getting those early game leads, which they seemed incapable of growing in the earlier weeks of the split. And they'll be happy to do that, but of course, we're still going to be looking for consistency within that step itself, right? Okay, great. You got one early game lead and you turned it into a victory, but can you do that time and time again?
That goal graph is exactly what a coach wants to see. That is the ideal goal graph right there. Maybe if you don't even want to see any red, sure, but that's, beggars can't be choosers, right?
Yeah,
you take that goal graph and you want to see that again in game 2. A lot of this was kind of reacting to P1's pressure that collapsed in their own jungle, and their bot lane did get a very favorable matchup. I expect P1 to change a couple of things up. But this is a great first step for C9. We want to see them do it again. And in particular, if P1 chooses to swap up their junglers at all, I mean, maybe Impact comes back in. There's a lot of things that can happen in this matchup.
Yeah, we'll find out about subs shortly. Player of the game going to Sneaky this time around. Honorable mention to Smoothie because, again, it was 1 in the 2v2 in the bot lane. So we do have to pick a singular player to actually receive the award, but it is a team effort. The duo in the bot lane gaining those advantages over Arrow and Stunt.
Yeah, so no surprise there. Obviously, the Lucian pick was extremely strong. It's one of the things that does have a little bit of a bully matchup into Ezreal, and both of them are earlier power spiking champions than we had been used to seeing with some of the utility AD carries, and they can actually go in and make plays as opposed to being the setup themselves.
You wanted to know about subs? I got some info
right,
for you.
drop it on me.
Impact in for Ray.
Okay.
Okay, no real surprise there. We've seen those guys swap in and out throughout the split. The interesting thing is we've got rookie Shady coming in for Stunt. Not really much information to be known about this guy, so I don't know if you have more information than I do, but we're gonna have to see if the support swap here can bode well for them in that 2v2, which they lost here in game 1.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, Stunt did not have a great game, so I can understand. And this is some of your last regular season games. So if you do want to see how someone performs on a real stage,
right?
I mean, you have to kind of throw them in here. Even though this is a really high stakes game between second and third potentially, I think they're valuing the long-term vision of what can we learn.
Exactly. You'd rather lose the match here knowing that you're still locked for playoffs, as opposed to make that substitution in a 5-game series where you're eliminated from playoffs if you lose. So again, we'll have to see how the sub works out for Phoenix 1 and if whether or not they can even up the score when we come back in their game 2 against Cloud9. Don't touch that browser.
I spill on my shirt, I'm tilted.
It's okay, my son.
It's okay, my son.
My son. My son. Where is my son?
I can okay. Don't
I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet.
Slow, Ray, slow.
Yeah, okay, I'm fine. I got at least.
I'm looking at Talon.
Talon's there.
I'm looking Talon.
I'm here.
Yo, Tarek. Yo, I'm looking to ulti Talon, okay? Talon. Nice. Good job.
Come here.
Yeah,
I'm fine.
Ring Baron.
Yeah, let's go Baron.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the North American LCS. The teams are gearing up for our second game here of Phoenix 1 versus Cloud9. Cloud9 came off to a great start And I've got to spoil some results from the other stream, by the way, because Liquid beat TSM, meaning Cloud9 can take a first place seed if they win this, and then Phoenix beats TSM tomorrow. C9, way better game score. They will win the head-to-head without a tiebreaker. So C9 win this, they guarantee top 2, and if P1 helps, they get number 1.
Yep. And next bit of business here are the substitutions. As I said, on the analyst desk, you can see Impact is here in the studio, in for Ray, and then Shady is in for support here on Phoenix 1. This guy, we just did a little investigation, and Freak's super excited because his 4th and 5th most played champions for support are Brand and Vel'Koz.
Yeah.
I hate to rain on your parade, but I don't think he's going to jump out and use those, especially since, the Malzahar and Karma are right up there for him. And as far as his, first game on stage here at the LCS, probably go a little bit more standard.
It's like, all right, guys, we just lost bot lane really hard. What you going to do? Brand. Put it all in black. Let's go. That's how I went into the LCS stage. No fear at all. Just do what Acadian did and get 17 first bloods in a single game. You got to do the same thing here. I don't know. It's going to be a fun one. Of course, Phoenix 1 also still in control of their own destiny. If they beat Cloud9 in the match here, they'll own the head-to-head 2-0. And if they beat TSM tomorrow, then they'll tie in match score. Thus, Phoenix 1 can end the split in second place over C9. But they must win here and they must beat TSM. We'll see what happens. Arrow catches some winks.
My face when support Tarek goes 0-7.
Spent enough of his time dead that he's like, you know what, I'm not playing the game anyway.
Ouch.
There's a Rengar. It's unlucky for me. But yeah, we'll see. Ryu got off to an early start. That's him on your screen right there. The Talon had worked well in the early game, and then the mid game all fell apart. They weren't able to use their bot lane to do anything, and their small tank top lane lead in the matchup didn't really turn into much, afterwards. And
you have a way with word, Freak. And now I'm just thinking of small tank tops.
Small tank tops.
Their lane.
Zig had a small tank top on Nautilus. It didn't fit him very well, and that's all for you, Kobe.
As far as the sports coming in, though, these types of changes, I would definitely expect Shady to go with like a lane dominant champion. As far as the Malzahar or Karma that we did talk about before, and try and get them off to that sort of start. Because as far as the last game, starting out with as little control on that side of the map as they did, so much of Cloud9's early game was really dictated through that. And it's not like, Contracts had any control of the jungle. He was losing a little bit of ground there. And Ryu was definitely poised to have a good mid-game, but they were not able to convert because of the power of the Cloud9 bottom lane, really roaming up and affecting the rest of the map, not just their own lane.
Absolutely. You can see that we are getting ready to go into the game very shortly. You had Shady on your screen recently. Of course, it's his first LCS stage game. He just rejoined the pregame lobby, so we should be ready to go very soon, but all 10 players were otherwise going to be ready. And that's the man that the eyes are on right now, because it was really the man he replaced that was...
Freak, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, it's right. Sorry. I'll do the chat one, which is the prayer hands, but you try to get your wrists stretched out. Always fun to do that. That's actually what the emoji is for. It's actually not prayer hands. It's stretch your wrists.
Do your stretches.
Every time you see this, make sure you do your stretches. Keep yourself limber. Gamers, please don't hurt your wrists. It is very easy to get those kind of injuries.
And it's actually, it goes a long way. I know we're going a little bit off topic here, kind of a PSA,
but it's worth it.
A little bit of stretching, in between a game or when you're walking around goes a very long way towards the health of your wrists, which is something that a lot of the pro players constantly have to do that. That's why we see everyone up there with tape on their arms. They have these gloves on.
Yep.
But preventative measures
I'm showing you the stretches right now, actually. You just make sure you get the thumb back there a little bit as well. It's always good to do.
Yeah.
Everyone at home should be stretching. You guys in the audience, you're just sitting with crossed arms. Like, I don't know. We told you guys during the downtime you should be stretching. And
yeah, they are just setting up on the stage. By the way, it takes a while with the new subs coming in here and Shady as far as setting up everything. They want to make sure. This is his first time on the LCS stage, so none of that going into games without runes or going in with the wrong runes types of stuff that we've seen before.
Exactly. Hotshot GG's first game in the LCS stage.
I remember it.
He beat TSM with no rune Shogath. Yeah, I remember that game. I think I cast it. And it worked. They played Syndra, I think, first pick as well, which was like, no one had ever seen Syndra in pro play before, and we were all excited. Turns out she's ubiquitous now, but it was cool back then when Link played the champion. So we're going to go into this one, and again, I do like seeing teams return to form and just players improve, no matter kind of who they are. But Sneaky kind of going back to his old form, where at one point I thought he was the best bot laner in North America, and then he had a very, very dominant game here in Game 1 against Phoenix 1. We'll see if we can replicate that in game 2, and we'll see how Shady's debut in North America is going to go up against one of the scariest lanes in North America.
Meanwhile, Impact coming in, I'm sure he wants to redeem himself for his play yesterday, because his Rumble was one of those very unfortunate Rumbles, and they did get the victory, but he definitely wants to feel better about his own play, coming in and following Ray there after Ray had a very nice Kled game. Interested to see what the Cloud9 top lane looks like today.
Still several bans right now. The Rumble has been banned by Cloud9 both games this series, actually. This is their 3rd ban in game 1. Now it's their 1st ban here in game 2, so they do not want to give that over to Zig very clearly. Wait to see what the next one up is going to be for Phoenix 1.
Rumble, kind of a ubiquitous top laner at the moment. Blind pickable, really fits nicely into any sort of team fight you want to pull off. Camille, also super duper common ban, as we've seen the more split pushing strategies coming through, so not a lot of surprises so far. Maybe the Rengar pick here is a little wrinkle I wasn't quite expecting. I didn't feel like Contracts was, the biggest part of the last game or anything.
Right, but maybe they think they can push him off comfort. I feel like if they say, we can force you to ban Graves or first pick it, then we can push you down a little bit farther maybe.
Yeah, the thing is, I've liked Contracts more on Lee Sin than a lot of the other champions, so if you're pushing him towards that, I don't know about the gains that Phoenix 1 would be getting here. Maybe we get to see a Meteos Lee Sin, one of the rare sightings since Worlds.
It's true. Rare for the opposing team to see it as well. So. He's got to jungle the whole game. That's the joke. Okay, we're back onto this one. Graves actually banned out by Phoenix 1 though.
It's funny you're making that joke though, because if people are just tuning into this game, I should reiterate the stats that I talked about in the first game, where coming into this series, Contracts both had the lowest jungle proximity for his own teammates, meaning that he, within 2,000 range, I believe, first 15 minutes, he has the lowest percentage of his time spent there, so not a lot of ganking. Plus, he has the lowest gold difference, or had the lowest gold difference coming into this series of any of the junglers. Meanwhile, though, no more jungle bans come through, as it was a lot of top focus once again for Cloud9, and this time around, we might be seeing them go with the early round pick up here.
Yep, all the mid laners, all the conventional bot laners available right now, and right now no one seems to care about that very much. Not even any support bans either, just the first pick Lulu. It was all jungle top aimed. Nautilus grabbed alongside that, Lulu on the other side. And we need to see what Cloud9's second pick is going to be. Maybe they take the Ezreal that Arrow had taken in game 1, though it clearly didn't hurt them. His execution was great.
As far as pinching on 80 carries right now, to me, it's super wide open. I think there's a lot more versatility and a lot more acceptable picks in bottom lane than in previous patches. So I wouldn't necessarily feel like a lot of value gains there. There's that Lee Sin that we did talk about though, and one of Contract's best champions thus far. We'll see if he can have an impact here in this game.
I think it's likely. Contracts has had, as you mentioned before, some very good Lee Sin games, and maybe he'll have them again. It is a new look for Cloud9. They don't quite have that same hard split pushing top laner, that Ray play style. Should be okay for them though. At least going to be picked up yet again. Meteos, no surprise, playing his own champion pool.
Yeah. As we talked about, the comfortable champions that we associate with Meteos have been a high priority in the pick bans for Phoenix 1. They have repeatedly early round picked these up for Meteos, whether it is the Zac or the Elise. And, having your first game here, you get handed Lulu as your support. Shady's got to be feeling pretty good.
Yeah.
It's definitely hard to lane poorly on that champion. She's one of the most powerful currently. And Ryu going to be able to lock in the Ezreal once again. We'll see how they look round number 2. This time around with the Lulu laning power compared to the Taric laning power just as a champion. It should be a lot easier.
Totally agree.
We'll see about the player as well.
And it's still a good matchup in a Malzahar if that does come through. Right now, not going to be grabbed. Lucian's still going to be joining the lineups here for Cloud9. So not any different bot laners. The Nautilus actually switches teams, and otherwise a new jungler for Contracts. We go into the second ban phase now. It's, of course, C9's turn to go first. Do have desynced roles.
Let's see if Zig will now be the victim of a second round of top lane bans. Because last time around, it was, and here they're starting to come through. Last time around, it was Ray who had to deal with the Shrunken Pool. and Kled was the one that he went through that actually went through. This time around, though, Cloud9 not going to give Zig the similar openings.
Not just yet anyway. Yeah, Kled going to be gone. Again, Maokai and Fizz were the bans that P1 sent.
Yeah,
of course,
so
that's champion specific, to be fair.
To me, I'm so Renekton's pretty big in my eyes. He also has the option of the Poppy if they really wanted to go with one of these front-to-back team comps. We've been seeing a little bit of Fizz. I feel like that is more niche though, and is due to players specifically putting practice time in on it. I don't know if Zig has or has not, but the options are definitely getting smaller. As far as right now, probably Renekton. The bigger of the two. Still could definitely go, you know, tank to tank. Singed, actually. I
like Singed in a tank matchup.
I do like Singed in this scenario, actually.
It's a bit unlucky that he's got a magic damage jungler, though. Yeah. That it's very easy to buy Spectre's Cowl and be immune to ganks.
Definitely true. Trying to reach a little. Yeah, see, as expected, the Renekton is off the table as well. So.
Irelia. Gangplank. Actually, this is a decent Gangplank game, right?
Kennen could still go Kennen on hit versus tanks. That's always fairly
Kennen
effective.
in so long. I feel like he's like kind of disappeared as a champion.
Watch some more LCK then.
That's fair. In North America, to be clear, I suppose. Did that Mara and Dr. Mundo a while back. That didn't go quite as well.
No surprise here, though. If Jensen would go right back to his Orianna. Has had some very good games on the champion. Ta-da.
Ta-da, Orianna. No one is surprised. Jensen's playing that champion a whole bunch.
Last game, not the biggest factor.
His most played. I think this makes it... Someone can check me. I think it's his 10th game on Orianna so far. 10th or 9th. Either way, it's his most played, and we go for the last few picks to come through as Aatrox is unlikely. I think it actually is a somewhat playable champion in the current state after the hotfix buffs and everything, but...
He has had 8 Orianna games.
8, thank you.
So far this season. Aha, there's your brand. He's a shout out to you, freak.
All right. So he's going through his champ pool.
Morgana is actually in his top 5 as well, most played. I did not
got a
think
Lulu.
That oh, hey, jeez. Going off on the...
I don't think you Lulu Mifflin has real Maokai, so...
I just jumped straight to the brand and my...
Hey, I got excited too. Don't worry about it. I know how that goes.
All right, so Maokai, one of the tank-to-tank matchups here. Definitely will feel those nerfs, and I'm curious to see how Zig lanes early, as Impact definitely should be set up to push early on the Nautilus. It's very, very easy with the depth charge, or with the AoE at least. Smoothie, what shall he try? Malzahar definitely still open. Some of the healing possibilities here for a Lulu matchup, though, a little bit easier. Karma is still available.
Yeah, we'll see. They're waiting for time to tick down, and Nami,
favorite matchup for
Nami's the pickup.
Lulu.
Stronger laner in Nami, slightly, I think, over Karma as far as laning phase is concerned. A close one regardless, and it's, to clarify, 5 straight games in Orianna now for Jensen.
Yeah.
So he is playing a lot of that. Lots of support now to make this Lucian carry.
As far as the Nami, I like the slightly more offensive chase power that you can add to Lucian to be able to get that on-hit slow, speed him up to allow Sneaky to do the dodging that we saw in game number 1. That was the most impressive thing to me that really tipped him over the edge as far as player of the game was. He got hit by almost no skill shots. Yeah, the Terraquin is super easy to dodge as Lucian, but able to keep Arrow on his toes as well and miss most of his missed shots.
Yep, absolutely. So we are getting ready to go into game 2 of this one. Fairly conventional teams on both sides, I would have to imagine. Contracts on his Lee Sin has looked great. Generally speaking, Immortals to the Lease, very much trademark. Final remarks coming in from the coaches, and time for that one potentially last handshake. These teams, I guess, might never meet again this year. There's always a chance they miss each other in playoffs, or I guess for this split, I should say. But it's Cloud9's last regular season match, and wouldn't it be nice to beat a number 3 seed 2-0 heading into your postseason? Cloud9 hoping to turn this one. Nice. Thanks for the song. Phoenix One, of course, still in control of their playoff destiny, though they can turn this one around and win this match and then beat TSM tomorrow. Phoenix One will earn a playoff bye, and they've brought in Shady to fill in their third support of the split, playing Lulu. They first picked for him, and we are getting ready to go into the game. Game 2, here we go. Phoenix One looking for a comeback against Cloud9.
Yeah, as far as bringing in Shady, get him some stage experience here. They are locked in for playoffs, while everybody wants that bye. It's all about your performance, during crunch time when it actually counts in the playoffs. very easily move up the standings here as far as how ridiculously close most of the North American LCS teams have been in comparable power. See if there's any action early game. Maybe we'll get one of the super elusive and rare Raptor invades.
Will they invade for Raptor? Smoothie in his natural habitat in the river, swimming upstream onto land.
How long can he last on land? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, we're okay. We're okay.
Jesus. All right, well.
Hangs out by his pet dragonfly and some frogs.
On the other side, Media has a lot easier time here. All right, let's see if there's any sort of interesting jungle routing afterwards.
You see that Shady's camping in the brush. They know he's not going to leash for his team, and they're going to play for early lane dominance. C9 sitting in the river.
Jump in. Go. Get your spell
see
thieves.
Arrow.
Get your spell thieves money.
Yeah, come on, Smoothie. Come on. Unlucky. Uh-oh, Shady. It's going to get 2v1. Run.
All right.
He's fine.
His first appearance in the LCS. Oh, not quite yet.
Oh,
he got him.
Oh, he lost the trade. Oh, no. Bad early mark for Shady behind on Smoothie in the matchup.
Nami things?
Just Nami things.
All right. So both jungle starts have been seen here. Contracts on Lee Sin is going to get that quicker clear. Significantly quicker clear, by the way. They also know that he's heading back to the bottom side. Now, Lee Sin is one of those champions that just by playing the champion, you feel encouraged to go for early moves. There's just so many options with the kit that kind of run through your mind as far as where you can go. Let's see if Contracts actually make some of those early moves. Actually going to go for the quick level 3 up of the double buffs here. Not significantly quicker, but definitely going to be on opposite sides. Top lane is pushing in as expected, so Meteos setting himself up for a possible route around, ganking Impact. See if Impact actually puts his ward down and sees him on the blue right here. This is the common push-up. There you go, 250, gets it down, sees Meteos take the blue.
Yeah, I know he was killing it in the brush, but I'm pretty sure he did step out and was revealed out.
All you need to do is see it gone, because they did see him start the Raptors.
You're right. As long as it's gone, they know he went to that side of the jungle, and there was no blue up to be seen. They have that information. Look at the play now. Contract.
Early move.
Almost lands that Q into Ryu. Very close.
Wonder if it's worth going for the ward there. Because he did not go for the ward there, he gets to use his Trinket Ward on the Raptor brush once again, so you get some vision for later. And it's very low chance that you get an actual summon out of Ryu, but you might have been able to get a little bit of health to help out with the lane.
Shady realizing, hey, hold on, he might invade for the side of the jungle. He sees him. Yeah, takes with the jungle camp, levels up to level 3, and now a stun on the Impact means a lot of damage out for Meteos. Repel to even go farther. The anchor toss going to get him to a bit of safety. The dive's not going to come in much more. That shield's good. And look at the trade back on a Sneaky. A lot of damage right here. And, lane is staying afloat, though it is a minion deficit right now for Arrow.
Contracts, meanwhile, seeing Meteos up top, takes the Scuttle Crab.
How annoying can you be?
That's about it, though. Very. Let's see if he stops it one more time. All right, back to farming, though, it looks like. Meteos experienced lead.
Uh-oh. He's got to run pretty quickly here because Contract's coming
I think
well.
It's super fine here, actually. He does get hooked.
Yeah, but he's going to be all right. Out he goes, repels to a minion. Takes a farm for his troubles. You're welcome, Zig. A gank for you. Now give me that caster minion.
Yeah, I want to check in on Contracts, see how many of these Krugs are left after. Just a tiny bit of money. Meanwhile, Ryu actually going offensive on Jensen.
Good damage. Jensen's out of mana. He's going to have to take the walk back to lane. And looking at the actual status of the lane itself, Ryu can make this a freeze. He can deny almost a full wave away from Jensen.
Yeah,
that wave is.
He already used his teleport, though. So, most likely.
Yeah, it's going to be a delayed push instead.
There. Definitely is something you're going to have to keep in mind as we get later. Jace isn't, by any means super threatening flanker or anything. True. But the extra mobility is something to keep in mind. far as the teleport Jace. The first thing that comes to your mind when you hear teleport Jace, though, what is it, Freak? To me,
oh, it's
clear.
Deft the 2015 World Championship. Using it like it was Summoner Heal in a team fight and stunning himself in a climactic 5-on-5. Ryu Stormator is going to be pretty fast moving around the map. We'll see if he gets himself the incredible ability in team fights. Jensen's going to farm in front of his turret for now. This wave will eventually push back out, though. He's going to get reinforcements first. Quick lane push as Arrow's going to recall for Tyr and a Cole. Sneaking going to clear the wave out. And a recall on maybe 300 more gold than him. 11 CS and another 30 seconds of farm of just AFK gold generation.
Yep, another pushing lane here for Sneaky and Smoothie. Nice CS lead for themselves. Arrow has gone full farm build here with the Cole coming in to complement his tier. No fighting, please, for Phoenix 1.
Contracts backs down. Through the war the way though. Quick trade on the top side. Always nice that Zig's going to lock him up in front of the minions, which needs a little bit more extra damage. Kind of nice to see.
Pop of the ultimate.
He does pull him for a turret shot, so nicely done by Impact to Q exactly then. Zig running low on mana, should be potentially recalling soon. Medios wants into the mid lane, and they get us some ward clears right now. And of course, it's no surprise that this bot lane looks a little bit easier for Phoenix 1. Range supports tend to lane better. And actually some good damage in the arrow, but meanwhile there's a fight in the top side as Impact getting a bit low. Zig is pretty low on mana, and here comes Contracts, and Zig doesn't have a way out of this one. No chance out. First blood comes through, and now to re-engage the bot side for Medios. Looks for maybe a stun. Can't find much. Ignite is on. Medios gonna die for this one. Minion aggro, and it's gonna take him down. Smoothie gets the kill thanks to his Ignite, and the minions overstepped by Medios.
So remember when I said P1 please no fight in the bottom side of the map? That's one of the reasons right there you don't want to go to losing lanes. Not only is it a losing lane, but it's a losing lane that's not even purchasing combat power to try and complement. You talk about the minions, it's a huge deal that Sneaky and Smoothie are constantly pushing. All of that damage came through, plus the Ignite not only is it damage, gives you that vision so the minions still get to keep up with you, and Medios with a tragic mistake for Phoenix 1. Meanwhile, Contracts on the Lee Sin, set up so nicely by his laner, able to make the play on top side, where I think that Phoenix 1 should have been the one area that they actually could have fought around, considering the tiers and stuff they're building.
I don't know if Medios had Repel up at the time. I think he needs to close the gap.
I'm going to go with no, because
he's
fairly experienced on the champion. I give him credit. Benefit of the doubt.
Yeah. You could have repelled minion aggro, but I'm pretty sure it was on cooldown. I just forgot if he had cast it at the start. Either way, bit of a lead. Nice blow, and he's going to force the flash away. Shady takes about 0 damage. Slim margins there, but he gets out.
Yeah. Flash down, though. Bottom lane, very vulnerable here for Phoenix 1. And Cloud9, once again, pretty early start here as far as the gold lead they've been able to accumulate. Vision starting to come and creep in here too, as Contracts has pre-set up wards to go for this blue steel. Very easy blue steel here. Medios on the opposite side could go for a similar move. It's just not quite as safe because they don't have the deep vision. And instead, he will opt to try and solo this Infernal Drake. Phoenix 1 could send their bottom lane over. Looks like they will. And I do think that they're getting a very good trade here in this case.
Yeah. Definitely taking Infernal Drake for blue buff any day of the week. Feels pretty good. And Medios going to grab that one, no problem. And yes, you can repel 2 satchel plants.
No.
Yep. You just saw it right there. Call me a liar, Kobe? I saw it with my own eyes.
Good one, Freak.
Thanks, buddy. That was nice. Medios, of course, knowing that mechanic. No surprise, of course, but still good player. Good to see nice moves. Jensen actually takes some damage from that to the skies. It was barely in the AoE.
Yeah, I like that splash range there. You always want to try and use that to clear out the back minions. They do significantly more damage than melee minions now, by the way. It was one of the changes I was pushing for.
You suggested it, yeah.
It's actually not seen a lot of, hasn't been highlighted too much. But it's pretty interesting as well when you're trying to set up side lane pushes. As far as taking out the healthy minion, or taking out the damaging minions, leaving the large health block there to build up those sort of delayed pushes.
Yeah.
It's just more extreme now than it was in the past. We want to kill ranged ones.
See if these come into fruition later on in this game. Right now, Cloud9 sitting on a 2,000 gold lead at the 10-minute mark, which is quite nice, to be honest. First blood for Contracts, obviously pretty good. You can see a big minion lead for Impact in this top lane, and it might never let go of it. Meteos looks for the play.
Control ward play. Always stick to your control ward.
Yep.
I think Meteos had vision.
Meteos does slink away with this, but he's down a level right now. Contracts can bully him out. It seems Warrior Enchant done is better than the components that Meteos has, so that power pushes the Elise out of that fight. Shockwave's gonna land. Ryu taking a ton of damage, goes in for the play, but he's not gonna survive this. Forces the heal, flashes the ball, actually, Ryu. Making the best of that play it could have been. Makes Jensen burn double summoners for the one. Get the health bar low, but here comes Contracts, and he's... Hope to make Ryu sign his blood.
Ryu's still sticking around to clear the wave. Okay, dodges the ult.
And that saves a lot of health off the turret.
Ryu.
That removes 6 turret shots.
Absolutely confident play here from him. I love it. Goes in for the knockback to gain the distance. Flashes and trades summoners here, gaining an extra in the heal. Plus, sticks around for the cheeky clear on the back wave. Goes fairly unpunished. Still down in CS though. Still, you know, trying to catch up to Jensen. He's feeling the pressure.
Right in, jumps in for the Cutlass slow, and you can see the kind of stuff that Sneaky can do. Power spike actually works pretty well for a short-range marksman. Root onto arrow won't deny too much, but they're getting a lot of turret damage here. This one is getting very, very low, and you can see how unafraid they are of Meteos ganks right now. They're able to stay in front of this turret and put a lot of attacks in.
Yeah, let's get a vision toggle here on the Cloud9 side. You can see the whole red quadrant is lit up. That certainly affords you a lot of confidence. There still is a small chance Meteos goes for a lane gank when you're going super aggressive, but there's so much mobility in a Nami Lucian lane. Yeah, see there. They did it right after that war timed out.
Yeah, they did have a couple more in there. And right,
but they had another one in there on the red side that Cloud9 could concentrate on. And also, this is not a mobility boots Elise, so those types of lane ganks are a lot less threatening.
Yeah. Well, something aggressive right here for Phoenix One, though. Quick sapling and maybe a look at this mid lane dive. Of course, Jensen is summoning the flash of the wall. Suddenly, the entire team is mid lane, and Jensen goes, all right, guess I'm dead. Unlucky for me.
He's going to start warding over his own Raptors from now on. This second game in a row, Meteos, this time Zig as well, comes over the Raptor pit wall.
They both
take them down.
They actually both flash the wall, so I mean, it's 2 summoners, but the kill comes through. First turret, of course, went to Cloud9 because of their duo lane victories. Some of that may be donated by Meteos, but still nice for them. And meanwhile, pressure in the mid lane, Contracts forced to cut away from Ryu. Keeps the turret afloat.
Meanwhile, they thought they might need to lend some help to Impact being out there, but he's able to walk his way out the river, no problem. Cloud9 still sitting on a decent gold lead, but Phoenix One in the Infernal Drake. Now, don't underestimate that sneaky dragon take that Meteos was able to pull off. Here's another look at the Jensen hate train. Coming in over the wall. Whoop, number 1.
Guys?
This is the new version of the bottom laners complaining about 5 members diving them. Is mid lane, everyone's coming over my Raptor wall.
Yep. I feel like Jensen should have dodged the skill shot. He should, you know, it's like pink ward the spear. It's just like, no, he just tossed the Maokai route. Come on, buddy. Yeah, unlucky. Well, nice play of Corporate Phoenix One to get some level of control back, but of course they are still suffering through a 2,500 gold deficit, and the mid turret still has not fallen. Still a lot they need to get done. 30 minion lead in the bot lane. Sneaky and Smoothie once again doing very well with that advantage. We'll see what P1 can lap up here as they try to scale into this game.
20 more kills left on the Cull Freak. That thing will explode.
Oh man, so much money.
Not going to be enough to catch him up to Sneaky though.
No. Sneaky got solo first turret gold. Smoothie did walk away from the local gold range. Smart of him.
Yeah, look at the numbers on that lead, actually. Sneaky 6,000 gold to his name.
Oh, that actually hit Meteos with the tail corner of the kick in. Wild Growth buys some time. Maybe he gets away with this one. Smite it for HP, and he's going to get out. Nicely played. The best he could have done. Actually doesn't even burn flash for it. It's just a couple of ultis. So yeah. 2 summoners lost by C9. Blue buff steal actually going to come through for Contracts. Very close, but does get it. Ryu could not steal.
Quick moves, but in the end, Lulu. Minos able to get out there. Deep warding, though, still for Cloud9. And that is the correct idea. They're trying to keep up their pressure, playing around their winning bottom lane as well. Contracts double buff ready, even though he used his ultimate and his flash in that last play. Returns for the Gromp.
Elegantly ward hops out. Quick whimsy into Glitter Lance. The jump over the wall for Arrow. Here comes Ryu as well. Dodges Shock Blast. Here comes Tidal Wave, and the power of the ocean pushes Ryu out. Burns Summoner Heal a bit aggressively. He wasn't close to dying. Don't think he had to use that spell, but he hit it anyway. And C9's continuing to try to push in this top side with their 30 minion leads. Not getting too much damage yet.
Perfect example of why you go for invades around your strong winning side. Sneaky and Smoothie able to get Contracts out of trouble, even with the roam there from Ryu. Spirit Visage already completed on the Nautilus that you were talking about. Now when you got that Elise jungle and your mostly magic damage lane opponent, he's definitely going to feel confident in those matchup. Doesn't have Ninja Tabi though for any of the Jace or Ezreal damage. To be fair, the Jace and Ezreal damage taking a lot longer to come in as they both opted for the tiers in their builds. Ryu now finally up to his Ghost Blade though, some lethality might go his way.
But you're right though, as you illustrate the items and everything else, if this game does slow down for a while, Phoenix 1 will catch up on the Ezreal, they will catch up on the Jace, and maybe they can push through on an Impact. Right now, that top lane siege is still the primary focus. You're seeing these junglers still sticking around top side. For reference, all 4 regular camps on the bot right side of the map are still up. The junglers have been spending their time clearing and staying around that focal point of the turret. Looks like now it does finally pan away, and Jensen, you can see the kind of chunks he's taking from Ryu's damage output. No arm guard yet in the inventory, but Jensen probably buys it next.
Yeah, I think on Jensen's return to lane, they're not even waiting for the return to lane because they just saw a bottom lane recall from top side, and there's no way they can make it down in time, so C9 are able to clean up their Drake. Yeah, Mountain Drake definitely will help as they try and transition through this mid game and try and keep up the turret pressure.
Yeah, it's a Phage in for Sneaky going towards that Black Cleaver build. He is big and honestly ahead of the curve, generally speaking. Gold-wise, he is the highest in the game.
That is such a good Maokai killing setup as well. Yeah. Just on your Cleaver plus your Blade of the Ring.
Armor shred, percent health damage. Like, what else could you want for killing tanks?
Very much. We'll see if they actually transition to that period yet. The teleports have been ready for the top laners. But with nobody going down there for the Drake, you might not see any sort of play down here in a while. Should just be minion wave shoving.
Yeah, C9's constantly been matching their 2-on-2 to face against Arrow and Shady with Sneaky and Smoothie, and prevent Arrow from getting to do anything special, anything aggressive at all. Now there is no bottom outer turret to kill right now for Cloud9. There's not much to play for at this time. So right now it just looks like wave upkeep. First armor item comes in for Impact, going towards either Frozen Heart or an Iceborne Gauntlet off that Glacial Shroud.
Yeah.
I guess it could be the promoting Banner of Command, but that's very unlikely.
Both tanks going light on the armor here. First cloth armor coming in for Zig. The only problem for Zig is that Sneaky is a lot more threatening, and he will be trying to get there to the back line, have to deal with a lot of that output. Let's see though, Cloud9 trying to swing up towards the mid lane on Ryu first.
Ooh, over aggressive by Ryu. Here comes the calling, and actually Shady.
Whoopsie.
Oh, screws it up. A guilty conscience for him. Doesn't ult the right target and walks into the shockwave. 2 for 0 in the mid lane, and unfortunately a pretty bad mistake from the P1 support.
Look at that. Wherever Sneaky goes, and Smoothie, they're able to get a lot of pressure. The mid turret does go down after the kill as well. We still haven't really gotten to involve top lane tanks with all their crowd control yet, but it's coming.
Oh man.
Oh, it's coming.
Here comes Contracts.
Looks like it's coming to Zig first.
Comes Smoothie. They smell blood on the water. Zig. Here comes Smoothie. Oh, he's gonna drop aggro. Gonna get over to the Zig. A lot of damage here onto the tank, and he's gonna run out of HP. Contracts. Gonna almost head to a turret shot. Not gonna though. Stays alive. Kill goes over to Sneaky. And the engage not yet enough from Ryu to get the kill. Very, very close in that one.
Going for the redive, but reinforcements are on the way.
The snipe's not going to land on anything. Contracts, quarter second away from dying to that turret, but they get that second tower dive. So 2 for 0, and now Shady's in the wrong part of town. Push the flash over the wall. Jensen out of mana, but does push him away. Turret number 3 unanswered. Cloud9 have only given up 1 kill all game.
Yeah, Phoenix One are going to try and trade for the bottom side, where Arrow's been pushing on this Ezreal during the counter invade here, and he should be able to get that. Much needed gold for them, but Meteos actually finding himself.
Yeah, he kind of face checked into the team. Okay, he lands the smite and flashes away. I guess trading flash for a buff steal is maybe worth it. It's close.
If you take into account the extra time of those 4 members of Cloud9 that they spent waiting for your repel to come down and sitting around there, then maybe you can make the argument. We'll see if he gets punished for not having flash in the next 5 minutes.
It's likely.
Here we go, though. This is the dive. It takes a long time on Maokai, but eventually they got it off. Sneaky taking that extra tower hit just because Maokai's so tanky. And actually, I guess his ultimate plus the single cloth armor was enough. Ooh, Contracts just had that nice little last hit there. So close to getting another turret shot off there, actually. It was all lined up.
But he makes it out alive. 5,000 gold lead. Cloud9 back to the top lane, and suddenly Ziggs, guys,
Red, Lucian.
Where's my team? The armor shred is there, and actually Sneak doesn't want to press too hard. Zig's going to be okay for now. Meteos coming in, the root onto Smoothie. They're going to go ahead and look for the support kill. 1 picked up, and here comes Contracts turning around. Zig drops, and Meteos next up. Quick 2 for 1. Knocked back on an impact, and there's the ulti onto Arrow. This could be an Ezreal for breakfast. Forced to run. Burns Healan flash to create the distance. Does get away with that one. Sneak takes a shot. Still, all said and done, 2 for 1 advantage C9.
Yeah, also, they do have some work to do clearing out a lot of vision up around here. If they want to really start to have that threat of transitioning towards Baron. A couple control wards are currently down, 3 actually, but not quite healthy enough after that small victory to be able to really threaten it.
Yeah, looks like not too many things grabbed just yet. Phoenix One, of course, a while ago did get their first turret kill as Arrowhead split pushed the bot lane, but still far to go in this game.
Yeah. Big takeaways from that last little skirmish, though. Impact did have to teleport in for it, or maybe had to is not the correct word, but he did. Meanwhile, Zig has his teleport up. That's why they can actually farm the bottom lane wave right now, rather than having to make another rush up there to keep vision around Baron. Teleport is ready to roll. He actually got there almost just in time for all the minions on bottom side, so not the worst thing in the world for Phoenix One, even though they are losing ground here. Cloud9 increasing their lead. Blue on Jensen, and they are very well set up to actually try and bait Phoenix One into a bad face check here.
See what they can find. Contracts pushing forward and doesn't find anyone to kill just yet, but you're right. The call is to look for some kind of a special bait to keep the ward control, to find the plays around the neutral objectives. Not going for tier 2 turrets just yet. Quick take in the scuttle. Ocean gonna follow.
And I don't think C9 need to commit many members to the actual kill of the Drake.
Yeah.
Sneaky's got plenty of lifesteal with his Blade of the Rune King. They're actually committing 3 though, which leaves their top wards undefended. And a good call here from Phoenix One to move in and actually clear out most of that work that C9 laid before they went down to the Drake.
The best play they could have made. And now Cloud9 has 6 minutes till the next break comes up to just get that control back. And with the 5,000 gold lead, with the fact that they are ahead, it won't be too hard to get back into that side of the map. It's a pretty worthy trade. A few wards for a Drake, and especially wards that can be replaced. So looks like it's going to be a pretty quick reset. They've sent Nami back to base. You can see Smoothie on the minimap already running right back towards the Baron pit. No shock there at all. Contracts can do the same. He's already got his own control ward. You can see 3 in the inventories of Cloud9. Very simple. Yeah. Guys, Drake is down. Baron's up. We have the lead. Play for the top river.
They literally just want to force a fight here. Cloud9, that is. On favorable terms, because they have more combat power. Let's see if Phoenix One can pull off some sort of snipe.
And they're going to find Contracts. The trap has been set. It was baited, and they got him down 1 for 0.
So those wards you're talking about, Freak, huh?
Yeah, hey.
How worth it?
Well,
they're very important.
Sure. When you face check the team like that, sure. You got to go with a squad. You got to push it in, then go together, put Impact in front. He's going to try 5v4. They pull in. Meteos hasn't come just yet, but he's dangerously close to death. The tidal wave takes him out, and Smoothie gets him with that one. The chase continues as Zig's forced to run back. A quick stun to the back line, though. Arrow cannot jump the wall yet. He's He's not going to withstand the stun duration. Zig is traded. It's 2 for 1 in favor of Cloud9 if you still count the contracts death.
Sneaky, again, deathless in this game on the Lucian. Very strong performance once again from him as Cloud9 strike back, get some kills for themselves, and importantly, get to reset their wards on the Baron area.
Shady was the one who paused the game. I don't know if he was actually the one who had an issue, but he's the one who entered /pause into chat, so looks like he's the one with the ref in front of him as well. So we'll see what this ends up being when I know you two will on the internet or here in the studio watching. We'll see what it is. Of course, his game is almost out of reach, though, a 6,000 gold deficit in the Baron Bates beginning. The fact that C9 willingly fought a 4v5 speaks to how far ahead they feel like they are.
Yeah, so there's a lot of factors that go into those 4v5s, right? Positioning, vision, cooldowns used, and I really did like that re-engage call, considering the expenses that Phoenix One did use to kill contracts once they got that very nice pick-off for themselves. Also the fact, as you go to, that they're fairly far ahead at the moment. And actually ready and in position to dish out that damage.
Yeah, turns out the issue apparently was Shady with his key bindings. And then we are, looks like, ready to go. Ready checks went through, players are ready, and we are back into the game. And it is one that Cloud9 are pretty close to securing their playoff bye. If they win this game, they end their season 14-4. They cannot finish below second place. They will have that first round playoff bye, and we'll see them in the semis. If Phoenix One then beats TSM on Sunday, Cloud9 ends the season in first place. They'll win the tiebreaker over TSM via game record and move on as the #1 seed in the postseason. But there's still more league to happen.
Stig has teleport, even though he's dead here. This is risky. I think they just want the cooldown. Oh, actually, he's gone.
They can stop him in time. It's too much damage too quickly. The Baron has fallen, and that's going to be another major advantage for Cloud9. No chance to stop off that team fight victory.
All right, the secured vision allows them to just burn right through it. I'm always scared when I see, yeah, the top laner's dead, let's go for it, but they still have teleport possibilities coming up. But Phoenix One not in a position to be able to face check, and the control wards finally pay off. Cloud9 with this Baron buff, very, very well set up to not only take outer turrets here, but they could seriously threaten these inhibitor turrets if they're able to put Impact into the side lane. Teleport is ready for him. Try to push up the lanes at the moment. Smoothly looking for a pick on a Meteos.
Oh, looks for a bit of damage here. The bubble not quite gonna land. Meteos running away, and he's still slowed. He's gonna dodge the rest of the skill shots, but there's the flash ulti. And gonna jump right back down. Nothing else to do. Jensen gets the kill, his second of the game. Yeah, sorry, Meteos, nowhere to go for you.
Yeah, Scuttle Crab on that area, way more important before Baron's been taken. Not so great after Baron's already been taken, and Meteos extending there costs him and his team a kill. Plus, as far as, we talked about being fairly simple for C9 to push up with the Baron before, now they've got all avenues open to them. They shove all 3 lanes at the same time and transition their TPS over to the top turret.
Gonna fall. Not even a problem. Baron buff, and even a red buff on Sneaky helps kill it as well. Mountain Drake for good effort, and that's going to be that dropped off the table. Not even a problem here. It's all about closing it out, ending the season on a strong point here. C9 almost can't lose this game. Mid lane tier 2 under the focus. Going to be grabbed quickly as well. Impact is playing the bot side, setting up more of the map for them. There's only one tier 2 turret left. It's all about Cloud9 methodically closing this one out. Ending their season 2-0 against a likely playoff opponent. In the jungle, more camps taken, more ward control as well, as Smoothie feels safe to kill this control ward. Bot lane tier 2 is now ready to be attacked. Arrow wants to make a play on a Sneaky. Pretty good damage comes in. That's going to be a bit aggressive. Nice flash by Sneaky. Gets away from To the Skies. The slow will not land if you get away from the landing zone. And
oh, Rhea's gonna find him though!
Re-engages into Rhea. What are you doing, Sneaky? He face checks back in.
Well, it's like, no way they'll keep up the chase here. Guess he wasn't looking. Rhea looking for more kills though.
This is important. 5v4. Maybe the chance to come back is here. Can they make it in? C9 staying grouped up. Stun lands onto the tank. Impact so durable though, and Rio hasn't got a lot of poke just yet. 30 seconds on Sneaky. Can they find the chase through? The team is here. This is the fight that Phoenix One needs to have a chance in this game and in this series. Have a chance at a playoff bye. Shock Blast, actually a late gate Means no hit for Ryu there, doesn't get any damage, still zoned out by the ball. 5v4 continues, arrow hooked in by Impact. Quick ulti in, gonna stay alive thanks to Sneaky. There's the kick to the side as Arrow Arcane shifts away, stays up for now. Media's gonna get chopped down by Jensen though. As the team was dealing with the front line, Shockwave finds Sneaky in the 4v5. Look, it's gonna work right now. A double kill in for Jensen. Ryu gets what he can, but it's not gonna be enough damage. The third kill almost comes through. Ryu limping away, but it's Zig who wants to make it happen, and he can't do enough damage. It's all the kills coming through, and it's only Arrow left alive against the entire Cloud9 team. The 4v5 turned into a 4-0 for Cloud9.
Can't blame Phoenix One for going for that fight with Sneaky, the 4-0-6 at the time, AD carry off the field. You would think they'd find a way to get to the back there and kill Jensen, but try as they might. They threw everything at him, could not kill Jensen. If you can't take down that DPS member, then you're not going to win, and C9 did a very good job protecting him. And after that fails, that's pretty much it here. C9, easy walk into the base.
Impact vows Knighthood to Sneaky right now to keep him a little bit tankier. Comes in, doesn't do much, though. Arcane shift out. Then Inhibitor goes down, 13,000 gold lead, and it's all over but the crying. Cloud9 looking to make this a 2-0, and in the bot lane they go. Meteos forced to run away. Protobelt has pretty much only been used as a retrieve tool. Look right in onto Zig, looks for the tank. Nice little shock clash with Sneaky at half, but it got sustained. Doesn't mean all that much. Arrow at half. Look at the damage output from Jensen. Double inhibitor taken. Top inhib turret is dangerously low. Impact leads the charge, that side of the map. Stun means nothing onto this Nautilus. Cloud9 can choose between a second Mountain Drake or the inhibitor itself. They look for the inhibitor. Shock blast gonna chunk Smoothie a bit low, but the turret's gone. Gold lead 15,000. A very large Baron power play in this one, and out they will go. Looks like it's gonna be the reset. The second Mountain Drake, and the series ender. The next 3 steps in here for Cloud9.
Take another look at this 4v5. Smoothie starts it off, does get the tank as well as going all the way to hit their arrow with the knockback. Fight back a little bit longer here. You can see Ryu on the top side is pretty much being zoned out, and C9 zoned him away with that ball from Jensen. He's able to bring it back in time for the fight, but they effectively are able to keep Ryu out for so long and dodge his shock blast that they were effectively able to fight it as a 4v4. Then Jensen still had both summoners for the very end there. And once they finally were able to close onto Jensen, he pops both summoners to barely be able to get back out.
Yeah.
And some nice play there for C9, able to pull out the teamfight victory while outnumbered.
Absolutely, so well played by them, and we'll see what you think's gonna happen. Yeah, 6,000 damage coming out for Jensen, no surprise here at all. And the fact that Arrow only got 800 when the ball was mostly used to dodge and zone out Ryu was maybe a bit lower number than he wanted. Arrow, who'd typically been so good throughout this year, maybe should be turning up for a little bit more in that specific scenario, but maybe it wouldn't have even mattered. Cloud9 obviously very, very far ahead here, and take their time to close it out. Letting Phoenix One get some of the farm through the mid and bot lanes. Making sure the jungle is cleared. We know Baron's in 30 seconds. They could choose to not fight and instead wait for a Baron bait, but I feel like closing out the game is almost easier by sieging top.
I mean, yeah,
it's a debatable choice.
2 inhibitors down. Want to work with that pressure. They almost just have to stay here and be inside the base.
Yeah, they're going to
and will eventually get that pressure. Honestly, though, I would want to see the healing done in that last team fight as well. Smoothie, not only Nami's kit, but also the Mikhails and the Redemption. A huge part in keeping Jensen afloat there. They should be able to easily get this. Once again, it's a no-vision situation. Except this time around, they also have to deal with super minions in their own base.
Yes, they do. No chance to steal it away. Not even going to happen. Cloud9 make the further risk-averse play of let's wait 30 seconds. We'll grab the Baron. We'll use that to push in the game. Again, it gives time for scaling, but I think it does heighten their chance of winning. There's no comeback Baron option now. There's no, if you lose the fight, nothing goes away on the base. You guarantee there's less available tools to your opponents, and here comes the play. Top inhib gonna fall pretty quickly. Contract's happy to take up a few hits because he knows if he tanks, the inhibitor will go down. Here comes the flank. The attempt for Zig on the backline. Meteos kites back and forth. Contract's a little bit low, down to half. Sapling is there. Anchor finds Meteos, though. Big stun comes into Ryu. Look for it, exploding the enemy team. Gonna find Zig in the front line. Shockwave only catches the one, but they will pick off the Maokai's Guardian Angel. Now in towards Shady. Another anchor in for Impact. Taking away as best he can. He'll stay alive with this one. Redemption, he's going to be fine. And Sneaky gets the first kill credit of the fight. Gets the second one as well. Looking for a third is going to be Jensen. And now into the back lines, they've found their opponents. Ryu going to fall off. Double right now. And his contracts to find the fifth. It's all over there for this one. Cloud9 gonna make it a 2-0, gonna make it 14-4 in the regular season. They will guarantee, as the hat trick comes through for Jensen, a playoff bye for Cloud9, and if Phoenix 1 wills it, they'll get the first place seed if TSM falls tomorrow. Congratulations, Cloud9, on a guaranteed top 2 finish in North America for the regular season. Dark Meteos' reign of terror over Sneaky's light side.
He had a couple of highlight moves against Jensen over the Raptor wall. But,
he did.
Yeah, aside from that, C9 with a lot of control here. And once again, their bottom lane. That's where most of it stemmed from. Sneaky and Smoothie throughout this series, constantly getting their advantages, then also transitioning those advantages by roaming around. Jensen had a huge performance in that one fight in the 4v5 as the main DPS member still alive, and that's all that it took as far as C9 patching up the small cracks that started to show themselves. Phoenix 1 coming into this feeling super confident, super hot, and maybe a little bit of the steam taken out off of the hype train there for them heading into the playoffs, but could put it right back on the rails.
See with a wave to the camera. Knows he did good work. It's kind of interesting in that fight where Sneaky got picked off for free by face checking a Ryu for no reason, and then C9 wins the 4-0. He's still the same KDA as Jensen after that. Like it's
their early
still 14-1.
The early game for the bottom lane was so outstanding.
I know.
And they were really able to work off that and transition it nice and smoothly. Smoothly here. So this definitely bodes well for Cloud9 heading into playoffs. It's exactly what they were looking for.
Totally agree.
Trying to, right the ship basically and head in with a lot of momentum.
Especially because that Dignitas set yesterday did not look very good. It was like, ooh, man, we're at the end of the split here, and none of our top teams look that great. That's kind of scary for North America looking into playoffs and whatnot. I know we talk about parity, but games that look sloppy are always a bit scary. And this was a game where it's like, wow, Sneaky and Smoothie, real freaking good at League of Legends. And the shot calling was, I thought, very solid the rest of the way through the game.
So now we come up with that scenario you were talking about before, where Cloud9, with this victory, they can actually make that push for #1 if TSM do lose to Phoenix 1 tomorrow. So a lot still in the cards. We even have movement at the top of the standings still.
Yep, absolutely the case. Of course, this means that Phoenix 1 cannot get a playoff bye. And with the earlier loss by Counterlogic Gaming, Phoenix 1, I think, are guaranteed 3rd exactly. They can't fall to 4th, and they can't climb to 2nd anymore. So more and more of the spots are lining up. TSM C9 are going to be 1, 2 in some order. P1 is 3, and the rest of the spots still up for grabs. I don't know how the second stream is going right now, but either way, it's going to be a fun one to watch for. Of course, we're getting set up for our interview pretty soon. I'm looking down. It looks like it's Smoothie over there. So
spoilers!
Spoiler alert! At some point, Zyrene will talk with Smoothie, which will make my toss to the interview really awkward because I'll be saying the same information. And in fact, for a first-hand account, let's hear from Zyrene and the Cloud9 support.
Not awkward.
Thank you very much, Freak. Absolutely not awkward at all. Yeah, I'm here with Smoothie, the support from Cloud9. Guys coming off of that victory, but I want to start off here with saying you have now locked in a top 2 spot for the regular season, so you will be in Vancouver, whether it's 3rd, 4th place match or in the finals. And you played in Toronto, and I know you're a native to Canada. How does it feel to be returning back to your home country and playing League of Legends there in the stadium?
Returning to Canada and playing like in the LCS or in finals or whatever, it's always a really cool experience because I don't get to go back to Canada much lately. I go back like twice a year, if possible, if I can. But most of the time, I'm just working really hard here. So, but going to Vancouver is going to be super cool. I love Vancouver. It's so nice of a place, and I visited it once before.
All right, well, you'll be playing League of Legends there, and one of those matches at the top. But now moving on to this match that just happened against Phoenix 1. They kind of pulled a little bit of a loop there because they threw you guys one support with Stunt, and then they brought out a rookie in Shady who had never played on the stage before. What was your thought immediately when they said, hey, we're going to sub this guy in? When you heard Shady's coming on, what was the immediate thought?
I wasn't very worried. Like, I'm not saying they're bad players or anything, but it takes a lot of time to get incorporated into a team. So I think that's pretty hard to just bring in someone new and just perform really well. So again, I wasn't really worried, but they both played well.
Nice. And so final question for you here, Smoothie. Speaking of playing well, you talked about how Kane, the bottom lane coach for your team, had helped you so much with where to ward, help the bottom lane out. You guys lost Kane this week. He departed and went to Team Liquid. So has that been affecting you at all or affecting the team at all with the loss of the bottom lane coach?
Yeah, losing Kane is pretty big, but I don't know, he's always with us in spirit. Like, he's always helped us out this whole split, like, a lot, especially, like, me. He taught me a lot, and I wish him the best in TL.
All right, well, wish you the best as well. Having one of those top 2 spots. Congratulations, Smoothie. Thank you for the interview. And now we're going to throw it over to the guys at the desk to close that one out.
Thank you, Zyrene, for that interview with Cloud9 support, Smoothie.
Wait, who was it with?
Smoothie.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. So Cloud9 knows. Cloud9 happy to get this huge 2-0 victory over Phoenix 1, actually, and keeping not only the run for second, but now, funnily enough, a possibility of achieving first place if Phoenix 1 can unseat TSM tomorrow. So, I mean, something that we didn't think was possible here coming into the final week of the LCS. Cloud9 has a shot at first.
Yeah, the way it happens, too, is so weird, where it's like P1 loses to C9, but then help them out.
Right, they're going to have to beat TSM in
right.
order to make it all a reality for them. And again, that's a tall order. We'll see if they can do that. I imagine that TSM, we expect them to rebound, and we can get to that series. But this one itself here, 2-0 victory for Cloud9 over Phoenix 1. I honestly expected it to look closer than it did, you know, kind of from that zoomed out standpoint. Both of these looked like fairly dominant wins for Cloud9.
Yeah, and you get to see the difference between having Impact and Ray in Game 2, where we see the Nautilus early pick come in as well as having the Kled ban. So those are two things that you think maybe if you have Ray in there, you just have a totally different draft strategy. You get to see that actual impact now. Or, you know, I hate when I do that.
That's all right.
It's such a good word.
Just, you got to keep going, man.
Yeah.
You stop and call attention to it. But, you know, while we have the substitution of Impact in for Ray in the top lane, and we see how that changes the landscape of champions, like, at the same time, we have that substitution in the bot lane, and to be honest, didn't really see much of a difference one way or the other. So, again, I don't know if there's much of a reason then to have brought in Shady over Stunt, because of familiarity has to be greater with Stunt.
Right. I mean, you're playing Lulu Ezreal. You think Stunt can play that matchup just fine. I don't think they got too much out of it unless there's something we don't know about Shady, which is possible because all we had heard previous about him was he was on a collegiate team.
Right.
So obviously, who knows what's going on with the inner workings of P1 there. And then the big thing, of course, was how the game actually played out with, once again, C9 having a really strong early game when that's one of the things that we often critique them the most about.
Exactly that. 7 minutes into the game, let's take a look. Cross-map plays here in the 2v3, the outplay from Sneaky and Smoothie, and then in the meantime, you see on the mini-map, Contracts making a visit top lane, picking up a kill up there as well.
Right, this looks like it could have been a disaster for C9. They go over-aggressive onto Arrow, potentially while their jungler's on the other side of the map. It almost gets turned back around on them, but the power of the Lucian early pick, able to trade a lot of damage back onto Meteos there, gets ignited as well. The heal was already used by Arrow at the start of that fight running away, so he could not get topped off there. And then not only that, but Sneaky goes aggressive again and forces the flash out of Arrow. So that 2v3 turned out to be a massive summoner advantage. All they had to blow was their Ignite, and at the same time on the top side, Contracts is making a play for Impact.
Right, in the 2v3, you blow Ignite for 2 flashes and a heal plus a kill, and then you also get a kill on the other side of the map in the 2v1. So again, in this situation in 7 minutes, a lot of people would say, oh, well, that's a big hole for Phoenix 1 that they now have to climb out of. And so again, sometimes when things just barely don't go your way, the games have potential to snowball out of control. But for Cloud9, I think the big thing here is that at the end of their split, they're closing it on a high note, showing us a little bit more of what we had expected from them in weeks 1 through 7.
Yeah, and they were really consistent once they got that lead. They didn't make, you know, these crazy game-breaking plays where suddenly the game's over at 15 minutes for them, but they took small advantage, something that we criticized some of the other teams for not being able to do today. And then they eventually broke the mid turret open, and then they were able to use that extra space to get up to the top side again with a kill onto Zig as well, and they take all 3 turrets relatively quickly, which was another thing that people always complained about C9's early game.
All that said, I do still think that even in this 2-0 loss, you can see the strength of the Phoenix 1 squad, right? When we talk about them as a top 3 team, I really do think that at any given moment they have the ability to unseat either C9 or TSM. A lot of it showcased in this fight here that comes at 29 minutes. Yes, it's a 4-0 for C9, and they're fighting it with only 4 members, but you do see how mechanically proficient some of the players on Phoenix 1 really are here in this fight.
Yeah, I think you gotta keep your eye on Arrow. He doesn't have huge damage numbers at the end of this fight, but he dodges a ton of abilities. It is hard to play in Ezreal in a team fight like this where there's these creeps in the way as well. So
right, look how far back he has to play it.
His Mystic shots are really far here. Rio has a good flank. He gets hooked out, which is not great. gets the jump away, and then Contracts tries to get the re-engage, flashes out so he doesn't get kicked into his team. He thinks he's safe to start walking forward again, tries to get involved in the fight while his team is doing a great job. Here, shifts out the shockwave again. Yep. So Arrow's doing his best, and Ryu's also doing really good work off on the flank. They play this really difficult situation. Sure, it's a 4v5 in favor of P1. Yes. They were still down a ton of gold against a Baroned-up opponent, and they were able to almost turn this. So many members on C9 are close to dead. If P1 is a little bit further ahead, or C9 doesn't play that quite as well as they did, then that can easily be a potentially game-turning fight in P1's favor. Exactly. And that's why we stress having early game leads are so important, because when you start battling these top tier teams in North America, you're not guaranteed to win these skirmishes that you win versus the lower tier ones.
And again, that is a beautiful gold graph, right? As a coach, that's what you want to see coming out of your squad. And so, looking towards playoffs, if I'm Reapered moving into best of 5 series, this is exactly the kind of gameplay that you want to see out of C9 in consistent fashion. A big part of the success that C9 has found is coming from Smoothie, a top performer. You talk about supports, particularly in this current meta, it is sometimes hard to see how effective they are, because you don't see so many Threshes or Leonas or people, champions that are going in and making flashy plays. So much of it is about peel, shielding, and just making sure that you're absorbing damage for your carries and keeping them alive.
Right, I was talking with Jad about this just previously, like, oh man, how much credit can you give a Karma for pressing RE when they're turning off the Baron, to get an powered shield off? But it is really important for people like Smoothie, who you see able to turn that 2v3 gank. He has that kind of playmaking potential on champions that are generally not seen as the biggest playmakers. He obviously has a great champion pool. He was one of the first people playing Taric, and he's a very vocal part of the team as well. So he's a total package for C9 and is a huge factor in this series in particular why they were able to win.
Right, the 2-1-17, 95% kill participation.
Pretty
That's
good.
big. For C9, they're going to close out their regular split here at 14-4. They are done playing. Now they just have to sit back and watch tomorrow and hope that Phoenix 1 can take down TSM, who will attempt to rebound in a loss to Team Liquid from today. The NALCS just gets crazy.
Yeah, P1's biggest fans just beat them on the Rift. Like, C9 is now like, let's go P1. They're buying jerseys. They're getting ready. Like, they're good to go.
I love it. Well, that game is going to take place tomorrow. But for now, we're going to toss you on over to NALCS 2 for some bonus coverage of Envy versus Fox. Fox up 1-0 in the series.
Do not get pushed in as much. Keith's still with a CS lead there, so somewhat troublesome. We'll see if this lane gets any better for Envy.
I also have to welcome in NALCS 1. Congratulations, you're now watching the important marquee matchup of the day.
Correct.
There actually are some pretty big implications to this matchup. Envy and Echo Fox both trying to make it into that 8th place spot. Still technically possible for both of them as long as they win out. This is Echo Fox's last game of the regular season. Envy still has one tomorrow, but the Team Liquid win also makes it even more of a must-win from earlier. So welcome in Echo Fox Envy. We're in it.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, I think Liquid going to have the biggest smiles on their faces after this, because they have certainly thrown a lot of haywire around. Even the bottom half of the standings, Seraph trying to take that buff away, but Arcadian able to collect it. But again, pushing up, playing aggressively, and trying to get some deep vision down into Echo Fox's jungle. Seraph, always an aggressive player, and looks like Frog going to try his own play now. Tara being lined up here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and Envy, who has specialized in getting first turret this year, are not willing to give it away so easily. The Ziggs, incredibly hard to even turret dive because you can almost always keep the minions away from the turret, which makes the dive that much more dangerous.
Froggen taking some poke down to it. Arcadian's going to slow down Ninja. Arrow going to find it. Doesn't land the stun. Ninja does have cleanse as well, so not likely to work.
Able to pretty freely run where he wants. All summoners up. Pretty much in the game, actually. The laning phase has been very non-interactive when compared to last game. Not many plays orchestrated by the jungler outside of the early game.
Nice ulti there from Gake. Could be a kill over to the Ashe. Apollo does get wild growth, so that will keep him safer. But Echo Fox just continuing to burn cooldowns here in that bottom lane. All of a sudden, 2 summoners down for Apollo.
Yeah, Apollo also knocked away Keith with the satchel charge to kind of save his life, but the start of that fight was so huge for Echo Fox. 2 summoners, 4-1. The Ashe arrow on not of a longer. Can get something here. This could be big.
Well, Hakuo locked down again. Froggen with a charm, easily able to take down Hakuo. Now going to dive in solo for Apollo. Gets the damage back down, but Lyra there. As Sandra dead on the Froggen will not save him. Lyra does get around, but now Seraph's overreaching for a play here in the bottom lane. I mean, he's got flash. He's going to try and dash. No, just takes the CS instead.
Yeah, so not a good teleport match by Seraph right there, who was not having a good series, but still a pretty good dive for Echo Fox. I think the kill at the start, which was set up by Gate to get on the Hakuho, was what was necessary. The rest of that was probably pushing too hard.
Well, Froggen does at least get the trade after diving in, so certainly starting off well. Kate's been really on point with the CC.
Yeah, if you're planting that many grasping roots, then they're going to be gaining a lot of kills. But Froggen thought with the Shen ult he'd be okay. Lyra being able to show up and keep him in the turret was all they needed. And once again, Seraph does not need to make that teleport and ends up missing a big wave because of it.
Yeah, Looper's going to even that CS back up, deny some of the creeps onto that top lane as well. Even get some turret damage down. Now with his teleport back up, and of course his ultimate will be back up pretty shortly as well. Seraph's got a long window where he really can't do too much globally. He's going to have to try and continue to bully this lane, but now with the Sunfire fully completed for Looper and an extra cloth armor probably for the Ninja Tabi, like, Seraph's until Black Cleaver and maybe even after that, not going to be doing too much for this pretty tanky Shen.
Yeah, it's really true. I mean, a lot of times when Action wants to rely on that early game farm advantage, he still will be able to get pretty big later in the game, and if he can get onto Keith, we'll still be able to kill him as long as he's farming in this way. But having picked into the Shen, it's definitely not one of those things that can completely smash him, not to mention when Looper gets the kill at the start of the game.
Well, Looper still causing pressure as Envy once again getting deep wards onto that top side jungle, kind of keeping track of Echo Fox's red buff. Lyra, I thought was maybe coming for a gank, but he's going to recall instead. Looper is going to chunk these down. Seraph now rejoins the wave to get that going out for himself. And other than that, nothing too crazy itemization-wise going on. Kate has finished that Blade, which did do a lot of work in tandem with the Hurricane in the last game. And we've actually got Runic Echoes for Lyra. I'm not too up to date on how Gragas's are going for the early jungle item, but opting for a bit of extra damage here.
Yeah, I see most jungle Gragas's go with Runic Echoes. If they fall behind, he just becomes incredibly squishy, but they get it for the jungle clear as well as just having a little bit of burst damage. It's definitely plays a little differently as a jungle Gragas than as the top lane super tank Gragas.
Makes sense. You're looking good with the Giant's belt, so does have some early tank sets up as well. Gonna look for this red buff so many minutes ago now. Felt like Arcadian wanted desperately. But again, kind of back to a more relaxed atmosphere that we've seen in game one as well. And MB, you have to always worry because the one strike has been their early game, and when that hasn't gone well, they're just kind of floundered, not doing too much else. Arrow onto Ninja's good, cleanses it off, but next attempt that will not be available.
Except he just has the flash next time. We'll have to see.
Ooh, taunt is nice from Looper. Seraph recalling in a silly spot. Does have his flash, but Looper might just keep chasing down. No support forthcoming. He walked over the control ward that Looper's put down there as well as Keith eats the shock blast in the mid lane from Ninja as the dual lane has rotated into mid lane now for Echo Fox. Can actually keep Froggen in that side lane despite the fact that no turrets have fallen. Kind of interesting to see Echo Fox do this rotation somewhat early.
Yeah, and they're really close to losing that mid lane turret. I think maybe Froggen just wants to get out of that situation a little bit. He is being shoved in by the Hex Drinker Jace. More often than not, and because of the roam bottom side, he lost his foothold, at least on the pressure in that lane. So when they move two people there, they're hopefully trying to kind of delay what would be the first turret going down.
Getting here, going to take control of the top side Scuttle Crab. Fox again, happy to play it nice and chill. Lupo trading well onto Seraph here. Does get stunned, but Shen pretty tanky in these stages, and Seraph does kind of need to complete that first major item to maybe combat a little bit better. Polo chilling things out. I mean, can also get the siege happening here as well. So again, another cancel.
Yeah, I mean, Looper has a control ward in the far brush, so if Seraph's in there, if Seraph's not shown in the control ward, and Looper was pretty safe taunting forward, he's delaying this as much as possible, because Seraph's sitting on about 1,600 gold, doesn't want to give up a minion wave just to go shop, but that's what Looper is continually trying to force. I wonder if he goes and gets him again.
There's the ping once more. I believe he's on the control ward this time, but lets it go.
It doesn't even bother killing the control ward. He's like, you're going to come this far to interrupt me. You deserve it.
Looper instead is going to shove down the wave. Teleport is up for Seraph, but he's going to walk back now, kind of knowing that he does need to have that cross-map presence with the teleport. Polo juggling some bombs there in the mid lane, but probably needs a stiff breeze and a satchel to take down that mid-outer turret and give MB that first turret that they love so much.
Yeah, been a very subdued early game. We saw an inhibitor down at 15 minutes in the last one. So definitely fewer crazy plays being attempted, but still some lane swapping that could definitely open up at any point.
It's kind of funny to see that Echo Fox are playing a similar start to Game 1, just kind of without the same scaling. I think part of what I liked about Echovox's Game 1 comp was that they had a lot of insurance built in with the likes of the Carthus this time. A lot more pick and mid-game focus, but when they don't find the picks, that's it.
Yeah, actually pretty good side steps
Yeah,
by Envy
really
right
nice.
there. The arrow ends up field goaling, but that was one where I liked the aim. A lot of times I haven't been a fan of Keith's arrows because I feel like he shoots them at strange angles, which give really easy retreats. The arrows I'm the biggest fan of is when you're trapping someone in a corridor and you're cutting off their natural escape path with it, as well as making it so they could only juke in one direction, so almost forcing like a sideways summoner spell usage to dodge. Hard to find those spots on the map, but that was a pretty good one because they were trapped in the river. Just good side steps.
Yep, no pick though forthcoming, and as a result, mid turret goes over to Envy, so they'll continue to keep that percentage high, taking down the mid outer turret that eluded them for so long there in game number 1. And again, if Zig's going to get towards that second item, now a Shane up for Apollo building in towards the Lich Bane. Sure, Drake being started by Echofox is going to be kind of a total objective trade, assuming they take this down freely, which it looks like they will, but Envy definitely kind of mounting towards that mid-game. And with Ziggs and Jace, you have to think the plan should be simple and just trying to siege down as many turrets as possible once they're at maybe the 2-item threshold apiece.
Yeah, it's setting up shop, landing some poke onto any of the squishies on Echo Fox to push them off the turret, and then also having Seraph trying to neutralize Shen as much as possible, make it so he can't ultimate in to save or create any flank initiations.
Let's keep him busy. Seraph doing that so far. Going to proxy away by the looks of things, but Echo Fox is coming up to gank him.
Yeah.
Bad time for a proxy.
Maybe not the best time for proxy, but there's also all of Envy coming up here as well.
Oh, he's out. Maybe, yep. Looper going to let him go. Doesn't taunt him now. And as you mentioned, Apollo, Lyra, and Haku are all towards that side of the jungle, continuing to keep it watered down. In fact, Lyra might even be thinking about a potential dive, but instead just joins the wave and going to help Apollo push in towards this turret.
Yeah, you look up, they've taken the first turret, they're up 1,000 gold, and they're even taking control of the jungle. So these are the steps you want to see them taking. As far as they can get deep vision, it's just a matter of creating plays from this point forward.
And they're also quite strong in his 1v1. Froggen is getting a little bit more farm here, I think, in this bottom lane. Keith's going to have to farm this mid lane for as long as he can and as safely as he can. And Ninja should get really strong when he hits whatever his next item breakpoint was. He's kind of just got a couple of components and now Froggen's getting dove. Ulti is not quite there. Good angle attempt there from Lyra, but Froggen, what a boost his way to safety. Arrow length
Oh, they got one!
Gate flashes in. There's the pick that Echovox won. Acadian comes down on Apollo.
Finally, they land the Ash Arrow. Apollo does not flash it. And then his chain CC. This is a power play for Echo Fox.
Yeah, it looks like if they take this down, it should even the game right back up. Echo Fox will actually find themselves ahead in gold after taking down this turret. And sure, it's not a big lead, but the one problem is that maybe they don't get turrets and Envy are able to siege them out now. Not a possibility.
Yeah, even with that though, the mid lane turret does hold more map value. Ninja got one on the bottom side, so Envy's still able to trade back. Envy's strat is still going to be trying to go strong, push the lanes up as much as possible, use the Jace and the Renekton in split push situations, and if Apollo ever gets free time, he'll just delete a turret with the Satchel Charge. Other than that, he'll be on wave clear duty. As we mentioned, Envy's most effective comp throughout the year.
Again, Echo Fox happy with this. Looper going to go down, meet the minion wave coming towards that tier 2 turret, so he'll be easily able to push those out and then join fights whenever he needs to. Froggen transferring up to the top lane. This has been a staple of, I would say, Echo Fox's play, but particularly just Froggen's general playstyle. He loves to get into the open side lane and take kind of the majority of that farm. Ooh,
Froggen has flash. Look out, though.
Stunn's good. Actually flashes out of the way. There's the Apollo's ulti, going to miss as a result. Looper up here, going to try and turn it around. Surf gets taunted. There's the goal for Froggen. Lyra gets the double belly slam, but now Lyra's actually going to take a little too much damage. Charge is going to keep Looper out of the way as Apollo swoops in to save him, but Echovox turned that around very well.
Yeah, and low coordination from Envy right there. Even if Froggen didn't jump out of the Ziggs ult, I think the Grog Assault hits him out of it anyways, because they just kind of layered everything onto the stun thinking it would hit. But the CC was clearly not long enough to keep him there. All their ultimates miss Froggen, and then when Looper comes in, they can turn it around.
Now the Luden's completed for Froggen is actually a good bump in his power as well. Keith is getting there towards the rune and shouldn't be too far away from it. Does need a little bit more work to be done, but pretty cheap item is Echo Fox also going to get a turret trade here with Arcadian able to do the work on the bottom side with everyone else up towards the top, trying to take out Froggen. I mean, Shen does create lots of opportunities for simple cross-map plays. That's kind of what Echo Fox need. I mean, sure, Ninja continuing on his turret warpath, but Echo Fox just, it feels like they have so much control of this game. Part of that's strat, part of that's playstyle, and a lot of that's just Envy not pulling the trigger in a lot of these situations.
Yeah, and Looper has had a pretty strong laning phase against Seraph, so Seraph, while he's trying to put pressure on, has been a little bit on the back foot. I think one of the X factors in this game is going to be Keith's performance on this Ashe. Last game, he was quite good on it in the teamfight phase, and in this game, there is a Gragas who can displace him and put him at a position with a few spells. So if Keith stays safe, the team fighting of Echo Fox is much better, and they have the Shen to neutralize the split push turret demolitionist style that Envy's trying to play. So if they execute right, I think Echo Fox can take this 2-0.
Yep, and there's the Hurricane up for Keith as well, so that's all the power Ashe really needs to get things going. Keith, of course, will continue to get stronger as the items come out. Apollo also has his Lich Bane, so he's quite strong, particularly on turrets, but also if fights were to break out, despite being a very different style of bot lane champion. It might just be on something like a Baron Dance that really breaks the game wide open, but we'll see what happens. Drake up in a minute, and Echo Fox again defending from Envy's just continued pressure on this top lane.
Yeah, and now you're looking at the ward coverage around the Baron area, and it's actually pretty favorable for Envy. Echo Fox is going to have to do a lot to break through that without getting picked off, but when Envy just moves everybody down, they give up some of that pressure.
And I think Shen's just causing so many problems naturally. These are the kind of conditions you love when you have the team with the Shen, because if the other team's just going to run around trying to find you, try and get something started, Shen is already ahead on the plate and ready to join a fight if the team fight's going to break out as well. Sure, Seraph, he's down, he's matching, and he does have his TP, but as soon as one of those things falls apart, or if Envy just find themselves in the wrong spot, Echo Fox have shown they are proactive enough, especially with this kind of pick comp, to get a pick and start things rolling for themselves.
Yeah, and about those picks as well, the Looper ultimate onto a Froggen who's flanking is one of the most effective uses of it, but that also commits them into leaving Keith to his own devices. So I'm actually very curious as the way Echo Fox chooses to play this against Envy specifically. They do not want to give this one back to Envy, so do they play it slow, or do they do a flank? Here we go.
We got Lyra going to get some damage down, but the Gragas is pretty tanky at this stage. Look for the flash on, it doesn't land it onto Apollo. But again, Echo Fox is still going to fight it out. Apollo with a big ultimate as Looper just satchel back in towards Envy. He's going to go down as Hakuo gets credit for the kill, and now Lyra bops on the Frog to try and pick him off. Gate already dead to Ninja as he gets himself a double kill. That went so wrong for Echo Fox.
They completely belly flop the engage right there. Just almost everything goes wrong, from the taunt flash miss to open, to Looper dying with his ultimate up because he was the initial focus, leaving no protection for anybody else. Envy goes huge off of that Mountain Drake, which makes them want to rotate towards the Baron.
Arcadian actually could be the next pickoff here. Means they're going to chase him down. Does have the Storm Raiders on the Jace, so he gets some chunk damage out. He can chase him. Envy instead, they're just rushing towards the Baron.
Yeah, this could be a 50-50 that Envy is going to just opt into, which is always risky, but it's a team like Envy that's going to go for it. Arcadian can go in, and Shen will be up to ult, so there could be 3 people in this pit almost instantly.
Keith also flanking now. Ninja wants to knock him out, but Looping going to protect him with the ultimate. They need to pull DPS up to Baron, but Arcadian gets too low. I actually was there to smite it, but the smite goes to Lyra. Envy collect the Baron and lose no one.
That is one way to try and get the advantage on the game. A very risky 50-50 by Envy, but it does pay off in this situation, and oh boy.
Gets the kill. Things starting to really slip away from Echo Fox. Envy all of a sudden are almost 4,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, the floodgates are open at this point, but now the question will still become, what is enough? We're gonna watch this one more time. The Ashe Arrow lands, so you think an Echo Fox is going in, but it's on a pretty tanky person. And then here, I mean, even if Looper gets Apollo, where's the follow-up? They're 2 screens away. 4 people actually get tagged by that ultimate, as Looper did right before he got blasted back by the Gragas ultimate. And the continuation turns pretty easy. Nice snipe by Ninja on the backside before concluding the double kill into Froggen's heart.
And look, credit to Envy. That was very well played given the situation that was in front of them. But Echo Fox just did not need to present themselves so easily to Envy. As a result, that dyssynergy we called out with the Zigzag and the Gragas ult looks great in that fight because they do them in the proper order. And now Envy with the Baron buff and a Ziggs are ready to knock down some structures.
Yeah, outer turrets available. in all 3 lanes. Envy with already a 5,000 gold lead. We saw an 8,000 gold Baron power play by EchoFox last game. Probably unlikely to see the same level of one, but Envy would be a team to try and go big. Oftentimes they go home, they don't make it, but this is an opportunity to do so.
Well, we're going to have to get something done here, so they're going to start things off in the top and mid section. In fact, Seraph also pushing, so Envy kind of maximizing that greed you talked about, looking to get as much damage done as possible. Keep clearing out the top wave, so we'll see if they consolidate power and kind of get the guaranteed turrets here, but maybe they're going to run it through mid. EchoFox trying for a flank. Arrow misses onto Apollo, though. So that arrow is going to be down, and Keith is eating damage from Ninja. Apollo as well with the ultimate follow through, and Keith now has to back away. Arcadian gets pushed off the turret by Lyra's ulti, and Envy get their first turret. Mid-tier 2 is down.
Yeah, Keith isn't there to wave clear. Seraph's going to pressure this one up on one side. At the very least, they get 2 outers. They're actually taking this a little bit slowly. With the poke they'd gotten onto Keith, you could have made the argument to push through for the middle inhibitor.
Tosses the satchel in, and that's going to be that next turret. Ninja did go towards the top lane, so I think they're just trying to take all the tier 2 turrets rather than bust down an inhibitor turret. I mean, certainly it's the safer play from Envy, and it's the one that's the simpler play that I think teams know how to make innately, but I wouldn't mind a little bit more risk here from Envy, but they've certainly been a risk-averse team, with the exception of that Baron 50-50 that got them into this position.
Man, I mean, risks that you're willing to take when you're a 3-13 team. If it's a 50-50 for victory, that's a great percentage to take in that situation, even though there are ways to prep that better. Watching this one, though, with the 7,000 gold lead, they're just going to keep the pressure on.
Yeah, it looks like they might have enough. Baron buff still up for quite a while longer, so my understanding of that timing. Certainly Envy know that they have more than enough time to prep these waves and knock down those 6 turrets, as they do have the turrets go up by 4 over EchoFox. Again, inhibitors are going to stay safe, so EchoFox don't have to worry about that, but there's another Mountain Drake on the way soon, and if the ZigJ's team ever wanted anything more, extra Mountain Drake's probably high on the list.
It just adds to what they're already good at, so there are ways where you think, hey, that doesn't necessarily help them as much because they were already going to excel in these situations anyway, but it does get to kind of this critical mass point where, oh yeah, Ziggs can walk up, auto attack, and press satchel charge, and the turret dies. Then you think, oh, okay, that actually puts them over the top. And I think double Mountain Drake in this situation is that. It's the latter, where it will be very effective if they can get it.
Well, it looks like Keith's going to try and get some parity back. Tower's going to go down. Ninja here, but gate behind Keith, so EchoFox's dual lane should be okay. Envy, though, busy prepping on the right-hand side. Big Baron power play, almost 6,000 gold. And Envy didn't press that hard with that advantage, so it could have been bigger, but still a huge lead that they've got for themselves.
Yeah, there was standing gold on the map. They took 3 outer, or mid-tier turrets, rather. On EchoFox didn't go harder beyond that, so also didn't suffer any casualties, which keeps the Baron power play relatively healthy.
See how tanky Lyra is getting as well. Did go straight for 2 tank items and has the extra Giant Spell. After that, Runic Echoes, Iceborne Gauntlet, and Spirit Visage, plus the Lulu helping him out, means that Envy have a very clear front line to play with. Seraph's also decently tanky. GA is going to be nice in some of these exchanges as well. So things are set up exceptionally here for Envy to just take the next objective or win the next team fight. I imagine 25 seconds, that Mountain Drake will be the next point they go to, but they can also poke down Keith, because Ninja's doing a boatload of damage.
Yeah, I think the right call for Envy here is to actually slow play it. 6,000 to 7,000 gold leads are not safe, though, in these Envy games. If you're looking at what EchoFox could do to come back into it, they still have that flanking pick potential. If they can blow up Apollo before he gets anything off, or if they can get onto Ninja, that's the majority of the damage for Envy. Envy also has very upfront damage, so if the upfront damage misses, the sustained damage isn't the same level as what Hurricane, Blade of the Ruined King, Ashe can do.
Well, we'll see if Envy get caught slipping again by EchoFox, or if they're able to close this one out with a few mistakes on the other end. Mountain Drake's up though, so that's going to be the first obvious target for Envy. Like you said, you think they should play it slow. I imagine that we're going to play that way anyway, but certainly want to make sure they consolidate the lead. Use all their advantage rather than making things too risky. Drake goes over. Baron's up now in 55 seconds, so Envy probably going to move all their vision over to that side as well. And Echo Fox just kind of have to wait to play reactively here. Weren't in time there for the Mountain Drake. No need to make anything too crazy, but I think you have to defend for this next Baron.
Yeah, and if Envy is in position to try and rush it, they will. We've seen they're already willing to go for a 50-50, and they can increase the odds a little bit now that they have all their ultimates up. Jace can knock people back, and Gragas is the most notable person being able to throw an explosive cask out. So there's a chance they can completely prevent Acadian from even making it in the pit for a steal if they rush it.
Sheer amount of damage as well. It's going to mean the timer will be very short for Echo Fox if they are going to get their way over there. Sarah splitting bot. Catching up with Looper right now. You can already see 10 seconds up. Froggen and Arcadian are in good positions. Echo Fox know they have to defend here, but the control ward's down. Baron up now in a few seconds. Lyra getting that vision cleared out as well. Just trying to make sure Echo Fox are completely blind when this attempt starts.
Oh, but here comes Echo Fox.
But Arcadian onto Hardcore, sorry, Zez Gates ultimate. That's going to be a kill, and Echo Fox do find a pick. Apollo, they're going to take down Gates, so it's 4v4 as he moves towards the Baron. In fact, Seraph cancels the TP, so there's pressure down bottom lane as well.
What a weird little situation we're in right now as Lyra just kind of walks in by himself. You want the setup, but Envy was almost impatient in getting it. They weren't necessarily staying together, and it leads to the pick.
Well, now Arcadian going to stay too long. Lyra with a big play, almost predicts the flash perfectly. But Lyra's now going to chase him down, gets it to the sky slow. Arcadian going to get knocked back here. Lyra kills him before the teleport can complete, and now Looper's got to get out of here. Froggen misses that next charm, but Ninja keeps sieging forward.
Yeah, and they do not have Baron, but they still have the Ziggs and the Jace. Just a few hits on this turret with Double Mountain can drop it.
Oh, Looper gets the taunt, but a cleanse out from Ninja's knife. The charge onto Looper to try and knock him back. As Envy are going to look to take the turret. Ziggs destroys it with a short fuse Lichbane auto.
Exactly, so that's the thing that adds the cherry on top for Ziggs is not only does he have this after charge, he didn't even need it there, that can execute from 30% health. His short fuse passive that he gets roughly every 12 seconds or faster through spell casting, as well as the Lichbane, just all add together for what was about half a turret with one auto.
Yeah, and now they're actually going to go for the Baron as well. So Arcadian's dead for 5 seconds. Envy just do so much damage to this objective. A little bit of vision's not enough. Looper not even close to try and steal it. And Envy once again find themselves up with a Baron buff, but this time it's 10,000 gold ahead. Lyra, though, caught out of position.
Oh, no.
Gonna get taunted up by Looper, snared up by Gate, uses the ulti, buys some time, gets in onto Key, but Froggen grabs the shutdown. So not quite flawless, but we'll take it.
Yeah, but he really wanted the Scuttle Crab. Like, it's worth it, right? You have to be able to secure the Baron vision after the Baron has already been taken. Oh, boy. Not the way Envy wanted to close this game out. Now they have to wait 40 seconds more before they can start to push. Not to mention, this gives time for Echo Fox to keep the minion waves back, eating in to precious Baron buff time.
Yep, you're gonna waste maybe close to half of it after all the wave pushing, and death time is said and done. We'll have to wait for Envy to get this next section started. And Echo Fox are continuing to play proactively. They know they're behind. They don't maybe know exactly by how much, but they are just sneakily playing around, hoping somebody continues to make mistakes and they can keep themselves in this game. I mean, the more they delay Envy, the better, but if Envy make too big of a mistake, Fox actually might just turn the game back around in their favor. So
yeah,
10,000 gold, I mean, it's about as safe as the leads get, but still not safe.
Yeah, always a possibility, especially when you have so much contention over a 35-minute Scuttle Crab. Seraph is actually finishing it off, but Lyra's back now. Envy's trying to set up their waves in the right situation. And the fear for them would be an overdive or a good flank by Echo Fox. If Envy plays this smart, they can just throw out some Gragas barrels, get a few hits in from Jace, and then have Apollo execute the turret. With that, though, Cleanse is down for Ninja, and no QSSs or McHales are to be found.
Well, Hako does have the more traditional supporting items. This time, Redemption Locket already done, so some protection can be offered there by the Lulu. Back quite a bit. But Envy going to take this inhibitor instead by the looks of things. Froggen busy clearing bottom wave, so he's going to be a little late to this initial siege by Envy.
Double Mountain take it really fast. Froggen's back now, though, so Envy have to show respect.
Not showing too much here, just getting a few more pot shots in with Ninja. Looper trying to find a taunt, but Lyra blocking the other side of it. Seraph takes the arrow, that's probably fine, although damage is there. Gonna get taunted as well, but Keith almost gets exploded by Apollo single-handedly. Echo Fox gonna go down as Looper does lose his life, and Envy busts down the inhib. Really nice little disengage there from Envy, and now 5v4 pushing towards the Nexus.
Yeah, they want to go for a lot more. Watch this Ziggs just chunk down this turret.
Oh, it's gone.
Gone.
Absolutely gone. Don't need much more. Seraph burnt the ultimate to try and soak a bit more damage in. Apollo needs to get onto these turrets. Froggen also chunked down as well, so he's going to have to go back to base and give Envy a few more seconds to try and win this game.
Yeah, it's going to be a 5v4, and as long as Apollo can get that auto attack in on the turret, it's gone.
Yep, there it is. Loses about 40% health just from the short fuse. Seraphine's kid goes back into him and he goes down. Envy are going to force a third and final game. Froggen caught it on the other side. Apollo flashes in for a bit of a victory celebration. And we wouldn't have it any other way. A must-win game will have a final. Oh boy.
Oh yeah, and it is that much of a must-win. It was passed back to Envy in a few ways in this matchup. Echo Fox did hold that lead, but had a disastrous initiation down by the first Mountain Drake, which led them down a path to an Envy 36-minute win. The start was good for Acadian. Froggen had a good start on Ari as well, but once that turret pushing got rolling for Envy, there was no stopping it.
Yeah, and again, played it pretty slow, but understood the strengths of their comp, and then did make a proactive decision with the Baron buff. That was the thing to me that, like, Envy at one point, I know they're a very risk-averse team, despite having such good early games, but at some point, you need to do something to try and push the game in your favor. That Baron call was it. It was risky, but Lyria's Smite was true, and that actually set up the rest of the game for them.
Yeah, I mean, I normally am not a fan of 50-50 Barons. It is something I am pretty much against, and when you have a Kazakhstan come in with a Shen, that basically turns into a 50-50. But as we mentioned, if you're a 3-13 team, 50-50 sounds pretty good.
Yeah, like
right? So it's worth it in that case for Envy to go for it because they can't create those plays in any other way, and it worked out.
Well, it certainly works out for this game, but for a deeper dive on that particular game, we're going to hand it off to the analysts.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Envy evening up the series, 1-1 here, pushing it to a Game 3, and once again, keeping their hopes of avoiding relegation alive here. There is still that possibility of a three-way tie in which Envy actually ends up in 8th. So, again, I'm constantly amazed at the fact that we're still talking about the possibility of our 10th place team avoiding relegation here coming into the second last day of the regular season.
Right, like coming to the last day, we don't know the #1 team. We don't know the team there. We don't know who's like the last team in the playoffs, and we're not going to even know who's getting relegated on the last day of the season. That's crazy.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. It's going to make tomorrow's games all that much more exciting. Of course, this does still require Envy to close out this series. So they've done what they needed to do here and pick up Game 2 to extend it to Game 3. And let's work our way towards that third game. Here for Envy, though, once again, we see some early moves made by Lyra, but I think the big thing here is that Jace pick up in the mid that you talked about for Ninja.
Yeah, I said at the end of the last game, I think the Jace pick is one of the few champions he looks really comfortable on, where he is able to make a big influence over the course of the game.
Yep.
So they grabbed the Zig pick early on to make sure that he's going to be free to do that, add the magic damage to the team comp so that they can get Seraph also on a champion he's pretty comfortable on in Renekton. So they end up with this really well-built team comp overall, and despite the early game not going great, this is one of the few times that Envy doesn't need a lead to actually win as the game goes on because they're finally on champions that they play well in the mid to late game.
And ultimately, I do love that Ziggs pick for lower tier teams that sometimes struggle to actually take turrets because you only need a half a second next to a turret to deal a substantial amount of damage. And we'll get to the late game where they were able to close it out because as you mentioned, it wasn't the smoothest early game for Envy. Again, remember, this is the battle of the two teams at the beginning of the split were the early game dominant teams. And this time around, Echo Fox getting out to a little bit of a lead and at one point even kind of throwing it back to Envy with a bad team fight 24 minutes into the game. 3-0 around Dragon for Envy, but off of the Echo Fox engage.
And the big thing here is the fact that people always talk about Looper is like, is he too far ahead of his team? Is he frontlining well and his team's not following up? Well, I think this is one of the times that you can definitely say Looper is way too far ahead of his team.
Even if that lands.
Right, like what's going to happen? You know, Froggen's going to blow 2 ult charges trying to get in range.
There.
Yeah, and there's still a front line in the way, so there's no way that anyone actually follows up on that play. Makes it very easy for Envy to, with the ability of Ziggs, just kind of throw damage at the backline, combo with the Gragas ultimate that chunks out the backline. Ninja's able to clean that one up while the rest of the team is then dealing with Looper. It's pretty much the ideal team fight for Envy. Off the back of that, they grab the Dragon, they grab the Baron, and I think they got around a 6,000 Baron power play, so you see that gold graph just shoot up right there around the 25-minute mark.
All the more punishing, too, that he's the only frontliner for the the team there. So when he does go for that engage and it doesn't come out the way he wants it to, well, we've just lost our frontliner. That gave Gragas permission to kind of pincer in onto the back line and pick up those kills. Of course, the Baron then goes over, and we saw some time elapse before the game ultimately went in Envy's favor. But once they had control, they kept it, and they closed it out in, again, a relatively smart fashion. We did see a couple times, hey, pick up the Baron, and then Lyra dies while doing Scuttle. There's absolutely no reason for that to happen, and those are the kinds of things that those are the kinds of mistakes that we expect you as a pro player to avoid 100%. Like, you should come in to the LCS at that level, knowing that you should back with your team and push as 5.
Right, it was really greedy. He was like, I think he was working on the Scuttle Crab, maybe trying to grab just that little bit of extra gold for some item he wanted to finish. But either way, I think the big story here is the fact that Envy did not have that good early game.
Right.
They were still ahead of gold, only about 1,000, but not significantly. Froggen had some roams early on to get some kills. And then they win a team fight in the late game, which is where, and that's kind of the bane of Envy, was that they couldn't win team fights, and it's really hard to win a game if you can't win team fights, but this time around, they're able to do so. And then, like you said, sure, it wasn't the cleanest play with the advantage once they got it, but they never made that horrible game-ending team fight throw where everyone dies and gets aced. It was like, oh, someone got picked where they shouldn't have. They traded 1 for 1 when they shouldn't have. Those kinds of situations.
Exactly. Player of the game going to Ninja on that Jace. And while we talk about his solid performance here on Jace, I do also want to talk, though, about where this could be worrisome for Envy, because it feels like their win conditions are so narrow. If Ninja only looks good on Jace and Talon, well, hey, I could just double ban him and we'll never have to worry about Envy again. And so, although I'm glad to see them finding some comfortability on certain champions and paths to victory on certain champions, it worries me that their pools are not large enough, that their playbook is not large enough to actually come away with enough wins.
Right, it seems like the bot lane can play enough things. It seems like Lyra can play whatever and he'll do well.
Right.
And then you just look at the solo laners who seem to need either like specific counter picks or specific champions themselves. The nice thing is that moving on to the red side, they will have that kind of counter pick advantage. So maybe they can find something and start turning some kills around like the top lane, maybe get Seraph off the ground or Ninja again. He had a great game on Jace. You're just scared if, you know, first round bans, you ban the Jace, second round bans, ban the Talon, and then, you know, what does Envy do after that?
That's the thing. Do or die time here. Once again, have to win both this game here and then tomorrow as well for Envy if they have any chance at that 8th place slot. So let's work through it one game at a time. Here in Game 3, as you mentioned, we've got the counter pick, but I have to assume that Echo Fox will react to the Jace that they saw in this game. So assuming he cannot get the Jace and maybe even not the Talon, from the perspective of Envy, what do I want to put him on? Again, am I putting him something on simple execution that I know is going to be relevant pretty much no matter what? Or am I going to give him a playmaker and let him, you know, put his money where his mouth is?
I think you need to put him on a playmaker. We've seen him on control mages before, like the Ori and Cassio and those kinds of things, and he just doesn't look super impressive. I don't mind him on the Ahri, which he played in Game 1. It wasn't the best performance on the Ahri, but it wasn't awful either. I think the Karthus counter pick that they had was very surprising, so maybe in this case you just hold your mid pick for last. Froggen will have tons of stuff. He's fine playing blind, and you're not going to be able to exploit him too hard, but if you can go even with Froggen and then maybe make a couple plays around the map, or just let Lyra run wild while you hold Froggen in mid, I think that's all he needs to do.
Now, and in this draft phase, if we talk about the way that Echo Fox approached Game 2, the double ban there in Phase 2 towards the jungle, both the Lee Sin and the Nidalee bans coming through, once again, didn't seem to have too much effect on the outcome of the game. In terms of the fact that, you know, Lyra's mechanical ability on Gragas still seemed to be there. His decision-making, for the most part, still seemed to be there, right? We saw him making good engages, predicting even ults and flashes with his ultimate. You know, aside from the one poor decision-making, you know, example that we named, as a whole, I'm not sure that there was much value in the Lee Sin Nid bans, and so I would probably encourage Echo Fox here in Champions Select to target more towards the mid lane or even that Ziggs. Don't give them the easy way to take turrets in close games.
Sure, and I think that makes sense. The thing is, I still respect the Nidalee ban a little bit because you probably don't have much experience with it, and even if you do play against it, have you really played against, you know, Lyra's Nidalee?
Right.
I don't think it's quite the same thing to say, oh yeah, we played against, you know, some random Nidalee player. I think it's a big difference between the two, and I can understand wanting to take that off the table. His Lee is also extremely good, but like we said, at that point, Lee is not like a super power pick, and you know Ninja's going to perform on something else, so maybe not the Lee Sin ban.
All right, well, it's time for both of these teams to leave it all out on the Rift. The teams are tied up. Only one can claim the victory. Meet us back here for Game 3 to see which of these teams stay alive and who is headed for the promotion tournament. We'll see you soon.
Hello. I'm not there yet. The flow. Wait. Shen. I have to go behind. I have no choice. I'm going behind. I'm going behind.
SL ulti.
아리. 야, 제이스 어디 봐. 다이라고 잡았어. 오케이, 나이스.
뭐 한 경기 한 경기 이겨야 된다는 마음으로 생각하면 더 편하게 게임할 텐데 지면 안 된다는 마음으로 뭔가 게임하는 것 같아요. 생강전도 가까워지고 그냥 뭔가 3경기 되면 부담감도 심해지고 결국엔 한타 가는데 한타는 약간 운이라고 생각하거든요. 어느 쪽에서 되게 럭키한 스킬을 맞춘다든지 약간 이런 식이라서 약간 이번 시즌은 불행하지 않나 저희가.
Well, we'll see how MB cope right now because we're headed into that Game 3 scenario that Lyra was talking about.
Yeah, the Game 3 mentality can really hit you long term, and there are things in this game that break in somewhat hard-to-control ways, but Envy does have some pretty identifiable weaknesses, I would say, in the later game. They have poor vision control, they face check off, and they're not making cohesive plays, and they need to be able to do those things to avoid a guaranteed spot in the promotion tournament, which is what happens to either of the teams who lose here.
Yep, that's true. We are now at very high stakes LCS situation because the loser is going out and will have to play for their spot. The winner has a chance to keep things going. That's my favorite part of this whole game show is that even if you win, you are not guaranteed, thanks to Team Liquid's upset earlier in the day. Well, we'll see what happens here in this final draft between EchoFox and Team Envy. For EchoFox, this is their last draft of the spring season. For Envy, they'll have a match to play tomorrow. Rumble, Caitlyn banned away for Fox, Rengar, and probably Camille joining in there for Envy. Not the Graves just yet, but we'll see what else happens here. Are they going to give Ninja the champions he wants to get here? Will we see Ziggs again for Envy? A lot of questions, but for right now, there's the Ziggs ban.
I think that's a smart ban, since Ziggs is what really accelerated that game to completion for Envy.
Well, Graves ban for Envy, so leaving Lulu open, leaving also some of the other reasonable power picks open, but EchoFox kind of do the simple thing and take away the Lulu. Looks like Varus instantly there for Apollo, and Lyra might just take a strong jungle. Elysian's there, but is a very good Elise player.
Yeah. And we've even seen Elise bans against Lyra, which is why they lock it in here. They hovered for a little bit longer than I expected to, just because of the way the last draft phase went, where it was basically instantaneous lock-ins.
Well, I think Envy just, again, coming in with a plan. They don't have the Ziggs comp built anymore, but I'm sure they've got at least one other plan. They were very quick to decide their picks in game one. This comp is already kind of shaping up in a similar looking way.
Yeah, and there's not a huge amount of jungle bans either, so you would expect something like Elise or Kha'Zix for Cadian, but having the Lulu Ashe together, I think, is good for EchoFox.
Certainly is. I mean, Lulu has won both games so far. Definitely been one of those champions in the North American LCS that has just risen in priority and seems to just do so well. And Keith, super solid on the Ashe. Looks like J-Sto for Ninja. So smart stuff for Envy. It does feel like they're just picking comfort here.
Yeah.
I mean, given that it's a do or die game, you might as well. I think it's interesting to see if that comfort can translate into some more momentum for them in the actual game itself.
Yeah, I mean, even if we try and complete the rest of Envy's team composition right there, they have a magic damage threat, so to speak, with the Elise jungle. So I think Seraph might even play another Renekton. Their support would just be then a Zyra or a Malzahar, depending on what the bans are. And that's the whole team. That's just Envy's comfort that they like to try and play. And now it's going to be, I feel like, more on EchoFox to try and disrupt that.
Yep, Victor ban for Envy, so taking away Froggen's mid laner. There's the Zyra ban then for EchoFox, so we'll see if that follows with a second support ban here. Ari, though, banned away for Envy, so clearly picking on the mid laner of EchoFox here in their second phase of bans. I think EchoFox would be pretty smart to buy Malzahar, and there it goes.
Speaking of disruption, that is one of the ways to dissuade Envy from picking a physical damage top laner. If you're lowering the number of magic damage threats Envy can bring. Based on Envy's history, though, they do not care about that. They'll still pick an all-AD team if they want to.
Ooh, Thresh over Hakuo. I mean, Karma's open, but that's not the kind of player Hakuo is. He can play it. He'll play it if he has to, but might as well go down swinging if you're going down.
Yeah, Thresh is easier to play with an Elise on your team because the death sentence can also be follow-up CC to other people landing skill shots. So a lot of it is aiding itself, I guess, if I'm trying to find the right words for it, where the death sentence can be very good follow-up in this situation.
Well, there's a Nautilus for EchoFox, so sticking to the tanks here. Away from the Shen, interestingly there for Lupa. I think he's generally quite a good Shen, and EchoFox were positioned somewhat well. Of course, that blunder around the Drake did cost them quite heavily, so maybe going back to the more standard and perhaps stronger tank. There's Vladimir, the final pick there for Froggen into that Jace. Been a lot of Vladimir in recent weeks.
Yeah, something that can do massive late game, mid to late game AoE damage in team fights. And also is a little bit better to be blind picked than something like a Karthus, because the huge danger if Froggen were to go back to that Karthus would be you're into Zed and then you just lose. So that is open. They're going to move the Jace mid lane, throw the Maokai top lane, and have a pretty standard looking team composition.
Yeah, important to note that they did have flexibility, but it looks like a last pick tank there is the go for Seraph now that he's seen what he's up against in the Nautilus. So Envy, I mean, showing up a lot of potential team fight. Maokai is a great champion for artificially inflating your team fight power just because of how good he is in those situations. But I certainly like the two carries on the EchoFox side. Keith's Ashe has looked good. I really enjoy the Blade of the Ruin King Hurricane build, and Froggen always wants to do a lot of damage on his champions. Vladimir's a champion that's able to do that. He can still flank like he would with the Ahri, and he's going to make Keith's damage even better with his ultimate as well. So a lot to like about EchoFox's comp here.
Yeah, looking just at the team compositions, I think you do favor EchoFox slightly in this matchup due to a pushing bottom and top lane, as well as more damage differentiation in team fight. Since there's double physical damage out of the mid and bot lane on Envy. So if EchoFox plays this to scratch, they should be all right.
Yeah, curious to see what happens here. I think for Envy, you just have to put it all aside, forget that it's a third game, just think you're playing one game, and just put everything into it. I mean, I think part of the reason Liquid have done so well in their upset today is what else do they have to lose? The confidence in that team being like, you know what? We have to win. We might as well try. And they just came out swinging game after game. Envy, they need a little bit of that. They just need some confidence in themselves. And if they can do that here in this game and really overwhelm Echo Fox that we've seen them do in individual games, that's about as much as they can carry into tomorrow.
Yeah, the player who's probably underperforming the most this series for Envy would be Seraph, and if he can have a good performance against Looper, the pick potential, if they can snowball ahead between Lyra's Elise and Hakuho's Thresh, is very high as far as trying to get a quick and decisive win.
Well, we'll see what happens here in the final game between Echo Fox and Envy. Echo Fox hoping for a win here and then crossing their fingers moving into tomorrow. Envy can also still escape relegation, but they must win out the weekend. It'll start here in this third game. Froggen and Ninja facing off against each other. I think we've seen Froggen's Vladimir this year. So kind of curious to see what his take on the champion is. It looks like Arcadia might get himself picked off. Very nice scouting though. He's going to find Hakuho.
Yeah, Froggen favoring the Ignite on Vladimir. A lot of people do favor the Ghost to be able to get better backline access in late game team fights, but if my recollection serves, I generally see the Ignite Vladimir's do a little bit worse, but does slightly enhance their kill threat in lane.
Probably getting tagged there, but not too much damage there. It is Froggen's first playing game this split. Shout outs to my memory for somehow getting that one right. Lyra and Seraph though, camp in their after camp. Seraph gonna get a big amount of help going with the 3 saplings ready to go. And Lyra should be flying through this jungle as Arcadian is going to get no help by the looks of things. It might even be starting on that buff in towards his red there.
Yeah, red buff start for Arcadian, but huge pull for Lyra that can kind of supercharge him in this jungle. Interesting that no one tried to stop that sapling start. Basically, Echo Fox may have been worried about the potential of level 1 Thresh stopping a harass attempt, but that's going to speed up Lyra for sure. Luckily, they did get a ward on it. Looper did a late invade to get a ward on red buff, so at least Echo Fox knows they are safe for now.
Yeah, I can see Lyra now as well, so even though he is quickly through this jungle, didn't use his smite either, and that's Arcadian straight onto Ninja! Goes under the turret and almost gets a kill! Ninja forced to burn his flash.
Yeah, but that's just the red buff start thing. Lyra did that last week and got first blood with it.
Uh-oh, level 1 though, Ignite is down. Keith forced to flash away. Hakuho smelling blood in the lane.
Yeah, Keith does save his heal, so it's a flash for Ignite move. Where this gets dangerous is that Elise can just round right into that lane. And
oh no, they're not level 2. Hakuho gonna have to be forced to flash out. Ignite is down onto him this time. Blade onto the Lulu to try and do damage and didn't quite get the experience they needed. Lyra gonna take this blue buff, but something was cooking there in that bottom lane. Unfortunately for Envy, they're on the wrong end of that trade.
Really trying to jockey for position right there because Envy was thinking, great, Keith's flash down, we're gonna get the Elise up in here and we're gonna get the kill. But they got a little bit over ambitious, had to burn all their summoner spells defensively, and then a good hawk shot by Keith, level 2, to see Lyra in the jungle and no to recall.
Yeah, and Lyra actually going to keep farming as a result. Gate is holding down and getting a bit of extra CS, but Keith has already backed away. Looks like this Raptor camp's available, so Lyra, if you can steal this whole camp away, will deny a ton of experience from the level 3 Arcadian. And even in a duel, at least is 1 level up right now. In fact, Lyra's just going to take that all away.
Oh my goodness. Leaves 1. Here you go, bud. And it's going to heal as well, so it takes longer. 10 gold for Arcadian. Yeah, I mean, that is the cost of doing that level 2 gank that Arcadian did. Red buff to gank right away. If you start Raptors, you're powered through the jungle. Lyra gets pretty much the most ideal full clear you can get. He does Raptors to red to blue side jungle to Raptors. So his experience is actually supercharged right now. A 300 gold lead over Arcadian from farm alone.
Yep, almost level 5 as well. Arcadian still sitting at 3, so kind of keep track of that XP as the early game continues on. Looper and Seraph, in the meantime, are back up to their tank battle in the top lane. We saw Seraph play very aggressively with his Nautilus in game 1. Looks like Looper's just fine here at level 4, so no additional pressure coming through from the jungle. And Gate did stay this whole time, so it's going to have a little less item-wise there as Hakuho is going back, but should be a recall timing for Gate as Keith actually holding this wave pretty nicely near the turret. should be able to catch back up in CS.
And it's pretty important for Echo Fox to keep the bottom lane pushed back like that since Keith's flash is down against an Elise who does have flash. By the way, Lyra just continuing to stay out on the map.
He should be okay.
He's 35 CS on first recall, so he's got to have 1,300 gold, and he's halfway to level 6, 5 minutes into the game. Definitely a power clear. That's going to set him up for some success.
Yeah, first recall coming out now, so there's the early parts of the Runic Echo's enchantment, plus that jungle item now completed fully. Cadian is kind of looking towards mid, hoping to find maybe a pick onto Ninja, but Ninja pretty safe, Froggen playing up, and actually with a very healthy CS lead after that early pressures. They can kind of see what's been happening, even though Acadian fell behind in the jungle.
Exactly. We've been talking about the cost of Acadian for Acadian, but now we're seeing the cost for Ninja to have to burn flash and that much health that early in the lane. He's had a hard time recovering against Froggen, and especially since Froggen has Ignite, he has that increased kill threat, which is, I think, led to extend that CS advantage.
Bottom lane now pushing in favor of Envy. Still Keith without his flash for a minute or so longer. He's going to have to just relax and play it safe. Gate did go back in though, so likely refilled those wards. Does have a control ward in the Tri-Bush for his lane. And upgraded to the Frostfang as well, whereas Hakuo just going the extra Ruby Crystal. But so far so good for Envy. Fortunately for them, going to have to wait on the next 2v2, although this is good timing from Lyra if they can find the right opportunity.
Yeah, he's revealed that, oh boy, he's level 6. Luckily for Echo Fox, there's not massive power spike for Lyra at level 6, but he's just going to continue to kind of farm up here. If he would be able to get a jungle invade in, he would really be able to exert some will over to Acadian. So Acadian really does need to focus on just getting these camps down while they're there. Otherwise, he could fall really far behind.
Yeah, you can see Lyra is waiting for Froggen here, but Froggen actually playing nicely now with his jungler behind him. Going to sneak into this brush. Might even catch Lyra blind. And Ninja going to walk too far forward. He face checks to get teammate play. Acadian flashes in. The Lyra comes around with the Cocoon. First blood over to Lyra. Froggen uses the pull. Ninja, though, stays alive and key gold onto Envy's jungler.
Lyra has gotten so many kills off of counter ganks in the early game. Another one comes through here. I believe they spotted Acadian entering the brush from a river ward, but still, nice execution to be able to pick that one up.
Another aggressive play there from Hakuo, but Gate firing back. Gets the maximum charges off his Frostfang, although nice trade onto Keith from Apollo. Kind of using the much changed Varus and getting those Blight stacks procced. Froggen chilling out in lane for a little while longer. Let's have the Revolver built already, so we'll be going for that very standard Proto belt first, but just gonna hang out, keep farming. Ninja again forced back, but things should get better, especially if Lyra maybe revisits the lane just one more time to alleviate just a bit more pressure.
Yeah, Hex Drinker completed for Ninja. It helps him with a lot of the harass issues. Has gone refillable. Cook in.
That was juicy from Hakuo. Now Kate gonna take maybe too much here. Envy gonna win the 2v2. Keith still trying to fight it up. Flashes forward with the heal. May not save him. Keith is able to get the next kill. And Envy almost made it look amazing.
Yeah, and what's funny here is Keith wins this trade. Even though Envy are the ones who got the initial kill, this is often why you say don't focus the support, because as soon as Gate got hit by that hook, Keith went to damage Apollo immediately. And then once he eliminated him from that, he got to take a wave afterwards. So not only does he get the kill, he gets the experience afterwards, and the 1-for-1 trade favors Echo Fox.
Yep, he's level 6 now as well, so it doesn't matter too much here, but we'll watch this one again. Great hook just started off from Hakuo.
Yeah, really good hook, and they can win this trade without necessarily all-inning if Apollo plays back a little bit more and doesn't take so much damage from Keith. But Keith does the right thing here and fully focuses Apollo to get the kill back, and then he can pick up the wave afterwards.
Yep, really nice stuff there from Keith. So an uneven trade, despite that initial kill there for Echo Fox. Looper does manage to tag Seraph with the hook, get some Riptide damage back down, but Seraph with a slight CS deficit. Things are going perfectly fine there in the top lane. As Hawkshot once again breezes by Ninja, who's trying to get out of this lane and into the side lanes to influence, maybe get some more damage down, but Froggen is pushing the wave up aggressively and still holding a really good CS lead.
Yeah, and when he gets the Proto Belt, that's when his kill threat's going to come in a little bit higher. Level 9 also a great point for the Vladimir. At least he can get all of his points in queue and really lower that cooldown substantially.
Who's Lyra though into the bottom lane, so trying to turn things around even more. Hakuo should have the Lantern ready, and Apollo's got the ultimate. They should know what's up. Keith doesn't quite have a flash, or he's going to get tied up. Hook from Hakuo is true, and Apollo gets the kill.
And They're going to go for Ninja right here.
Acadian straight in onto it, although doesn't have the kick to really all in for it. Had the ultimate, but couldn't get behind Ninja.
And that's the gank that Echo Fox was worried about at level 2 once Keith's flash was down. That remains a threat. When your flash is down against an Elise Thresh lane, they will just get to you. And Echo Fox could not keep the wave in the right spot to get picked off there.
Again, roaming mid, but Froggen's already back. Looks like he does have enough money for the Proto Belt, so picks that one up now. But Lyra going to start the Infernal Drake here for Envy. This is much more the pace of the early games we expect. Lyra got that big CS lead, was able to take down the camps, and finally orchestrates 2 good-looking ganks and is now taking objectives for his team.
Yeah, Infernal Drake going to be good since they have pretty much 3 people that are going to be building the attack damage or the ability power in the Elise, Jace, and Varus. Not to mention they're trying to snowball off of their pick champions. They can set up with the Elise and the Thresh, and if Apollo is then fed after that, it gives them much better cleanup.
Froggen, though, continuing to mount a healthy CS lead versus Ninja, just free pushing this lane. I mean, Ninja, he wants to leave because he knows 1v1 things aren't going too well, but every roam attempt that fails puts him further behind. But Envy should to play to the strong side of the map.
And Envy might consider turret diving this. They know the summoner spells are still down and they can land any of the 3 CCs, the Varus ultimate, the Thresh hook, or the Cocoon for kill threat.
And if they don't, they can just take down the turret and once again collect the first turret in 3 games in this series. Apollo gets full solo gold. They're investing heavily into this Varus.
Yeah, so they're good at that.
Yes.
We definitely know that.
These are the steps that Envy have practiced very well. Do they know the rest of the dance, chat? That's the issue.
Yeah, and in this game, it always changes what they need to execute on, and it's going to be a real struggle, I feel like, because so much of their holes have been in late game vision control and having people getting picked off. And in order to get the picks late game with the Elise and the Thresh, they need to have the good late game vision control. So that's where they have struggled, and that's where this lead is not safe.
No lead is safe, but certainly not one like this. Although 2,000 gold up for MB is going to feel good as they're off to another good early game. Ninja still keeping back Froggen, but just woefully behind in CS still. And maybe Froggen thinks, you know what? Maybe I get out of this lane, start influencing other side lanes. I mean, at some point, Vladimir is going to become a very potent split pusher as well.
Yeah,
Froggen does love to get the side lanes.
Potent team fighter. Vladimir is potent right now, just in the game, especially when he starts getting farmed up. And it's going to be pretty difficult for the Jason, the Varus, to have meaningful defense against him as well, or meaningful mobility against him if Froggen can get the right angle.
Yeah, Froggen again just playing up. Proto Belt's in just to try and get the Q down. Lands it, and that gate's there to protect him. Ninja doesn't chase too far forward, but Froggen, that's awfully cheeky. Arrow gonna miss.
Oh!
Ninja gonna live.
People were not expecting Ninja to run that far forward. They're like, surely he's scared of the Vladimir. But he runs so far forward that Keith shoots the arrow behind him. What was another miss?
3-man roam attempt, excuse me, from Echo Fox. All but Looper wasn't there as Acadian gonna get hooked up by Hakuo. Boxes up. Wild Growth is down, but Acadian played back in. Froggen also eats it, but Hakuo already down. Chain Corruption landing onto Acadian, but he's going to live with the help of Keith's heal. Damage owns a keep, but Ninja just not there in time, and that's turned around as a teleport's coming in for Looper. Froggen flashing in, gets the Proto Belt down into the pool, but Envy need to run out. They know Looper's there. Seraph cancels his TP, knowing that the play is over.
Right, so now Seraph's going to have that advantage in the top lane. Previously, he had been the one to complete the bad teleports. That was Looper this time, but just looking up at the start of this play once again, why follow that in, Hakuho? Everyone was there for Echo Fox, and the follow-up was just behind him. So a lot of times you land the juicy hook and you feel like you need to take it in, but that was just going into his own demise.
Well, it looks like a blue buff invade going to start off here for Envy, but Looper shutting that down. Might even get something started here onto Seraph. Cocoon's going to miss, but Looper does not bother using that hook. Instead, they'll fall back and make sure they get the blue buff.
Yeah, taking a closer look at the mini-map right here, I mean, his AD is way in the bot lane, and he doesn't even leave him a lantern to hop in with. Who is he expecting to come in and help him when he makes that play? I think it was just a little bit of tunnel vision there by Hakuo, thinking he was going to make a big play. And they nearly got the kill anyway, but definitely not what you want to do when you're the one landing the hook.
You can see great damage there from Apollo's Varus, but not enough to take down Acadian, thanks to all the protection offered by Lulu. When he does have that Blade of the Ruin King finished already, still up a good amount of CS versus Keith, and now Ash has also finished that next item, so the race to Runan's Hurricane will begin for both of these marksmen. And it's plays like that Envy just need to be a little cleaner on.
Yeah. So what do you do with the lead? And when they don't have the right decision-making, whether or not it's based on vision control, luckily he doesn't take that one in because he didn't have the backup. They need to be able to have everyone there when they set up the plays. Chain the death sentence with the cocoon and still have the burst damage from either the Jace or the Varus.
I think part of the struggle comes from the fact that map's just not that open yet. Haven't really rotated around and tried to siege other outer turrets, but Apollo's been still bottom lane for a lot of these last few minutes. So I think Envy now realizing this, going to go mid lane, maybe try and get that shoved out instead. They've also got an Infernal Drake to contend with in just over a minute. And despite the fact that Seraph is still taking a beating in these trades, will be relevant if a teamfight starts.
Yeah, and I think Echo Fox as well will be pretty confident when teamfight phase starts, as long as Keith can keep up a little bit in CS. The 40 CS discrepancy is more than they're willing to deal with right now. But if he gets to the Hurricane like he was in previous games, and this time still has the Lulu with the Vladimir in team fights, I think that is enough to push them over the edge when you have 4 people on Envy that are pretty squishy, just the Maokai that could actually be shredded down by a Keith beforehand. And I think Fox is going to be pretty comfortable, even with the deficit.
Yeah, you can see on the other side for Froggen, I mean, almost 8 CS is his average at 15 as far as CS differential goes. This game up 31 over poor Ninja. So Froggen, I mean, you can see that lead kind of still reflected there in the current numbers. Just gotten himself nice and ahead here as the Drake is coming up in 10 seconds. Envy going to try and get around it, but Echo Fox already pressuring this mid lane turret as well.
Yeah, it is the second Infernal Drake, so you want to be able to control that. If Echo Fox gets the right setup for a team fight, they can absolutely win. They actually have the push in the mid lane already, so they now get inside track on the Drake, but teleport from Seraph.
It's the advantage you talked about earlier. Looper already down here though. Froggen taking a little too much damage, but Protobelt's in. The arrow's going to miss. As Froggen's still going for it with the Wild Growth's going to knock a few up. Seraph tries to lock down Gape, and Looper flashes forward with a depth charge and tries to get Apollo repel. He's going to see Lyra off to safety after he flashes, but Arcadian is able to clean up. Ninja kicks Apollo as well. Doesn't get the kill, but probably still did enough.
And that's one of the reasons why Echo Fox should be fine with a small gold deficit, because that was actually kind of a solo mission by Froggen at the very start of that, and it still pushed Envy all the way back. Now they can take control of this Inferno Drift.
I mean, if you like heroics and diving in 1v5, Vladimir is a pretty good champion for you. Froggen knows his limits on the champion, goes straight in, knows he's got a big farm edge, and just tanks Envy for long enough for the rest of his team to clean up.
Yeah, I mean, Acadian, Gate, and Nautilus are down on the bottom, and Keith gets hit by a Shock Blast, so it actually is Froggen going in against like 4 people, and everyone's running away from him. Then Gate follows up with the Wild Growth to keep him alive. Lyra could never get in on this fight, and I feel like also because of the teleport location from Seraph, Envy could never really set up their front line, therefore Froggen got good access to the back line, and that's another thing that's going that fight.
Well, bottom lane turret also going over to Echo Fox, so things starting to stack better in their favor. Even up the turrets, even up the Infernal Drakes, and Apollo not going to be able to do enough damage to that mid lane outer turret, and Froggen will swoop in to collect the CS that he's gleefully awaiting in the mid lane. I mean, now top lane is the attempt for Envy, but it does feel like some of these more proactive rotations could have been done earlier. Instead, Echo Fox take the setup for them, and they know they're comfy 5v5.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of credit to Seraph to keep his CS up in that Nautilus matchup, but still needs to have the right teleports and the right cohesion with the team. And even just looking at the vision, Envy does actually have it this game. They have deep wards in the blue buff side of Echo Fox, which would tell us that they want to try and make a play near where Looper is, or to sneak behind in the mid lane. But they're still just kind of meandering around the river, so they need to be able to use this vision for a proactive play. Maybe they go top here.
That feels like part of the issue is that they just never have an ult aligned at once. This, though, is a nice proactive play.
Yeah, it's a 4-for-1. They should be able to win this.
Tower dive time onto Looper. He's a big tanky Nautilus, but it might not be enough here. Depth charge onto Ninja, goes through almost everybody on Envy, but blocked down by Seraph on the next one. Ninja leaps in for it, but Lyra gets credit for the kill, and Hakuo out to tank the turret.
Yeah, they invest 4 for that one. It means Echo Fox can probably push back up the mid lane, but that was still the right steps for Envy. Get the vision, know what you're walking into, be able to execute the play. The question is if the play is actually worth it at the end of the day. Depends on if Echo Fox can get this mid lane turret with ease.
The rest of Envy going around the long way, but they should be able to stop Arcadian's dive attempt. Keith is rotating over. He was busy pushing a long bottom wave, but Apollo going to have enough wave clear here with the Varus Q in the E, so this cannon creep's going to do a little extra damage, but Envy able to defend their turret and take a turret for themselves.
Yep, more plays like that is what they want to generate with the pick-on position of Elise and Thresh. But these are the types of team fights Echo Fox want Envy to walk into.
Well, Rush Camp's going to be sniffed out by Seraph. Throws a sapling in there. Ninja also off to the side, still behind 60 CS. My goodness. That is a large deficit for Ninja, but, you know, he'll get there eventually. On the way to 2 items. Unfortunately, Froggen's only getting stronger, but at least Envy are putting themselves in a good position to try and play the map. And, you know, 2 turrets to 1 isn't too bad. If they can kind of get this mid turret down and open that map up, then Envy can maybe think about winning some of those team fights.
Yeah, there is the fear of the 35 to 40-minute Vladimir, right when he gets, basically when he hits around 40% CDR. So he's got the Proto Belt, the Zonias, and then oftentimes he'll also go with an Abyssal Scepter. And when he hits that, normally you'd have something like cooldown boots. He just becomes an absolute force to deal with. Froggen going a little bit more defensive with the Mercury Treads, but still going to hit close to those points.
Got the Zonias now as well, so next major item is completed for Froggen. Kind of curious what his gold lead is. Actually not that far ahead of Ninja. So global gold certainly helping out there. But Froggen going to get the blue buff. Don't always see Blake get the blue, but player like Froggen loves all of his resources. KDing will donate that one over. And Ninja actually may be caught here 3v1 right now with Ash Arrow ready to go. Ninja going to back off towards the outer turret and try and play it a little safer as Envy. Again, just still feels like they're hot-footing a little bit about where they should be. They've got a good idea, but they're not decisive about where they want to go, and that is what costs them a lot, usually in the late game, but kind of now as well. Good juke from Ninja though. That arrow
guiding the way of like, maybe he would have continued to run. No, not really. They didn't cut off. But this was another situation where, like you mentioned, Envy was dancing back and forth with where they wanted to be. Is Frog going to go for something? 1v3?
Just tides a blood over the wall. That's a good amount of damage to Lyra after charging it up. I saw a flash.
Yeah, I thought we might just flash Alt E, Q, pool, and try and one-shot someone 1v3. It wouldn't have been advised. You want to do that in a team fight when the objective is up, but I feel like Froggen's in a mode right now where he feels really strong.
Yep.
And is willing to try and go make plays.
Froggen with confidence is quite a force to be reckoned with. I was going to bring it up earlier, but, you know, Echo Fox had a lot of struggles last year in the summer, and then Froggen just destroyed people in the promotion tournament. Ideally, you'd have to be in that situation again, but I feel like part of Froggen is like, okay, team's life is absolutely on the line. Time to just go one level extra.
Yeah, get on my back. We're going in. And that is the situation both these teams are in. If they lose, they're in the promotion tournament 100%. If Team Liquid wins tomorrow, they finish 8th. If Envy wins out, based on the game win percentage, they probably finish 8th. And Echo Fox needs to win this one and then hope that Team Liquid lose tomorrow, then they'd be in. So it's crazy that we're this late in the season and we still have absolute variance between 8th and 10th.
Yep, and Echo Fox is going to do what they can do here, which is try and win this game. Envy going to feel the same way, and the gold's still slim between the two teams. Almost even as far as overall objectives go. Maybe the next Infernal Drake can break this stalemate. 15 seconds till that one, and I'm just waiting for Froggen to go absolutely nuts in a team fight.
And that's what they want, but they need to get Looper in the right spot so they don't get initiated on too early. Envy have so many fight starters that they would want to get, or they want to be able to see C-Lock Froggen.
Ooh, Seraph actually caught there by Looper. Hook back from Arco. Box has started as well. Wild Growth, though, gets actually a good amount of damage. But Looper is going to fall. Now he flashes out of the way, and Froggen dives straight into the backline. Apollo wants to get out of the way, but Froggen burns his notice to buy a bit more time. Ninja tagged by an arrow there from Asher. Seraph is trying to take the rest of him. Ninja now knocking back Arcadian, and he flashes out to safety. Seraph trying to chase it down, but Ninja goes down to Keith, making a double there for the Ash. Echo Fox come out on top in the team fight.
And we were expecting them to win team fights, but that one was a little bit wacky. Froggen actually pooled in Zonia's before he cast his ultimate. Oftentimes you'll see the Vladimir pattern be ult first, pool or Zonia's until you can get the heal back. So a little bit dicey there, but even with that, they win the fight and take the Drake.
Well, Looper almost went down to the damage as Lyra looks for the assassination. Turret's going to fall down. Froggen chasing him with the Proto Belt. Doesn't get himself hooked over to Apollo. He's going to reduce some of that healing flay down after the flash from Hakuo. And Apollo gets Froggen.
Yeah, a couple of weird decisions at the very end of the turret. Going right there. Lyra shouldn't have flashed. Froggen shouldn't have followed. But here, tank v tank. Let's go. Froggen really far back because he was actually shoving up the mid lane as Looper goes for that engage. So that's already desynced. But then you watch, even though Froggen is a little bit desynced with their abilities, he's zoning all of Envy and allowing Keith to free hit. So Keith switches targets on a Ninja as Ninja goes for the execute, and then is kind of just gifted Seraph, who came in afterwards. Still pretty good DPS through him throughout the fight. This is a thing.
This is the MV Classic, apparently. 50-50 Baron here. Let's go. Looper already around.
Dead.
Acadian's here as well. Who's going to get it? Acadian going to dive in for it. He does get the Baron away from them. And now Envy have to fight their way out of the pit. Looper taking damage, but Keith is still there in a position to free it. Seraph, though, shuts all that down as Apollo gets him. Lyra on a killing spree as Envy get a couple kills, but that was not worth the Baron.
Yeah, they do give up the Baron, but I understand the play. Froggen's dead. They're not winning team fights with a Vladimir alive, so please, desperation, give me the Baron. They can win the team fight afterwards as well, so maybe you want to see them peel off at about 3,000 health and just fight right now, but they stay on the Baron. Mixed damage from both teams. I think it was about 800 before that fight, incredibly close. So I don't blame Lyra for not being able to secure that one, but when the ensuing fight happens, you can see it is actually a 5v4. So Envy does win it fairly handily, gets the 2 kills, but at the cost of Baron, the goal is actually closer than it started.
I appreciate the gusto for Envy go in towards the Baron pit. Because like I said, this is a team that just struggles to find any sort of proactive play in a ton of situations. If your only play in a desperate looking situation, and look, this game is much closer than this sort of Baron was necessary, but if your only play is rush towards the Baron and force a 50-50, well, at least you have a play.
Yeah, and I agree with you in the fact that this game feels really, or can feel really close with the gold being so even, but I wonder about the mentality of Envy losing so many game 3s, knowing they get it in their head, thinking they just can't seem to win these, and then when they're experiencing these fights and Vladimir is just pushing them around, they're thinking, man, we're really in a lot of trouble right now. We have to make something happen. They go for that overreach and ends up giving Baron to 3 people on Echo Fox.
And I think assuming that this Baron doesn't do too much damage, I guess we'll see how much work Echo Fox can do with it. But if, you know, the Baron comes out, maybe lose a couple turrets, but the game does stay even. Do Envy still say, okay, next Baron comes up, next moment we find, we start a team fight. Echo Fox instead, though, looking for their proactive play. Great chain of corruption from Apollo. Needs to click the lands and gets out of the polymorph and zips away to safety. Acadian gonna miss that Q, but Echo Fox push him in instead.
Yeah, Ninja's in bottom lane without a teleport, so a bunch of turrets can go to Echo Fox now.
Not ideal.
Definitely not.
Echo Fox gonna take one, might get a very quick second one. Ninja finally back. Have to rush down there ASAP, but yeah, Baron buff still on. More than enough members. Cocoon gonna miss. Hook lands under Looper. Envy gonna start a fight. Seraph blocks up Looper on the front line, but he gets Wild Growth in as Froggen does straight for the back line with a 4-man Hemo Plague. Redemption down to reset it all. But there's a bit of AoE damage. Lyra tags Looper with the Cocoon, but Envy get no kills. And Fox get what they came for. They knock down the inhibitor turret.
Yeah, they do back off before the inhibitor because Froggen had expended his ultimate as well as Gate and Looper, so they didn't want to stick around for too much of an extended fight. Question is, what does Envy get back? Because we know Envy's in this mode where they're trying to get something back after each play. 4 people pushing mid lane for Envy now.
Well, it looks like Ninja's going to have to go and answer Froggen in the top lane. But might be able to take a tier 2 here. Going to clear out some vision. Envy instead just kind of fall back, maybe looking bottom lane. There's a wave already prepping down towards that side of the map. Echo Fox have to be careful. They cannot cheat too aggressively through their own jungle if they can't see Envy, but as we can see, Envy have already backed out of it, and that's going to be the majority of that damage from the Baron buff. Gold lead's still there for Fox, but it's not huge. It's just that open mid inhibitor that was really all the damage.
Yeah, I also find it pretty weird that Envy is using Ninja as the side wave cleanup guy instead of the Maokai with teleport. They've kind of been caught unawares a few times when he's on a side lane and can't immediately match. Not to mention, if they're going to be trying to make a power push towards a turret, you want the Jace there to kill the turret. Just not quite there for Envy, even though they started with a small lead once again.
Well, Control Ward going to get taken up by Looper, just kind of waiting for the wave as he's going to walk back towards it. In fact, maybe Keith goes to pick that one up, wanting a bit of extra CS for himself. You can see 3.5 items done for Apollo already. Actually looks pretty far ahead of Keith. Now they double-check the CS numbers.
Apollo's fed. And he can reduce Vladimir's healing. So if he continues to have a good game, that is a way for Envy to come back. A minuscule Baron power play for Echo Fox, balancing out the 8,500 Baron power play they had in game 1.
Just positive. 96 gold up. I mean, yeah, you're right. Apollo is set up to maybe carry the back end of this game. How many games will we really see Apollo carry, though? Yeah. Particularly from this sort of carry. I mean, he had those Caitlyn games where you just felt like the fate of his team was in his hands but couldn't deliver. If there was ever a time for Apollo to step up, it's right now.
It's true, and there's been a lot of players on NB that get ahead in games, and very few of them have been able to carry it to victory. It's a systemic problem for them, so obviously not too
This is a
comfortable with
juicy
that.
bait.
There we
See
go.
you later, Arcadian Ninja collects credit for it. That was genius.
Yeah, they had the
Oh my Froggen! He goes straight in for Apollo. Misses a proto belt though. Zonya's in, but the rest of them have to run away. Froggen might have just started the fight and each for the team as Deptar's going to find Apollo. Envy needs to keep fighting it out though as Froggen is low on health and Apollo still getting in there. Seraph trying to take down Froggen and Ninja finally takes him down. Envy might have a way back into the fight. Keith gets cocooned there by Lyra, but they can't follow it back up, and they just don't really have their health bars left. Ninja is going to get chased down. Hakuo trying to delay it as Ninja gates himself out to safety over the wall, back towards Echo Fox's base, and now Lyra going to try and turn it back around. Repel going to go back down and try and give it up. Yeah, he gets shut down by Looper, but he has to give something away. He saves his carries, but barely.
Man, Looper was a meat shield that fight for Keith. You could see everyone on Envy was just hoping to get that cocoon onto Keith so that they could burst him down, but they could never really weave the right skill shots through at the right time. And even with that, crazy they go for it. Oh man, Hakuo still in the safe territory.
Great flash. Gets himself to safety. Looper burns this to try and get yet another pick. Instead, they'll get the Mountain Drake and go up by 2 Drakes there. 2 Infernals on a Mountain will be all of the Elemental Drakes this game, I think. Yep, there's the Elder Dragon coming up next. I mean, this was a great start. Arcadian just...
Yeah. I mean, the fact that they were able to sneak in there in the first place does speak to a bit of a lack of vision control. But then Froggen, this is the burst, right? And that was with a Locket and a Redemption coming in. Froggen does that much work. The back end of the fight, though, Seraph doing his best to try and tank, really wants to get this kill onto Froggen, so he flashes in and eventually does get it thanks to the help of Ninja, but he's extended himself so far. And now, even though that one cocoon landed on Keith, it wasn't the follow-up, and now it's just about Keith trying to find a way to finish kills off without getting picked by Death Sentence or a cocoon. Looper blocks the Death Sentence. Looper stays pretty much in front of him. Lyra wasn't aiming properly for that first Keith one, but he flashed it anyway. Just not even trying to flash the cocoon, flash behind the tank, because it's okay if the skill shot hits him.
Well, very interesting back and forth there, but Echo Fox find themselves up on total objectives. But we have yet another fight brewing for this Baron. And these teams are starting to get very feisty as far as these team fights go. Middle inhibitor is also still open, so Envy have to kind of worry about that as well. You'll see they'll push the wave back, get a control word straight into the middle of the lane, actually, to make sure nothing super funny happens. But Echo Fox going to transition over to Baron and hope Envy come and face check.
Yeah, and still a very close game, although the 3 Drakes for Echo Fox are pushing them a bit towards the larger advantage.
Envy is set up well here with the side lanes also, so as far as, you know, doing the steps in the right order, this is kind of what Envy wants to be doing, but unfortunately, it doesn't matter how good your macro is. Sometimes it's just about, hey, we need to win a team fight. And Envy going to have to win at least one more.
And Envy have a lot of gold in their pockets right now as well. 1,400 on Apollo, 1,200 on Ninja. Dangerous times to be posturing around the Baron Pit when they're close to those item breakpoints that can really push you over the edge of damage multiplication as well. So a difficult situation for them to be in right now, even though they have the minion waves, which should theoretically buy them time to shop.
And again, timing just not quite there for every little thing. Ideally, you wait for the waves, you have already all your gold spent, and you just dance around this Baron and force Echo Fox to react to the pressure in the side lanes. Unfortunately for them, they are sticking around because they want to do that damage, but it means they have to fight at a gold deficit here.
Yeah, and they still don't have the vision they want of the Baron Pit. They have no vision, actually, so Volatile Spiderlings and both of their Scrying Orbs are off cooldown.
Rough stuff there. Ooh, Envy do actually have a sneaky ward in the back. I thought there was a control ward in the pit, so I can understand where you were coming from there too. I mean, it's part of the way Envy are happy to just chill out here. Side waves are dissipating, and Envy, do they do it again? I said it, they got one play, not just yet.
They're hoping that Echo Fox sends too many people to the side waves, but really they should be using this time to shop. 2,000 gold on Apollo, 1,500 on Ninja. There's about 5,000 gold unspent when they rush this Baron.
I got a different play for you, Jet. Rush the Baron. Okay, maybe now leave as Lyra gets arrowed. Oh, Seraph grabbed up. They're going to have to fight now. Depth Touch goes through. Hakuo gets the Lantern up for Lyra. Great chain of corruption. Might save the rest of the fight as Froggen gets a massive Hemo Plague into the rest of Envy. Arcadian misses that next tag. Lupus Hook's going to miss as well. And Envy do not fall around the Baron pit.
Yeah, luckily as well, there was a lot of missed skill shots there on the back end, especially from Looper's dredge line. Now, everyone takes a deep breath. Gentleman's agreement, stop pressuring Baron. We both need items.
Yep.
Just everyone goes back and buys items.
Looks like waves reversed as well, so Echo Fox now have those pushing in their favor. Haku are going to run back down the lane and try and get probably vision back around the Baron area, although again that one scrying on Trinket helping out immensely. Apollo finishes shopping though. Does now have the Maw of Malmortius fully completed, and Ninja not quite there at his 4th item, actually going for a Blade of the Ruin King. That's his next one.
Yeah, I mean, that item definitely has gotten a lot better. Still packs a good punch of AD. I don't immediately dislike it, but uh-oh.
Great kick, Lantern though. He's going to be safe enough. Death Touch going to follow, and now Apollo maybe get picked up. He flashes out of the way. Looper flashes on top of him, but the cocoon from Lyra could save him. Haku is going to fight it out, but the shutdown comes through for Gate. Haku the next to fall to Keith as Lyra now caught up between everyone else. A double kill for the support Lulu, and Arcadian comes up huge.
What a pick, and we were talking about Apollo needing to be in a position to will his team to victory, and he gets picked off. That is not what they wanted to have happen. Looks like Baron will go over to Echo Fox.
Ninja cuts the wave off though, so prevents a push from that inhibitor. Instead, Echo Fox is going to turn and take the Baron. Ninja very far down, just farming away. Seraph's going to do the same because MB know there is no way to contest with this Baron. Instead, Fox will go back, they'll spend their gold they've just collected, and they'll start yet another siege.
Yeah, they look like to be pushing top right afterwards, but even just watching this, Arcadian war jump, flash kick right away, and then smart to just sit near Hakuho, knowing Apollo was going to take it, and that allows Looper to just cast his depth charge onto Apollo, makes all the follow-up hit right there. It means nothing can stop Keith and Froggen from just free hitting, and Kate picks up a cheeky double on the backside. Would have liked that goal to go over to someone else, but still a worthy fight.
See Apollo slumps in his chair. It's a stressful moment at times like these.
And they just continue to push the top lane after Baron as well.
Yeah, Echo Fox just taking their advantage and saying, you know what? The sooner this game ends, the better I'm going to feel. Froggen straight into the back line once again as the inhib does go down. Froggen gets picked off though. Zoni is barely at the last second after his ultimate proc for a bit of healing. There's the wild growth to keep him alive, but Seraph is diving back in, gets polymorphed though by the Lulu. Hook onto Looper as Echo Fox are just going to brute force their way through. Looper does finally die to Seraph, and Seraph barely lives. Echo Fox do take the inhibitor, but they wanted to end the game, and Envy won't let them this time.
Yeah, the Locket redemption is negating the initial burst of the Vladimir, and if they can't stay beyond that, Froggen is vulnerable to the CC chains of Envy now. Double Blade of the Ruin King also helped to burn down the tanks.
That was very smart from Echo Fox, actually. They hung back in the lane, and they're going to go back in for it again. Envy actually picking onto the Elder Dragon, though.
Yeah, I mean, Echo Fox want to threaten the Nexus, but Envy with Looper down know that they can win an Elder Drake fight if it would be a 5v4, which is why Echo Fox is trying to use this Baron buff to take a second inhibitor, and Envy actually recalling late. They should actually finish the Elder Drake instead of give up this inhibitor.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to do half of that. Yeah, they're going to stay. Yeah.
They were going to lose the inhibitor anyway, so why channel the recalls? It's going to be okay. Everyone stayed. False alarm. I like the call by Echo Fox to get the second inhibitor, because now they can just loop around for the third. After the 2.5-minute Elder Dragon buff is gone.
Echo Fox, we'll see if they can do any more damage. Only have one lane left to worry with, as Envy will have to sit back and farm the super minions that are going to be threatening their base for a number of minutes now. And I mean, you see from Envy, really smart from Echo Fox to be like, hey, if they're going to the Elder Dragon, we can stay in this lane and push back. You can see Envy's indecisiveness almost costing them everything, but they do stay together. And that's the sort of thinking you need to have. You know, it's stressful to be like, we need to recall, and to go back, I don't know what to do. Like, you can see the indecisiveness there, but they make the right decision eventually. They were going to lose what they already lost based on Echo Fox's play. I think Envy is struggling to keep it together.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it is absolutely a must-win. Loser, guaranteed in the promotion tournament. Echo Fox just kind of waiting back, maybe trying to delay when they're going to show this push, hoping that Envy pushes themselves into a different spot, but I mean, they're so far away in the minion wave anyway. Just waiting for the whole crew.
Yep. So Froggen and Looper are the ones lagging behind, but shouldn't be too much trouble. Envy going to move out to meet them, but have to make sure they've got the super minion waves in the right spots here, because Echo Fox know they can be patient here. And you can see again, they're just kind of leapfrogging their way up the lane, but Envy trying to scout out their own brushes as well.
Yeah, Envy have a little bit of time until the super minions crash into their Nexus turrets. Envy doesn't have a spectacular wave clear champion like a Sivir or Nazir, but the Hurricane will be pretty good for the Varus. They do have to just fall back though, and they will need to defend these turrets, and that's why Echo Fox kind of biding their time, essentially able to dodge all of the Elder Dragon time.
Yep. See Baron buffs wearing off as well, but Elder Dragon should follow pretty shortly afterward. It's got less than a quarter of its duration left. So there's the arrow out, not going to hit anyone, but might as well threaten. And you can see Ninja is forced back to base here. Seraph with the teleport sitting mid lane defending those waves, but Ninja's going to have to clear the minions threatening that top lane. At this point, I think this turret is just have to give it away, and Vino, this is not where they want to have their last fight.
Definitely dead, but they may have to have their last fight here if they can get the right initiation onto Keith. There's double Guardian Angel on Echo Fox. With the Varus and the Jace, they can wave clear the non-Baron minions if they have the Jace and the Varus there, which is easier said than done with 2 Ace of Supers.
Yep. See if they can do it with just the Varus, perhaps, because Ninja is sticking back and killing the super minions that are threatening their Nexus. Echo Fox just again have to play it patiently. Eventually the super minions are going to come through. And this turret not in position to try and defend right now. Varus isn't even there. There's Ninja. But Lyra also coming back off the fountain, running back towards the bottom lane. They've got maybe 2 waves less until this turret goes down.
Yeah, really interesting how they're putting the Elise to clear the sideways, but I guess they want the ranged wave clear of the others. Ninja really sneaking a shot there that actually does clear even more minions.
Bit of poke onto Froggen as well, so not too bad. But again, Echo Fox, this might be the way if they break this turret down. Fox going to miss there from Hakuo. They kind of have to go now. Envy are in position, but there's the depth charge out already onto Apollo. They need to just kill the AD as there's Froggen straight in onto the backline. Redemption down to heal him, but Froggen took a lot of damage there. Turret's going to go down now. Looper's going to be the one hooked up, and Seraph is going to lock him down. The Wild Goat's going to keep him alive for a little while longer, but Looper, he's getting low. Apollo moved back into the team fight, and that's Froggen able to get that kill. Seraph now dead as well. Now Ninja's trying to run away from the rest of Echo Fox, but this last inhibitor is going to go down. Ninja's getting tagged by Arcadian, and Looper is just moving forward as Keith going to try and take down the Nexus turrets. There's one. Ninja going to go down. Froggen seals the kill, and it's actually Arcadian instead. Nexus though now wide open, and Hakuo and Lyra just cannot defend. Echo Fox will take what kills they can, and they'll finally pick up the victory.
Gotta hit the Nexus, guys.
And they're going to get some kills first, or at least try to. Keith goes down to the turret, but the Nexus falls for Echo Fox. And now all they can do is wait.
Yeah, Arcadian clutched another kick onto Apollo at the end of that one in the middle of the fight to really clinch it. And it was a hard-fought series for Echo Fox. I mean, pretty much back and forth the entire way. Envy, again, does fall in Game 3, but this is what Echo Fox needed to do to stay alive. Now, they're just going to have to nervously sit and wait to see if they have to play in the promotion tournament.
Yep, I mean, that's for Envy. You have to start thinking, you know what, we've got one more match to play, but do whatever you can with it to kind of find a bit more form. Look as threatening as you can moving into that promotion tournament. And then see what happens from there. For Echo Fox, it's all smiles right now. It's out of their hands. They won the match they needed to win. Did not pick up their other match, unfortunately for them this weekend, and that means that tomorrow they face they look on as a surprisingly angry and rampaging Team Liquid fight for their life out of promotion against FlyQuest. So they're expecting a jersey change tomorrow.
That's going to be a huge game as well because FlyQuest is still fighting for playoff spot. Echo Fox able to pull out a win. Keith as well had one of his better games for sure. 6-3 and 6 on Ashe. Avoiding the Infinity Edge, I would have loved to see a little bit more damage, but it was what needed to be done in the game, getting that Mercurial Scimitar based on all the CC. And a rare kind of smiling, happy post-game for Echo Fox after the last half of the split did not go the way they wanted.
No, again, this is a team that was so good looking in the early weeks of the split. Maybe some inconsistency, but looked like a team that could really even threaten for playoffs quite well. And then they get down to this, and it's like, oh, we might actually still get relegated. So, I mean, winning is nice for them. Again, it's out of their hands. They just have to look on tomorrow and see what happens. But at least getting to what their best chance for a safety spot, given all that's transpired, is good for Echo Fox.
Yeah, and it will at the very least give them the confidence as they move towards the promotion tournament, if that ends up being the case. And it is a growing experience for them. I mean, Acadian wraps up his rookie split, tons of first bloods. He started so strong. There are things for Echo Fox to build on. Froggen as well had some amazing games, but it's been a story for a while, and development actually does take a very long time in sports to try and get this built up towards what would be a playoff team. But, you know, it is nice to end on a win at least.
Certainly is. Well, we're going to have a look at the final fight here and just kind of see what happened. I think Arcadian had more than a bit to do with this end of the fight. He had such a good game on Lee Sin.
Yeah, exactly. And this is, the beginning of this fight was just Envy kind of hoping to get the initiation, and this is the best they were going to get. Looper took so much damage before the fight had really started, and Froggen was even half health from a shock blast, and they go in while the turret is still up. So they're splitting focus between the turret and the fight. But then it kind of resets based on the redemptions, and it's all about Arcadian zipping his way into a ward and another flash kick. Same style of way that he got Apollo beforehand. That eliminates Apollo, gives Echo Fox a ton of confidence, just run right at Ninja, who's the next damage dealer. Froggen takes care of that as Arcadian helps out, and I think, was it Gate who picked up another kill on the backside? But Froggen maybe picked up his one kill of the game onto Ninja there, but the Nexus was all but dead.
Yeah, and at that point, you know, Echo Fox having some fun celebrating their win. But for more on the player perspective on that series, let's join Captain Flowers, who's got an interview with Fox's mid laner.
All right, thank you very much, boys. I'm here with Froggen. That looked like a hard-fought series, but you guys were able to walk away with the win. That sends Envy into the promotion tournament. It potentially keeps you guys safe from it. How are you feeling after that one?
I think it feels good. I mean, a win always feels good, right? I mean, I don't know. It's just like another win.
It is another win, but it's also the last win that you guys are going to have. This was your final game of the regular split for spring of 2017. And how do you feel about where Echo Fox is, both yourself personally and the team as a whole? How do you feel about how far you guys have come from the beginning of this split now after having completed it with this match?
I think how we started out the start of the split with having really good showings, and then the last part of the split with basically just us getting worse and worse, and really not showing what we have learned. I think I have kind of mixed feelings about it. I feel like we should have improved a lot more than what we did, but I feel like this week was kind of like taking a step back, and like we started working on stuff so we could see improvement again. But yeah, just kind of mixed feelings.
Mixed feelings, and there's still, even though your actual regular split is done, Echo Fox has no more games to play, there's still just a little bit more, another question mark remaining, and that's whether or not you guys will be able to finish 8th or whether you're going to be finishing 9th and going to the promotion tournament. That all depends on how the match that Liquid has against FlyQuest goes tomorrow. How do you guys feel about that potential promotion situation? What are you doing to prepare for that?
We prepared for it yesterday when we lost against FlyQuest. We gave them some hope so they could win some games again.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to figure out how to prepare, the mastermind himself with the advice. All right, Froggen, again, congratulations on the win today. Here's wishing you guys the best of luck if you do end up in the promotion tournament. And now we're going to throw things back over to the analyst desk. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Captain Flowers. Echo Fox, Froggen at the helm there, leading them to the 2-1 victory over Envy. As was mentioned, keep their hopes of avoiding the promotion tournament alive, but it's not in their hands. And really, that's not a situation you want to be in. You did do the work that was required of you today, and so that's good. But unfortunately for them, it is playing the waiting game tomorrow and hoping that Team Liquid comes out on top over FlyQuest.
I mean, it's that feeling that every coach has every game they watch when the fate's not really in their control anymore.
Right.
Like, you might be able to go in between series and give a little word or two, but if they make the wrong play, it's just out of your control, and you just have to live with it, and that's kind of the situation they are now watching Team Liquid.
Are you having some flashbacks right now?
Yeah,
What's going on?
I've been through some series, all right? I have been through some series. Trust me.
Okay, let's take a look at how this one came together. The Vladimir for Froggen, we've seen that this champion has quickly risen back to power here in the last couple weeks, seems to be very strong, you know, for many reasons. One, because the champion in its singularity in any solo 1v1 situation, very strong, but scales crazy well into the late game, allows you to skirmish, really has a lot of positives to the champion, very few detriments or negatives to be taken away.
Right, I mean, its worst matchups are, you know, usually like, oh, you're down 10, 15 CS at 15 minutes, which is usually, assuming you're drafting well around it, a fine trade-off to go for with the Vladimir. Why it tends to be a little bit of a popular blind pick right now. And then also, I think one thing that they did well was give attention to Froggen really early on. We saw the level 2 gank come in from Arcadian. It cost him a lot of his jungle. He fell really far behind Lyra in order to do that, but it did secure Froggen that lead in the mid lane, which was very important as the game went on because the Vladimir pick was really, really ahead come the mid game, which is often when he's at his strongest.
The other big picks that we talked about following game 2 were the Jace and the Ziggs on the side of Envy. We saw the Ziggs ban come through for Echo Fox saying, hey, we don't want to deal with that again. Still leaving the Jace up. This time, of course, though, having a little bit better of a handle on it and Ninja not performing quite as well. In part maybe because, you see this all of a sudden becomes a slightly more AD heavy, team comp. Yes, you've got the Maokai. Yes, you've got the Elise who's building a Leandre. He's trying to get some of that magic damage out, but not quite the same disparity of types of damage.
Right, and I think playing against Ziggs is something that a lot of people don't have experience with because he is such a zone control heavy champion, especially compared to Jace. So if you're looking at one of the two things to remove, and if you're struggling in team situations and executing complicated team fights, having a Ziggs who just throws his ult and his minefield down and makes it hard to fight is much worse to deal with than just say, oh, the Jace poke or the Jace burst is all you really need to worry about. So I can actually understand going to ban out these Ziggs instead of the Jace here, even though it is Ninja's best champion. Playing against the Ziggs can be seen as more difficult.
Now, of course, as is seen with these two teams very often through the mid-game, a lot of stalling, not a whole lot of action, fighting over the vision, trying to find that opportunity to win the game. 35-30, though, in my opinion, is where the game breaks. Acadian, the catalyst here, on the Lee Sin, getting a sweet pick on Apollo that will ultimately net them a Baron.
Right, and they played the vision game well to be able to set up this flank, essentially. There was no good vision for Envy in the river that allows Acadian to come in from the side, kick Apollo close to the rest of his team. He has the thresh lance to get out, but it's not enough because the NALCS was there to follow. And as you saw, Ninja wasn't anywhere close involved in this fight. Being able to get that pick off. A good play by Ninja on the tail end of that to cut the minion wave so they don't risk losing the game directly there. But they're still able to grab the Baron off the back of it. That opens them up to start grabbing those inhibitors. You see the gold spike heavily right there. And then once they got close to that 5,000 gold lead again, that's all they needed to really close the game out.
And again, that play off the back of Acadian and the follow-up from Looper. The other big team fight, the one that ended the game, was Looper flash auto to lock down Apollo, and with Acadian with the follow-up, ward hop to flash kick to end the game. So it's good to see those two guys within the team fights and those skirmishes kind of starting to work together and off of each other's playmaking.
I think that's something that was heavily criticized on the side of Echo Fox, that their front line didn't do a great job of setting things up for the back line. We saw just even on the last game that whiffed flash Shen taunt that came out of Looper. So obviously a much better game here for both of them. And they did tend to have pretty good synergy over the course of the early games. They combined for a lot of kills generally, but getting into those late game team fights, being able to outperform their counterparts was really big over the course of this series.
Right, and Acadian on this Lee Sin, again, plays like that are more reminiscent of the Acadian that we saw coming in the first 4 weeks of the split. We're still missing that kind of early game dominance, the first blood king, the guy who can accelerate his team to a victory or to an advantage, right? We're still, you see the glimpses of the mechanical brilliance, but we still haven't seen the whole return of Acadian just yet. He'll still have some time to do that. For the moment, though, I want to now look ahead and forward as we talk about what this means for the entirety of the league. So let's go ahead and take a look at the standings, see how today's matches affected those rankings. Despite their loss today, TSM, they do remain in first place. Cloud9 end the day in second, but could rise to first depending on the result of TSM's match tomorrow against Phoenix 1. FlyQuest, Team Dignitas, and Immortals are still fighting for the final 2 playoff spots, while Team Liquid and Echo Fox can still avoid the promotion tournament depending on their matches tomorrow. We start our final day of the spring split with TSM versus Phoenix 1 for a match that will solidify the top of the standings, followed by FlyQuest taking on Team Liquid in the Battle Arena. And over on NALCS 2, Team Dignitas face Immortals, with the winner of the match securing their spot in the playoffs, and then Counterlogic Gaming will hit the rift against Team Envy in the Battle Theater. I don't know if I've ever read off a schedule and actively had to qualify each of them to say that these matter for standings or rankings or seeding going into playoffs, every single one of them to a degree.
Right, I mean, 3 out of 4 of those have directly decide if someone makes it into the playoffs or promotion tournament or first round or first place overall. I think even the CLG one has some importance in terms of how the 4 through 6 seeding goes. So I mean, it's just a crazy stacked day tomorrow. Everyone better tune in because it's going to be so crazy, seeing as the standings settle, and a lot of teams will be watching as well. That people who have finished their weekend already gonna be new fans of other teams.
From your gut, do you think Phoenix 1, given what you saw today, as well as what you saw from TSM, do you think that Phoenix 1 has what it takes to make Cloud9 our #1 team, kind of bring them back to the top of the table, the place they sat for so long?
It's pretty funny because both those teams, P1 and TSM, lost in somewhat similar ways, where their bot lanes kind of got in a lot of trouble over the course of the series. So I'll be watching them in particular to see if one of them tries to exploit the other one. We see Arrow on Ezreal a lot, but his support wasn't quite up to par when the Malzahar was on the other side. Similarly, the Ezreal on the side of TSM was losing to Doublelift, of course. So I think both bot lanes need to step up for tomorrow's series, and that's going to be where a lot of it's decided.
All right, and then when we look at that FlyQuest versus Team Liquid matchup, if Team Liquid wins, great. We got 8th place. We avoid promotion tournament. If they lose, Echo Fox's win today puts them in 8th. Does Team Liquid, after beating TSM today, showing you what they showed, do they have what it takes to beat FlyQuest, or do you think that today was more of what we would call a fluke, and that again in another 3-game series they will not come out 2-1?
It's hard to say because FlyQuest even themselves have looked very erratic over the whole second half of the season. Sure, they won versus, I believe it was Dignitas, but they fell behind early in those games. They were very scrappy games, and Dignitas made a lot of mistakes. So, I mean, Team Liquid also doesn't look great, but they have been fighting pretty well, so I can see a world where TL does it, and because I'm obviously a TL homer, I'll go with that they do actually pull the upset off.
All right, one thing we know for sure is that nothing's for sure, ladies and gentlemen. So for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more North American LCS. Good night.
Give me a lot of questions.
Welcome once again to our LCS studios here in Los Angeles, California. Fans have loaded in for our final weekend of the 2017 Spring Split.
Afro move, kiting backwards, flash over the wall. Hit forward from Ole. He may stay alive, but the heal comes back. I believe he did get a bit of health on that one. Afro now finds himself in a 2v1 situation. You just can't get away from this. 10. He going down. Joey's going to get taken 11. Could we get a triple kill here? Xfinity to make it 12. And he connects the resonating strike.
They get the fight baited out, got a juke away from stun. Nice play by Sneaky. There's the flash over. They got that kill. Nicely played by the C9 duo.
I'm just go. I'm every day. I'm gonna go Maokai. Yeah.
Hey,
Lulu.
Redemption.
My Q1.
Yeah, I'm on Elise.
Luigi here.
Yeah.
Jade. Dead. My 3.
We can end. Go ahead.
One.
Kill this KD8. Kill this KD8 player. Wait, let us kill out.
Okay, just waiting.
Waiting arrow. Good job.
You should Maokai, and I will do the 3 camps and come top, and we will kill him for first blood.
Okay.
Lupin, not too much health left, but Seraph does have his flash. Uses it already, but still gets locked in with a Maokai. Knocked back with the Arcane Smash, and Seraph is trying to get out of it, but first blood once again off to Arcadia. And now Pollard maybe get picked off. He flashes out of the way. Looper flashes on top of him, but the cocoon from Lyra could save Haku. He's going to fight it out, but the shutdown comes through for Gate Haku. The next to fall to Keith as Lyra now caught out between everyone else. A double kill for the support, Lulu. Kill onto Wild Turtle. More damage going to be coming out.
GL's got
lock
this.
him down. TSM, full retreat. Team Liquid, full victory. Double kill for Doublelift.
We can chase.
Vlad.
I'm dubbing Vlad. Kill Vlad now. Kill him now.
Kill Vlad now. Okay.
We got
We did it.
We got this! What an upset! TSM will fall to Team Liquid 2-1.